talking about. We lack leadership. Hatujui tunafanya nini. Hatuko najua tunafanya nini jana. We just, ilikuwa so predictable. But then someone came and told us, yes, we are very obvious. Because when ilifungua hivyo space, watu walikuja wamejam. By the way, unajua tunaweza fanya nini? Tufanye 10-10. Tambio wase, sasa hiyo ilikuwa so obvious, like ati mna target utamaduni day, sijui Moi day, at then ikicheza game wakienda half time, yani as in seme game iko first half, wameekelewa kama bao mbili, wanaendanga half time. Then coach story leadership naambia bana, juu nilikuwa nataka kwanza GenZ wamalize hiyo story yao ya 8-8. Sasa nimerudi kwa drawing book, because we cannot still be giving the government more time every day. Now the government thinks that we won. Our yes, appoint, we have won. Now we have won the ground. Sijui Kisumu wako protest, sijui Mombasa wako protest, sijui wapi. But the movement is us. The movement is easy. Movement seems sijui nani hapo huko. Si tuko kwa hii space ndio movement. Na hii movement ilianza hapa. Haikuanza na huko ati kutoka place nyingine ikakuja hapa. The movement is in us. Sisi ndo tunajua the way forward. Tuko na structures hapa. Anthony iko hiyo na hizo nini group iko Telegram nini. We have already started the work. Now we need to finish the job. Hiyo peke yake ndio ilikuwa imebaki. Na tulikuwa tunataka kila mtu akue on board. Sasa kila mtu ako on board because now everyone knows we need leadership. We don't have leadership. We cannot just be going to town like headless chickens huko tunarandaranda huko tao ati Juni 8-8. Watu walikuwa wanaenda jana kufanya nini 8-8? Hakuna. Wewe tu unajua ni 8-8. Hujui unaenda kufanya nini. So Kibe, thank you. Nenda Moscow alafu tutarudi mai.
So happy swalala la. How do you say it? Happy what?
Wewe tu niambie tu Ijumaa Mubarak na hiyo story ipi hapo.
Ijumaa Mubarak to all the Muslims out there. Have a wonderful Friday. God damn. Friday is always a good day. Friday is always a good day. These Muslims knew something when they put their Friday. They're praying on Friday. We go to the mosque, clean up Nini. Then after that, you guys, Jabba and BJs all night. Okanake. Let's say hi to Josephine. Josephine, how are you? Josephina is missing in action. Better Kenya. And Anthony, if you want to jump in, you can just jump in.
Sure, keep it. You know, one of the things, first of all, good morning to everyone. I fixed my internet yesterday. It was a little bit Josephine. 1 minute, then I finish. I think slowly guys are starting to come to the realization that to succeed in anything, you require planning, you require to put your strength and proper planning and strategy to win. And I think slowly by slowly, people are waking up to this realization that we messed up because we were not well planned. But rather to scare, Josephine, what do you want to say?
Thank you so much, and I want to say good morning to everyone. I want to say, Adro Kibe, how are you? It has been long. You've not been talking to me, but I'm talking to you anyway. I've tried to reach you, your inbox, but you are not following me. I cannot get you. But thank you. I know that now you are going to follow me, and then we shall talk inbox. Thank you so much. Yeah, fellow Kenyans, wherever you are, good morning. And wherever it's afternoon, good afternoon or good evening. Yeah, my name's Josephine Ndinda from Mombasa. Yes, allow me, guys, to say this. From day one, I said something and people thought it was a joke. I said, one, what was happening was spiritual. But I remember a few people saying that, maybe even trying to mock God, trying to say that, let somebody pray for me and I get blind, and then I will believe there is God. Let somebody do this, even if Jesus comes, this will not happen. And I kept on saying, God's glory cannot be shared, and God, no matter what happens, we cannot lower God into the level of man. Now, ask yourselves, we've been thinking that we and people have been chest thumping so much, saying we are the GenZs who did, we are the people who did. Ask yourself, what happened, and how did it happen? All of a sudden, countrywide, everybody came out and supported and said no to the finance bill. And ask yourself now, we are here 24 hours in the space trying to mobilize, and the people are not even coming out, but we have very good ideas here inside here in the space. And eventually I've started hearing people start saying, people now are illiterate in the community. They do not understand. Are you the one who made them understand in the first place? God was doing his work. But we decided to think that we are the ones who are doing it. We decided to feel that even God does not have a place in what is happening in the revolution. And for that reason, now God is trying to show us openly. We have to understand He is a mighty God, and He is the cause of everyone, to understand what is really happening. And it's not by our power or authority or mighty or our education or our qualifications that made the revolution in the first day. He was the God who triggered the mind of everybody. And even others, let me be honest with you, others were just feeling irritable and they had to go out, and not really because it was the power of God. But when we decided to start picking the glory to ourselves and making ourselves feel, yes, we are the people who did it, others have been there, they've done nothing. Now, these are the consequences, my friends. And God is trying to show us, now you are thinking you can do it, just do it. And we could see it. We are seeing it. Yes, we are trying to console ourselves. We are achieving. But I told you, and I will say again, us with our knowledge, with our education, minus God, we can do nothing. We will continue fighting and struggling, giving up day in, day out. I remember giving an example of the Tower of Babel.
Josephine, so when you say,
I remember,
Josephine,
I said that.
Josephine,
you talked to me the other day when I tried to explain about the Tower of Babel. And that's exactly what's happening, because the voices are breaking into pieces. We cannot understand it.
Josephine, what are you doing? Why are you preaching? Stop the preaching, Josephine. Come and give your opinion and let it end there. Stop the preaching. Who are you preaching to? We are not your congregants. Don't come here to preach to us and tell us about God and what God wants. That is in your imagination. Come here and tell us what happened yesterday. Stop telling us what you think God said. Now you're just making us into little punies. So Josephine, stop it. Don't let your imagination run too wild, okay? Because now you're going to go say, I'm crucifying you. You saw how the devil is working in Kibe's spaces. Yeah, he cannot allow the word of God. No, you go open your space and preach, but not here. Here we don't preach, Josephine. Are we together? I every now and then I like, somebody using a verse or something, to amplify your point, but not to sit here and preach to us and tell us about the Tower of Babel. Hey, we're talking about something that happened yesterday. Why can't you just focus on yesterday, Josephine? Just only yesterday, you are taking us to the Tower of Babel 6,000 years ago. God said, no. Unless we appoint God here today, so that God can tell us what next. Ule mse wa Chelsea, able to save kutoka Josephine hapa.
Thank you, Kibe. You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can.
Asante sana. Amen. Josephine with early morning rants and preaching, please just save us. We don't need that right now. The Tower of Babel and the Jethro and all those stuff, please keep it to yourself. But anyway, thank you for this space, Kibe. I know
Should I continue?
many of us are feeling deflated, dejected, discouraged, down, defeated, all the synonyms that can be put with devastation. But I know deep down, even me myself, I'm feeling dejected. But deep down, I have a sense like this is just like a round robin, like Premier League, the way you play. Maybe this time you're playing Man U and it defeats you badly. But then you come to the next half of the season and you are re-energized and you feel like now this is the time you can combat, then you win against them. So it's a fair draw. Right now, I can say Ruto and his cronies have beaten us 1-0 or maybe 2-0, adding the police the way they barricaded the roads leading to the CBD. I felt so bad myself. I stay in Race Course in Ngong Road, so I was going there. I woke up early, but I managed to go at around 7. So I was able to reach this place, what we call Adams. There was a stopover. Then we were told I was in a supermetro. We were told cannot be able to continue. So for me, I saw like walking to town from Adams, it was far. So I had to return back home and watch the proceedings from my home. And I felt like they really had a good, we really had a good thing. We thought we would finish this thing by tomorrow. Nothing can ever happen. A revolution does not get won in a day. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. Even if we remember, even the Mau Mau, when the Mau Mau took so many years from state of emergency to independence, even getting a new constitution took almost 50 years. So no battle or no war. This is just a battle lost, but the war is still on. We continue. We say like yes, we are deflated and I feel defeated honestly. Hata nimeshindwa kukula ile tu, sijui hata nini, kama appetite imepotea, lakini nasema deep down I know we have shook that guy. You see, they continue operating in the same MO that they are used to, like rewarding these tribal kingpins, and they think that Kenya is like that. But I can see the way we were able to revolutionize from the march we had on 25th. That day also I was in town, but I did not manage to enter parliament. But the same way, I feel like that strength in me has been able to come. I feel like now I'm, as of course, as a Imon, we have to get this morning out of our system. Then we'll return back. Now we know where we failed. We need to address issues of how we organize ourselves. And the major part of it, we cannot continue without any funding. You see, as far much as we can try to mobilize, we need to mobilize resources so that we can be able to fight this war. Even Roman Empire, it took so many years before it was defeated, because they had a lot of funds, they had a lot of money, wealth. So it took many years to defeat the Roman Empire. So even for us, these dynasties that these political elite have been able to craft for themselves, it will take quite some time. It might not even happen in 2027. But I know deep down, I'm still a young man. I've just turned 31 years. So I still have future, which I can see deep down. In the years to come, it might even take 10 years, but we'll be able to forge a Kenya that we want. Personally, I'm deflated, but in this, as we chart the next course of action, I can offer my support myself. I'm a fully fledged accountant. I'm a qualified accountant. I can be able to offer pro bono accounting services, anything that can be able to help this movement. And as we continue, we can be able to feel energized and live on the ethos that we really did a good thing. We shook this place. Now it's for us to continue, because the foundation cannot be broken in one day. Wanasemanga hata kuta, usipoziba ufa utajenga kuta. So just a small crack can destroy a whole building. So the crack we have seen and we have managed to put on this regime, it will be able to come forth as we continue pressing on. And thank you, Kibe, for hosting us. Umetutoa from simp. Now I stopped becoming a simp. I've listened to your space for since you opened in March 2022. That's when I created this pseudo account in March 2022 to be able to listen to you freely. So, and I thank you for everything. You have really been a good person, good host, good everything, and continue this spirit. Aluta continua. The battle keeps going. The war keeps going. The battle is lost, but there are many battles to be fought. And vamos, amigos. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
And guys, you know, to join, let's say like you, William, say you're saying you're an accountant. We have a very active Instagram page. If you scroll on top, you'll see I've posted something. Click on it and you can place yourself. It's structured into accounting, IT, in all structures. So you place yourself where you feel your capabilities can be best utilized. Back to you, Kip. And you know, I'm happy that guys are starting to realize that you can never fight. I told people a fool with a plan will beat a genius without one. So guys, pole people are realizing that we lost because we didn't have a plan. You know, Juicy, I was hearing guys saying, guys that come all the way from Kakamega, they're in Nairobi, wanaenda wanauliza Karau, watu wa nane wako wapi? Guys were being arrested. That's the reason 174 people were arrested yesterday. You know, so we lacked coordination, and that should be something we really avoid going forward. Hamza, what do you have to say?
Hello, saseni nyote. Naitwa Hamza, hivyo vile mmesikia. Jana kulikuwa kubaya. Mkweli it was totally bad on our side. Tulijaribu vile tunaelezewa, wenye walitoka. Na kitu yenye watu waelewi ni kitu moja. Wamesema walikuwa wanasema ati maandamano ya jana ndio ilikuwa maandamano ya last. Kitu kama hiyo, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ndio mwanzo. We have just started. Ndio mwanzo wa hii kitu. Hao wenyewe wanasema ati jana ndio ilikuwa last, wanataka kugawanyisha watu, na ita happen hivyo. Tuko kimoja, tunafanya kitu moja mpaka mwisho vile tutafika. Wanajua kwamba GenZ ama GenZs wote wanaweza andamana mpaka 2027. Na ita happen hivyo mpaka mwisho. Jana nilikuwa na boy wangu akashotiwa. Usalishtua kwa mkono 3 times. Niko na yeye. Tumingangana hivyo yote, tukampeleka hapo tukamaliza hivyo direct mpaka Kenyatta. Mpaka saa hii as we are talking, nimetoka kuongea na msanii niambia nimwache, ako sawa, atashughulikiwa. Up to now hizo news hajatolewa kwa mkono. Wakamdanganya itatolewa jioni, mpaka saa hii hajatolewa. Asubuhi kafika, nimemuuliza kumeendaje, akaniambia yeye ndo ameniita. Kumuita hivi akamwambia tena wewe utafanya nini, utafanywa jioni. Na ikifika 5 anasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo itafanyika tena. Guys, to stand as one. Jana tulikuwa tumerusha wengine wako huku, wengine wako huku. I think ndio kitu ja happen tulikuwa tumetaka, na ita happen no matter what. Ita happen. Ni mwanzo wetu na sio mwisho wetu. Mpaka tupate ile kitu tulikuwa tunataka. Tunanyanyaswa na wazee. Aza kuna kitu wanatusaidia. Mtu ni kiongozi kutoka nizaliwe mpaka saa hii. Alafu kesho yako anakuja anakuambia ati kuja ikifika kwa kampeni wanakuambia vijana nyinyi ndio uongozi wa kesho. Tunaongoza nini kesho? Kesho nini iko hapo yenye tunaenda kuongoza, na hakuna mtu yote mwenye ametuachia chance hata kwa hapo hivyo. Wasio huko nje wamesoma. Lakini pepa zimelalishwa huko ndani. Wamelalisha kwa manyumba pepa, wasio wanapitia shida. Ukijaribu kuweka business usema tuacha niweke business inisaidie mahali, bado unanyanyaswa kwa tax. Unarudishwa nyuma. Kila time kama bibi kama uko kwa kijiji, time ni uko kwa kijiji, unaambiwa kila time polisi atapita hapo hivyo akwambie za macho. For example, mimi natengeneza simu. Kila time unapita hapa hivi, madisia watakuja hapa na kukelea umeiba simu fulani zika hapa hivi zimeibwa, unabebwa na simu zote za customer. Wanakuuliza simu zinafanya nini hapa hivi. Unabebwa unapelekwa stage. Ukifika stage utatoka bure. Unatoka na 20k, 10k. Sasa hizo umengangania wazazi wamekutumia nini? Na wazazi wenyewe ndio unafaa kutumia, wewe mwenyewe unafaa kutumia pesa kushago. My friend, hiki kitu ina hurt. Na kama wewe kuumba mwingine unaona hii ni mchezo wa babu wetu wa kufight au kungangana hivi, sisi tukuje tuteseke tena. Tunafaa tungangane. Kama walingangana wakatoa mzungu, mbona umse akuja kutusumbua hapa mpaka saa hii? Tujitoe, tukiamua kufanya kitu tutoke tu wote, lakini isikuwe tunabaki kwa space. Tunaongea hapa tukua wengi, kila time tunaongea hapa tukua wengi, tukuja kwa space tuko wengi, lakini kwa street wengine hamtokei. Nini ina happen mbaya mabro? Mtokei nje. Kama ni kwa hii siku tunatoka na tuamue tunaenda wapi? Tukitoka hapa tunatoka place moja, tunaenda place moja. Kama ni kushika super highway tunashika wote. Hebu niambie mtu atakujaje shoot kama mmeshika na mkono mmeshika super highway hiyo yote? Bangladesh ndawa. Sisi tumeanza mbele yao wanatupita. Guys,
Hamza,
wake up.
Hamza.
Wake up.
Hamza bro.
Yes. Naam.
Kaa tu kwa mic lakini
Naam.
mute kidogo, mute mic yako. Nataka unajua ndio uweze kuwin kitu, nika ukienda kudu exam. Ukienda kudu exam ukiwa na uoga utasahau vitu. So tunafaa tujiulize, umetaja Bangladesh. Bro, unajua Bangladesh walipanga kitu yao for 2 good years. Ni venye wali execute after sisi. But tofauti yetu na Bangladesh ni nini? Na hiyo ndio watu wataki kudiscuss. Nini ilifanya Bangladesh waanze, they start the movement 2 weeks after we started ours and succeed? It's because one kitu moja Hamza. Sisi kwa spaces mse akitoa a divergent opinion, especially GenZs, nyinyi mnaanza kutukana mse. Matusi nafaishe. Tuache kuenda, you can't win with emotions. You win by strategy. Bangladesh walikuwa wameshikana all generations. Wasi wa uni na wale wasi walikuwa nataka, wale wazee walikuwa before. Saib leader wa Bangladesh ni mwenye Grameen Bank, ni mzee fulani Nobel Peace Laureate. Huo mzee alisema sisi watu wazee hatuna nguvu, we don't have the numbers, but you students and young people have the numbers. So ours walikuwa na fight kutoa kitu into a quota system ya employment. So if Hamza, if you guys can agree that people who came before you wasa wameandamana kutoka 10, why don't we learn from each other? Wase waambie njia tukifanya hivi tutakosea. Why don't we work together? We say our enemy is 1, poverty. Our enemy is 2, bad leadership. So how do we work together? Tutumie experience ya wazae na tutumie energy ya wase young. Unaona? So that we form a formidable team. Lakini kama antoki kama kwa space aseme kitu, aseme tunadi kuplan better na tukue na structure. Anto hajasema maandamano ishe. Anto amesema maandamano ifanywe na plan. And I'll give you an example. Nilikuwa kwa space nikaambia wasee, kwa nini tusiform caucus Kakamega, Kisumu, Nairobi, Mombasa? Ndio wasee wale wanatoka Mombasa, Kisumu na wherever, mkifika Nairobi, you have a common place of meeting na kuna msee atawashika hapo awaambia tunaenda hivi. You see, if we planned that way, tungekuwa successful. I want to come back to you Hamza, because when you're msee Gen Z hapa, ebu tell me if what I'm saying makes sense.
Kitu unasema ina make
I lost Hamza.
Oh, I thought it was only me, man. I also lost him, Kibe.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But
Go to Better Kenya then.
Better Kenya, chukua mic.
Is it me again?
No. Better Kenya unaongea? Okay. If you can hear Better Kenya, do raise your hand.
Better Kenya na Hamza, hebu shukeni ndio murudi tena.
Hata wasawa wasikii. Mr. Violence. Mr. Violence, kama unanisikia bonga.
Anthony, have we been hacked or what? Yeah.
I think so, because me, I can hear you, but they can. Okay, Flo Nyaga, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Then
Thanks,
sawa bonga. Okay.
Okay. So, thanks guys for adding us this platform. As always, it's a pleasure to be here. Yesterday, kwa ground, I think for most people it was a disappointment because of what Antoine just said right now. Lack of mpango. Mpango is a very important thing. Planning. Personally, I was injured my leg kidogo, lakini sio sana. And Hamza and your friends, when you mmesema alikuwa injured kwa alipigwa bullet ya mkono, I don't know ama walikuwa wamepewa directives wa shoot watu kwa mkono, because there was a guy tulikuwa na yeye pia alipata bullet ya mkono. I think because of the ile kuwaua watu mingi, there was a lot of noise, so there were directives what shoot at the hand or something, because I know like there was a guy tulikuwa na yeye alishutwa mkono pia. Maybe saa huyo mwenye nimesikia pia Hamza akisema, and maybe other guys that we don't even know about, we don't know about. It was for me, I would say it was a battle lost, but we haven't lost the war. In every war, we lazima we will have to lose some battles and win a few battles. Moving forward, me, I'm most interested in moving forward, because going to the streets every time, war in all fronts, in maandamano, in planning, in strategic, in placing people who have leadership skills in places where they can be the most strongest and push this country forward. For me, I support the moving forward. If kama ni maandamano we are planning, let's plan. Let's go to the ground. Saizi Ruto anapanda ndege anaenda ku launch tanki ya maji. And the helicopter yenyewe tanki ya mafuta it's more costly than the tank that he's going to launch. That is bullshit. Hiyo ni kubeba watu ujinga. So akienda Kakamega, akienda Kisumu, akienda na huko hivyo Embu ku launch vitu zenye na launch, let us also have our own grouping that we can also go kwa ground and educate people on civil education, on political education, what to do and what to do and what not to do. So that zenye anapanga nini watu wake na huku hivi, na sisi tunapanga watu wetu na huku hivi. Let us form one structure. Let us, saizi watu wameanza kuwa divided because kuna watu wanataka kuendelea na maandamano, kuna watu wamechoka na maandamano kuendelea na maandamano, kuna watu wamechoka na maandamano tutashinda. We will win this war because we have the numbers. That is the only thing you need to win, the numbers. We have the numbers. Mimi, I'm rallying for tukue united. Let's all come together. Let's stop pointing fingers at ule ni kama alinunuliwa na gava, ule ni kama. Let's all come together, sit down, form a structure. Moving forward, we cannot always be going at we are leaderless. Leaderless is good, but also we don't even need leaders. We need structure. We need representatives. Kama ni coast, tutafute representative wa coast. Kama ni Kisumu, let's look for a group of people who can. So it is from these mobilizations, this leadershipness going to that future leaders are going to emerge. I keep saying that because if every time you come to space we don't know each other personally. Mtu anaweza kuja ainue mkono juu mimi naweza kuwa kiongozi, you don't know me. Hapa kuna mtu mwenye ananijua personally, you don't know my values. The biggest mistake we are going to do is time ya ballot ikikuja, and because that is where the decisions are made. The decisions are not made kwa streets and placards saying Ruto must go. The decisions are made kwa ballots. That is where the real change will happen. When that time comes and we have not been able to establish who a leader is, then we are going to elect the same bad leaders that we are trying to get out of the seats right now. We need leaders who can change the system. System haiwezi change. System inachangeago na watu ambao wako na vision, a vision for the future. You cannot bring mtu amezoea tu mimi naweza, because opportunists will come out from this movement and take off if we don't take over our movement right now and shape it the way it's supposed to be shaped. So for me venye naweza sema, let us regroup, tukae chini tuseme, let's form, kama ni we are going to form groups from every different regions, tuseme region ya Coast na Kisumu na nini, kuna watu kama hawa, we can now be able to go rally there, teach people civil education, and then it's from this civil education that you see people coming out from their villages, helping these now regional groups that we have formed, being able to educate these people, because these people are from that area. Hao ndio wataendeleza hiyo gospel ya a better country, and it is these leaders that hizi siku ya ballot ikifika, those are the people who will be more active, but wenye takuwa wakienda kwa ground vizuri kupeana the gospel that we are preaching, those are the people we will give the ballot. Sio one time, sio 5 minutes to nini, 5 minutes to elections, tokelezea nasema I want to be your MP, I want to be your governor. Tunaanza leo. We start now when the movement is at its peak, when we are hottest, when we are most angry. Let's start now organizing ourselves. Hii kushindana kwa barabara ni mzuri. O kama tuna organize, kama tuna reject your finance bill, we have the numbers. Let's have a formation where we can, mtu moja, when tukisema ni finance bill, kila mtu atokelezee. Tukisema ni JKIA, kila mtu si wengine wanaenda JKIA, wengine wanaenda TAO, wengine watawafiki. When we have one planning board and we learn their strength, we take all those things into account, we take them, we turn them into fuel that is going to fuel us moving forward. And let's stop pointing fingers at each other. At the end of the day, see what if put in one room, we have one agenda. Easy vitu zingine, those are leaderless. We all want one thing. Let us speak in one voice and all come together, all of us, and unite. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Flo. You know, guys, what Flo is saying. Imagine if you did a mandamano, but instead of calling it mandamano, you call it a roadshow. Just think about it. You know, at the end of the day, what you want to pass is a message. That's 2 cents. The Captain Kimari, Sema bana. Captain Kimtai.
Hello, good morning. So,
Good morning, Captain.
this is Captain Chemonges. It's the second time I'm speaking on this platform, and thank you for it. The last time I was here, we had a different plan, but everybody was emotional on wanting to do one thing and the other. But then we've realized that, to be honest, I think it may hit the wall. And now it's time for us to rethink. So my thinking is this: the first step is for us to just develop leadership, because yesterday and some days Peter has shown us that we cannot go anywhere without a single plan. So we should have leadership, number one. Let's find somebody that cannot be compromised, because we have enough numbers. I don't see how somebody can drop this much numbers and go for some smaller position that he'll be given when this large number can drive him or him to presidency, so that he can further our wants. So I'll say that we develop leadership. That is one. And then number two, probably let's give these experienced guys to lead us. I would suggest the likes of, I don't like Miguna, by the way, but I'll suggest the likes of Miguna, Madhakarua, because I see that our generation, that is my generation, the Gen Z, we are busy competing with each other, and the reason why we didn't want to be leadership, we say we are leaderless, it's because we couldn't settle on one person. All of us, we knew that we were so many, we were like 5 million of us, and so you see your chances of getting there is so small. So you said, instead of somebody else being there, let us not all have it. So that was selfish, first of all, because if we had a structure of how we were going, we would be there. and I know many of you have not read about the Bangladeshi one, but it was structured. The student leaders or students who are leading it, student leaders who are leading the demonstration, and many other successful revolutions have had leaders. The French Revolution, the Romanian Revolution, etc., have had leaders. It's only that some of them didn't have and were successful as well. So it's time for us to put the emotions aside, then now ask ourselves what did we do wrong? Because okay, I don't want to say that the leaderless stuff has not worked. It has served its purpose well. It has changed the structures and dimension of politics. Now at least people fear us. But if we do not have a structure, we will go back to tribes. Believe me, when hizi vitu zote zikisettle, unajua Ruto ni ule msemo mwenye unafaa ungepiga is our enemy, unapiga mpaka unaua. But the moment umeachilia your enemy, ati sasa amepata a chance to stand. Did you see what happens when Uhuru and Raila walifinya hasla, mwishowe wakamwachilia. The guy alitoka from nowhere and he is now the president. So the moment this guy tumemwachilia, he is a very crafty person. From 97 to today has never lost anything. Do not be surprised if he wins it in 2027 if we do not have a clear structure of consolidating our numbers. The reason I'm saying that it's because soon enough, now that everything is settling down, we'll realize that we are broke, we don't have food, so now we have to go back to work. When we have to go back to work and we are broke, it is easy for somebody to bribe us, and then we forget every sins that he has done to us. So let's have leaders and let's stop being emotional, and let's not abuse older people as if they have not been here. Did you know that the reason why we are speaking today and we are not like Uganda, we are not like Rwanda? Rwanda, by the way, has one of the greatest dictator in Africa. It's because these older people we call we and abuse fought for it at a point in 91, in 2002. They fought for it. So now we can actually speak and call them idealist, like they know nothing. And then we should stop the idea of believing that every single old person is let's call it corrupt, and that every Gen Z is not corrupt. Did you know that most of us are just corrupt?
I lost you, man.
You lost me.
No, you're back. You're back. Finish.
Okay. Sorry. Like I said, we need to have a structure, and let's back one person. You say that this is our person, he'll further our agenda, because I see we have analysis, correct analysis. We are learned. So let's make a correct analysis, a tribeless analysis, then say that this is the person we have. We shall consolidate our numbers and back him because he'll further our agenda. Otherwise, we can never have we want to further a political agenda without having somebody to represent us. Then after we win, Ruto is out. So when will we have time to come and sit down and discuss and realize that this is the right person for us? So I think we should have a right person first, then he guides us with a step. We know this is what we want to achieve by this time. He guides us. This is the next step. This is where we go next. This is where we go next. At the end of it, we will find out that we've won and we've achieved our objective. That's all I have to submit. Thank you.
Interesting. Let me bring some Kibi 7. What do you have on your mic?
Thanks for the space. Me, I had like 3 things to say. The Kwanzaa I'll talk about is the leadership. I think that's where we are going like so wrong about it, because we need someone who can say this so that other people can follow. Talking about venye Anthony alikuwa amesema, like we work also with the older people. I think that's
Is it
something
only
that
me
we
who
can
lost
do.
you? Captain, can you hear
Hello?
him?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear him. I think you're the only one
Okay.
who lost it.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was talking about leadership and working with the old people. I think like we can focus even on including even someone like Madakarua, because I can see like she's more interested in like bettering this country. I think we can work with her. If she says something that we disagree, we tell her we disagree, you know? And the next thing is the direction. I can say like if you want to choose the leadership, we can choose a place like, because according to us as the young people, we like to go into these concerts and stuff like that. I think we can do something like that to include more people to come and choose, and because it works more of social media wise, we can choose someone from in the concerts and things like that, as everybody to know this person will not be representing us. The next thing we'll go to the these people, I don't know even how I will say it. I'll talk about the public figures, the people from Instagram, these people with too much followers and stuff. These people are right now, they are so quiet. The time for the finance bill, they talked, yes, but all of them, they went quiet after. I can see others, they are mimicking this, Joho, he's been chosen now, he's going to do this and this, but it's like, they just went quiet. You can't hear them. It's okay, it's their freedom, but they have a voice. Unless they're choosing not to talk about it, it's okay. But I feel like they can do they have a voice to tell us this and this, so that everybody who's like following, they can see, everybody's doing this and this. The other thing, when we say Ruto must go, I think the only thing that to making sense is constitutionally, we have to follow the constitution. As much as we want change, we must follow the constitution. So if we want him out, let's follow the constitution. Iko na maandamano, it's okay, but what's the right way to remove him? So that's all I had.
I want us to focus more on. Okay, let's put it this way. So you guys are talking about needing leadership. Where is that leadership coming from? So which pool are you choosing that leadership from? So we must be clear, so that we just don't start saying, "Oh, let's bring Martha Karua, let's bring this person." We better have like an. I don't know what you guys are getting what I'm saying. We cannot just be emotional about it. It has to make sense to us on the level that we are in. So it's not about desperation or just picking somebody because they're there. Because again, remember, these people are the same. So if you do want a change, then you have to be that change that you want. But the change is not coming from the people who have been there. No, they don't know how to change. How are they changing? This is the best they have. This is the best they are. Hasa kwambia mtu kaa Joho a change akue nini ama akue nani. He's at his best. So when you think that you can expect somebody to go in there and become good, it doesn't make sense. No, in fact, so now when you start thinking, and this is why Gen Z, you guys need to be a lot tougher. Don't just give up so quickly. You guys are the ones with the ideas now. Don't cave in to the old way of doing things. You're still the guys with the ideas. These people, when you give them that leadership, they're going to take you back down to where they're already there. You guys, if Martha Karua is left in the cold long enough, she's going to be called in. You'll see. These guys have open door policy, bro. So I don't want you to fall into that trap of getting desperate and then now just latching out for anyone. Like you yourself cannot handle your business. We is grown folk here, my guy. I want us to choose from the people who are here, who have been in the struggle. These are the people who are going to take us from Misri into Canaan. We're not going to hire mercenaries. No, it doesn't make sense. We have to learn to do this shit ourselves. Whatever it is that we are doing, we have to learn how to do it as we do it. Until we get it right. We make our mistakes until we get it right. Because you go down that road, you get somebody who's that experienced, then all we become is yes men. Just think about it. All we become is yes men, because the experienced person is the one who's coming to tell you what to do. Na hiyo ata hii movement. Hii movement inafai grow pole pole vile tunaigrow saa hii. With the struggles, even to find that those resources, it needs to grow organically like that. Don't give in and don't give up so quickly to a point where now you are. Do not even talk about Okia Omtata. No, Okia Omtata is getting a salo from the government. So the people who have nothing to lose are the only ones who can play this game. That's why you talked about the social media, what do they call, socialites. They can't say anything. They can't go against the government, because if you go against the government just switches off the tap. Because that's what they depend on. They depend on the Gava, because you've seen many of them. They are in bed with the government. So what are they really going to say? At the time when they were pushing this agenda, they were pushing the agenda because their social media following was threatened. But not so the following is the business. So the following, this guy he walks into a company and says, I have this much following. What do you want to sell? We sell to them. So when the following was threatened, he was like, okay, now I have to appease the following so that I can continue having the business. So when that is done, then why would I continue selling your agenda? Your agenda doesn't fit with me. We are back on the other side now. Sasa ndio tunaona wameanza kujitoa kichwa sasa ku create content and now making these parody videos and everything. So whoever it is you're looking to does not exist. I want all of you to put that in your heads. That person you think that exists, we need from where? Where are they coming from? Is it God ordained? Where are these people coming from? You don't have a big pool of people to choose from. Don't get it twisted. Flo Nyaga, you wanted to say something?
Kibe, okay, I wanted to say in a reference to what you've just said right now, we cannot teach old dogs new tricks. If we are going to need to move forward, we are going to have to look for a way to find leadership amongst ourselves. Personally, I have an idea. I can maybe say something, and we can see if maybe people will how they will respond to that. If it's a good idea, if it's flawed idea. From when this movement started, tumeona watu coming up, helping, selling the idea of new governance and all that stuff. Akina Casmoel, maybe someone like even Hanifa, who was in charge of taking care of the sick people, the fallen soldiers also. Why don't we, someone like you who is influential, Kiba, why don't you guys organize a sit down with all those people who have been involved in this movement, Akina Kimuzi, all those people, Kina Bonfas. Why don't you guys organize a sit down, Mini Wote, and then invite Sasa Sisi, people who now are looking for a way forward, people who are Sasa the 190, the GenZs and the millennials, and the generations who want to listen to how to move forward, and to Kaiti, we discuss, even if it will take a whole day. We hear opinions from every side. and then it is from maybe this sit down, then we can come up with a way forward. After we have agreed now on we have agreed on one thing. I think that will go a long way, but let's have voices from. Let's hear voices from everyone, because if we say we were going to organize a sit down with the people who are in this group ya Kibe right now, we have to be able to tutafungia wale watu wenye wanafuata Caswell and maybe they have something else to add, wale watu wenye wana following ingine akina Kimuzi akina whoever, if it's possible, if you are in a position to bring these people together, why wouldn't you do that? And maybe it's from there, because me, I know very well people are wondering sasa what next. Me, I've been hearing this from all my friends. Sasa mnataka hadi sasa watu wakutokea mnataka.
But Flo,
Yes.
you know, we've been trying to do that.
Uh-huh.
The unfortunate thing is, when we started saying that we need a structure, the first thing we were labeled, me and Kibe, is that we've been paid by government.
Okay.
Okay? Just because we are asking, can we try and achieve the same goal, but in a different way? Okay?
Yes.
So we are trying, we are still open. We are still open to that idea.
Okay.
If we stop the fights in between us, we shall achieve this thing. And let me tell you guys, people, you mute your mic kidogo, Flo, because I can hear your baby. Guys are behind us. Unaona huku mashinani, guys are behind this thing. If we raised 30 million in one day, in one space, if we wanted to go all the way to mashinani, so long we are speaking in one voice,
Anto umepotea. Andrew? Hello?
Flow, sema.
Ni kama Anto amepotea. Yeah. There was a time we were talking with Anto in another space saying that there was that idea had been raised of bringing people together to speak in one voice. Okay, because some people maybe have been coming up in different spaces, wanapata following, and then they think, oh, I want to gang up with the other guys because I will look inferior. Let's put our pride aside, guys, and I believe a journey starts with a step, and it only takes one person to move forward and say, let's go in this direction. Afu huyo mtu atapata following. Hata mimi nikianzia space yangu kesho ama I open a program or something, nitaanza na mtu mmoja, watu wawili, by the end of the year watakuwa watu 100, in the next 2 years maybe there will be 10,000 or something. Let's not be afraid to let our voices be heard, because these are the voices that zimegojewa uko nje na watu ndio wapate so that they can get the hope they're looking for. So me, I really strong, especially let's strike when the iron is hot. Right now, when Nane did not bring the results that we were expecting, it's time for us to fall back and come up with a new strategy. Because saizi akusijaona mtu yote akiongea social media akisema tupange tufanye hivi, let's do this. Right now everyone is quiet. They're thinking about it. Let's come up with sisi wenyewe ndio tutajipanga, tusigojea kupangwa na mtu mwingine. Tukigojea kupangwa na mtu mwingine watatupanga na design yenye wao wanataka kutupanga nayo. Tujipange venye sisi tunataka move forward. So me Andrew, I really support you guys what you're saying. Let's form a structure and let's do it. Hata kama tutaanza na watu 10, Andrew, to form structure. If you're going to go to the streets and say we want structure, if you're going to kuenda each county, we want structure. Because even I have some friends of mine wa majuu wananiuliza, sasa tunataka kutuma pesa, tunatumia pesa nani? We want to support you guys. Is there like a political party you guys are planning and nini? Because we'll support you. People are willing. I know that firsthand, because all my friends 31 people who I asked when now maandamano walisema mimi siendi lakini naweza kutumia kakitu. That is one thing they said. Me, I can support financially and social media, but I don't think I don't really cost right now. Na watu walitokea siku ya nini ile maandamano ya finance bill. So it's because hakuna structure. So I think, guys, let's do this thing. You can try again and call these people together na wakikataa wasiseme hawakuitwa. Kama ni 10 wataitikia, tuende na hiyo flow ya watu 10. Kama ni watu 5 wataitikia, tuende na flow ya watu 5, because there will always be a backlash. Even if you, hata kama you're the most loved person in the whole world, hautaikosa ma haters. And as we go on, when people start realizing that this is a true cause, we are not deflecting from the main cause, atujarundiwa na gava, then they will start following us kidogo kwa kidogo, because we cannot expect to go tuingie all of us together. Obviously kuna watu wenye ni die hard, ma haters tu wakosangi. So we have to do something. We cannot keep every day kwa space saying let's do this. If you are doing this, let's start doing it today. Kama tumeamua hivyo ndio njia, tupange kesho tukutane place fulani tukae chini tuongee, ama let me call them, let me DM them right now. Let's do something, guys. Me, I'm tired of me naingia space after space looking for a way forward, and I'm tired. So guys, let's do something bana. Hii nchi yetu itakuliwa yote hii. Tutauzwa hadi sisi. Tuende tukue slaves tena. Thanks guys.
Anyway, Flo, I hear you, man. But let me
Anthony, what's going on with your internet?
I don't know. I actually paid for it today, so I'm fully loaded. I don't know, man. Maybe it's DCI.
Okay, so why don't you take DCI? Hey, DCI is everywhere now. Why don't you? So Flo, I want you to know that we are more advanced than you think we are. We are very advanced in our thinking, and we saw this day coming, Flo. Okay, so
yes.
So we did get organized, and we are a very organized group of people. We are working on something, and I would want
to put your group of people, because me, I also have a bucket of ideas. You won't believe it. Yeah.
Good. Kwanza, we need someone who can do fundraising. Are you good in fundraising?
Yeah, I will do that. Hiyo kwanza naweza fanyia proper.
Very good. Anthony.
Yeah. Me and Flo are already talking. She DM'd me and I got back to her. Then I'll keep you posted, Kibe. There was another guy also who has DM'd me. I'm still waiting for him to come back to me.
All right. So every day we do reports, and we report to each other, and we say this is what we've done so far. This is the achievements that we've made. This is the plan that we are. So we are working. If you want to be part of this group, join us. It's a beautiful group, or a wonderful group of people. I think we have another maybe 3 slots left for the committee, but for the Telegram group, it's still 100% open. So in Telegram, you can say, what can you do? You can volunteer to be anything. If you're a designer, if you want now to do like fundraising, like Flo will do for us, jump in there and do it. Because for us, we're a coalition of the willing. A coalition of the willing. We have one thing in our minds, is to make our country better. We want our country to look good, to be good. We want us to focus on how we can transform this country from what it is that has been. I now sound like Kamala Harris. Yeah? Amelia. So we all have the same intentions. So we are a coalition of the willing. So whoever it is you are, bro, we're not even going to do a lot of vetting. Even if you're DCI, just come in, as long as you're offering us the service that you have said you're going to offer. Even if you're a donkey, you just come. We shall find a place for your donkeyness. Mr. Violence, what's up?
Hello everyone, mnanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea.
Thank you. So I'll reiterate what people have been saying. It's all about the structure. And those who are in the initial spaces, like Kimuzi, what's the guy, Otero? All they were telling people who had a different opinion was F you very much. It was too emotional. There was nothing. There was no guidance of any kind. Therefore, if we go by his ethos, whether you want it or not, there is need of a structure, because that will give you guidance. True. There is currently, as you have seen, the legacy media has been gagged. And the reason is very simple. Wale watu wote wa mashinani, they are not on Twitter. That's how they consume their content. So there has to be a way, you must make ways to reach them. If it's not through Twitter, just find another way, because you cannot tell me now we'll start paying adverts in Citizen and KBC. It will not make sense. So there has to be a way to go around that obstacle. So that's why you are seeing a lot of gagging of this. They are not airing these things currently. Finally, for me...
Wait. Let's talk about gagging of the media.
Yes.
I don't think that's our fight to fight. It's not our fight.
It's not our fight, but it's affecting us. What the government airs.
Hold up. Let's have a conversation, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's not our fight because we don't watch TV. We don't listen to radio. So why are we going back to the old way of doing things?
That's true. But where are the masses? Because you need numbers.
No, but these people who came to town, they came to town through the internet. They didn't come to town through TV and radio. There were no advertisements on TV or radio or pronouncements. There was no even a press conference for people to go to town. No, there was none of that.
I agree. And that's what I'm saying. We need a way to because now currently the main way to get things out.
You're still stuck. You're still stuck in your point. I'm telling you, forget about anybody who does not have access to the internet. That is not your target market. Unless these people are your family members or in your village, you can influence them. You get what I'm saying? Yes. Because that's where the power is. The power is not in ground being on the ground mobilizing. The government has that power.
That's what I'm advocating for. I'm saying because now you have discovered or you have noticed that there is a gagging of some sort. Let's find a way of getting this message across. For example, you want people to understand.
No, you're not getting my point, bro. You're losing my point. I'm telling you, the people you want to talk to are all on social media. Okay?
Okay.
So anybody who's not on social media is not your target market. They belong to the government and to the politicians. So you imagine you trying to convince your grandma about something. She was not going to listen to you. She'll agree with you so that you can shut the fuck up.
Okay.
But how she's listening to the church, she's listening to the chief, she's listening to the women's groups, she's listening to all the chamas they have there, she's listening to the politicians when they come. She's not listening to you. You are like number 6 or 7 on the list. So when you take a huge resource, you take a huge resource and you go on the ground, then who are you going to talk to on the ground? But if you're on the internet, you see like now what we're doing right now. We have 450 people here. 450 people listening, wherever they are around the world. That's already a movement. When Akina Kimuzi were running their spaces when this thing was hot, there's a time they even go to 100,000.
That's true.
Yeah, so are you ever going to get 100,000 anywhere, or even in like Uhuru Park?
I don't think so.
It would need millions of shillings to mobilize, probably in the hundreds of millions.
Okay, sawa, that's true.
So unaelewa palina kupeleka?
Naelewa.
So watu wako kwa internet wanaweza amplify. One person on the internet can be 100,000 people. So that's all you need, the internet. That's where this movement lost its legitimacy by going to the ground. But on the internet, this movement is unbowed. The government can't do anything on the internet, can't they?
They could shut off the internet.
Then now at least there's a real fight. But now there's a real fight. If they shut off the internet, now there's a reason to fight, even physically.
We have very many reasons to fight.
Oh no, but they're not triggers. They're not triggers.
Now, for those who have been following somebody like Paulo, I don't know your opinion about him, but the issues has been raising about our resources, which many of us who did GenZ, all you remember is we do philosopher mining. No one knew we had gold and all these precious minerals. You sit down, you ask yourself, why do we have so many conservancies? What is a conservancy? Who decides to take a community?
So no, bro, you're getting lost. Don't get lost.
I'm just trying triggers, the triggers people need.
There are no, it's not a big enough trigger because people don't understand what he's talking about. Okay?
That's why now
the triggers are very small. Oh, hold up. In fact, just mute your mic for a second. There's a lot of feedback on that side. Triggers are very small things. Triggers are not big things. Triggers is like a kanjo beating up a hawker. When you tell people about philosopher mining, your grandma can't pronounce philosopher. Atake, for who? So she's not understanding. It's not a trigger. So even this Gen Z, when you tell them about philosopher mining, it is still too far away from them for that to be a trigger. If this guy was to shut off the internet, that is a real trigger. Bro, in Nairobi University, you know what a trigger was? The lights disappearing. Nairobi University, stima zipote. That's a trigger enough for these guys to burn down Nairobi. Amala, food is delayed. Triggers are not big deals, bro. So what Paul Okimani is doing is good, and he should continue doing that. That's just one way of doing things. But it's not a trigger. But everybody should do what they're doing until we get to that trigger. But you push until somebody breaks. And I don't want this movement to break, because now this is the time when everybody is now shedding off that pride they had, all that arrogance that they had. Because you can see from their tweets, that deflated spirit is good, because now you come back to arm. It's a reality check. So it's good so that we can now work with you. It's like now, yeah, you've been brought down from Cloud9, now you're here with us. So it is easy to work with you because you're a broken individual. When all you do is win, bro, we can't work with you.
That's true.
So now these guys and the Kimuzis and the Polokimanis and all this, because these guys resisted us. We tried to walk in there, they said, no, this is our movement. So we became spectators to the movement. We tried getting in, they said no. So now we've created something else for ourselves. But now we are inviting them to come to this side, because we still see a potential for people to continue working together. Because these guys have not gotten into Gava. Hata wameoshwa.
Exactly, and that's the reason for the structure. The reason why you have seen ODM, they were just playing around like a coach. There was a vacuum. There's no structure on this side. They brought themselves in, and that's how they have gotten those things. If we had a structure from the beginning, it would be our people who we wanted in there or more. So we can't run away from that aspect. So the narrative of leaderless can't go on. We have to embrace and come to the reality. So even if I was in town yesterday for like 3 hours, but whether people feel deflated, it's also good so that they understand. When somebody tries to be reasonable, you will also listen, because at the beginning you could not have a contrary opinion. You do this, Matusi they ban you, they even try to take you down, all because of having a contrary opinion or trying to bring another side of the argument. So another issue will be the goons. Now the problem you're having is, for example, you look at Kitengela and around Gezorai there and Thika Road. These people who claim they are coming to protest put up unnecessary roadblocks and then start, forcing people to pay the money. This for the locals, the normal guys, that's what they're associating this thing with. So they support that's winning. But if you talk to some police officers, if you have friends, some are in support. They just can't come and tell you exactly openly. Very many older people, X and above, are in support. But there is a need for direction. There is need for leadership and a structure that makes sense. Also, the plans of the leadership cannot be on space. When the government is planning to come and global you, it is not doing it on the X space. They are doing them in very secret places. So that needs to happen from this side. They can't be seen. You cannot be displaying all your cards all the time. As you have seen, that has worked against. I think this is the 4th or 5th time. So they're able to counter you. So I think that's my submission. And thank you.
I've been listening to what Mr. Violence has been saying. Most people need to realize that the power of this movement is entirely on space. We are fish and space is our water. This is the only place government does not know how to exist in. It's still trying to figure it out. But lucky for us, we figured it out. So let's think of how do we make this spaces bigger and better.
Dominic. James Muriuki, are you still here? Oh,
Yes,
okay. Let's go fast.
yeah, what's up?
Dominic, hold up, James. Go ahead, Dominic. Or is it Dominic?
Okay. Yes, first of all, I want to appreciate you and for opening the platform. It's amazing. We have been here since the start of the game. I know that we are almost there, though there's appointments yesterday during the protest. I want to raise my issue on Gen Z. Most of Gen Z, they are online. They were requesting that they'll be there. They'll be at Nairobi CBD for protesting, but unfortunately, I can see most of them. They remain backdoors, like they leave the majority teams to be there, but most of them cannot turn up. So that's one of the problems I've realized to have encountered yesterday during the protest. And again, I'm requesting that everybody, now that we are fighting for our own rights, we should fully be there. Don't let any other person maybe deflect your ideas or rather make you feel like you are not. We're here to live whole and we're here to fight for our own rights. Yeah, that's all.
Interesting. James, you can say something, man.
Yo, sijui niseme nimewamiss habari zenyu. It's interesting what happened jana. That was very good. So I think it will make people start realizing what we are saying is actually how things should go. So let's keep joining the group and keep getting active. So far so good. Naona membership increase by the day. Even volunteers are increasing by the day. So let's keep the fire going.
Good. James, congrats, by the way. Now, World of Investigation, what do you have?
Okay. It's a good day to be alive. So today my submission will be very fast, and I want to say this: since we cannot eventually get to the president, hatuwezi siwezi amuka nikiwa hapa ati niende nifikie president state house. Now everyone who is here, you have to look at the closest person you can get to in power. Anyone to say me like me, I can get close to the MCA. Kama ni kumchafuria jina, kama ni ule mse, yani we have to start with the smallest vessels of Ruto. Unajua Ruto serikali yake imeundwa na watu wengi, our CS, MP. Now you have to let your target ikue ule mtu ako karibu na wewe. Ukianza kufinya huyo ukianza kufinya MCA wako, ukiweza kufinya MP wako directly, itafikia huyo kiongozi mwenye ako pale juu. Tuanze kukata au tumizizi tudogo, ama tuanze kuvunja ile matawi tunaweza vunja ili hiyo mti ianguke, because if you want to fall a baobab, ukitaka kuangusha ile mti kubwa baobab, I swear if you try, ukianza kukatakata uto to branches tudogo, kata, ama ukiweza kuenda kukata tule tu roots tudogo, kata, and finally you will find the system itaanguka. And for every listener yoyote yako hapa, I want to assure you, we have been having so many spaces, and to be honest, you have to associate yourself with a space which has a structure. This is the only space yenye nilianza kusikia iko na structure from kitambo, and for water to get to the ocean, from Mount Kenya, from huko, from Abandea, uto to tributaries to Dogo, those small tributaries inafika hadi kwa ocean, and we still have time. That is the advantage that we have. Hii kitu ambayo ilitokea actually ilitokea the most perfect time. We have 3 years. 3 years to change the system. We have the time. So let us keep on engaging every day in out. Let's get tired. Let's not get tired. So nimeshukuru sana Kibe, co-host, and everyone who is here. I'm done.
Wazi. Let's hear from a lady. Lillian, say something.
Hi. Okay, all I'm asking, why can't we able to look consistent? One, if you are talking about showing up on this, if you are talking about mandamanos, we should be able to show up in numbers because there's security in numbers. Personally, I was there yesterday and I was disappointed. Being targeted by the police is so easy because most of the time you are alone or you have 2-3 people, which really discouraged people. And when you're talking about communication, it's the social media is working. We don't need even to go further. We get the communication. Is it that we are failing, or is it what is the point of us doing all these things? Sometimes you have to learn the enemy. We should not underestimate our enemy. What I'm saying is that we can try to do daily surprise attacks, because you see, yesterday when people are blocking the roads, the policemen and the goons, you see guys were discouraged, especially people. I talked to some guys from Mombasa Road, they are also blocked. Yesterday on my route, we were blocked. They are coming, the police were getting into the cars, checking on guys who are coming in town, and they're threatening guys. So if you're talking about at guys us getting our point of winning this war, why can't we do it daily? Because we can do economic shutdown without bloodshed by doing daily protests, blocking major roads. The police are the ones who are blocking the roads. Yeah, because it will be so wasting of our time and energy to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. I'm asking, what is the point of all this? Why can't we try that? And the way I even studied Raila, used to see he's coming to Jacaranda. Later you find him in Pipeline. You can do surprise stuff. Even if you're coming to town, they know usually come to Archives and Nation Center. Maybe next time Tokia, I&M or something. Otherwise, we should just wait until 2027, or we continue, because now we are looking so irrelevant, defeated. To be honest, me also discouraged, especially when I saw some guys are saying that we show up, but people are giving updates from their bedrooms. Me, I'm on the street eating tear gas. When I try to go online to see what's up, people in their houses giving us and what is sad, these people are always reminding us every day, nane the past 2 weeks, and then on that day no one shows up. I mean, I was so discouraged. Let's just speak the truth. Why can't we do it daily? Hata kama tutaki kubwaga damu, let the police block the roads the way they were doing yesterday. Let them block the roads, and then when you touch their money is when they will listen. These talks, me, I'm talking like this because I've never missed any protests. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if we continue like this, there will be abductions, people will be killed, people will be kidnapped. Anybody who talks about these things, because with this government, they're so ruthless. And when you start this thing and you stop right now, Kware, it will be nothing. So that's what I was just suggesting. We do it daily, shut down, If you do touch the money for 5 days, Ruto will listen to you, and then we get our objective. Otherwise, we just have to wait and we continue suffering, because I don't understand what people are asking. Why are you people protesting? Why are you people complaining? And yet the problems are still the same. Our CS are politicians. The president doesn't give a damn about us. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
You can speak.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Flo, for trying to moderate. Okay. Go ahead, Fedush. Let's start with Fedush, who is ready. Is it Fedush or Fedash?
Either. Hello, comrades. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Can someone confirm to me if I'm audible?
Bro, you're good. Go ahead, man.
Thanks. Comrades, first of all, I want to thank you so much for what we are doing right now to the nation, because this war is already won. Why am I saying this? Because anything that right now this generation is talking or putting forward is being heard. We are being listened by this bad regime. Yesterday, I don't want to say that yesterday was a fail, but what I can say is that we brought the message home. The kind of security that was beefed up in the city, actually, it showed who the boss is, and the boss is us. Even though we didn't present ourselves, all of us, to the street, but what I can tell us is that our message is already heard. The regime is already afraid of us. No matter no matter how many comrades are presenting themselves in the street. But let me tell you, Cruz, you have spoken loudly, and this regime is afraid of you. So another thing that I want to say is that we keep on pushing. The journey that we have started, it's a marathon. I don't mind waiting for another 10 days or 1 year for this so-called regime to fail. I don't mind, and we are going to make them fail because what they have been doing to us, actually, wamekuwa wakitu suppress economically, wamekuwa wakitu avoid, wamekuwa wakitufanya tuonekane kwamba sisi hatufai, but of Kenya. And that's why you're seeing that the ma press from every quarters wanakuja ku stream live what we are doing, even if we are 3 or 2. And of course, they're streaming live what the so-called policemen are doing. And to the policemen, one day you will see the wrath. You'll see the wrath of GenZs. Right now, you're trying to scare us, but you're going to see what the GenZs are being made of. In fact, you are sharpening us. Tomorrow we will know what to do, or the day after tomorrow. So that's all I can say. Thanks so much, host Andrew. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Fedush. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think it's over. Thomas, what's up?
Good afternoon, Mr. Andrew.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Hello, are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I'm saying that yesterday's thing, we tried so much, but when I came back to the X space, I saw people were so many there, but most of you didn't come to the ground. So I am saying that if next time we are going to do the same, we might go nowhere. So we need that once the protest has been announced, as much as we are in this X space, we need to join the rest, on that side.
No. Thomas, come on. Let's
Yes.
not be pretentious. Let's not be pretentious, okay?
Pardon, I'm listening.
Because everybody was on the streets June 25th, right?
Yes, but a big number.
Everybody was on the streets June 25th. So it's not that people don't want to come, it's just that there's no plan.
Yeah, we need to plan this area, actually
hold up. So you came here saying we were not on the streets. We're telling you there was no plan. So when there was a plan, on June 25th, we all came to the streets. So that is why we are sitting here to create a new plan for the next movement. If there'll be a next one, or if there'll be a next time, or for anything.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, so these other demonstrations, people have not been going. Why? Because people don't see the plan, and then we don't know who's calling this. Because we don't know who's come up with these ideas. These ideas should come from a central location, but now the idea just pops up on the internet, and then it's being pushed, and we're like, hey, what's going on here? Whose idea was this? To what end are we going to the street for?
Actually, I get you 100%. So we need to have people who are controlling the X space or on end social media platforms, such that we will be knowing where the message is coming from. Now, when we are being told that we want to be on the streets, it has to be all of us need to be there. That's when we can be successful. But if we get messages from various places, then guys, we are going to fail. So we need centered views from a particular place. So that's what I can say briefly on that.
Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that. The general, what are you running here to say? The general.
Yes, can you hear me?
You sound like you're talking to somebody. Karibia mic, ama toa hizo headphones.
Okay. Now. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yesterday tulifika huko Azanami, kuna hii gari tuliingia saa 9 kupatrol to see how you are behaving, and we observed something. You are about to win this war, but strategy is the problem. We realized that you don't have a strategy because one, hii mambo mliingia online kusema this and this and this iliharibu kila kitu because we planned according to our plan. Tulikuja tu kuobserve how you are which strategy you are using, and one of my friend alikuja tu akanielezea akaniambia you people the government said I'm very happy because you really don't have any strategy, and
Wait, what happened, bro? Wait, bro. So when you say you were surveying yesterday, surveying as who? As a journalist? Let's mute his mic until he's...
Linda, what do you have to say?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. I think we have too many working groups around, and somebody is not on mute. I think we have too many working groups, and maybe Andrew Kibe, you need to write down maybe the working groups that you've seen around, maybe in Telegram or wherever, that people are working on, coming up with structures and policies and all that stuff. Because I find myself in so many groups and I wonder, okay, which is which, where there are some meetings that are coinciding. My observation is anytime something starts, you find that even the people who I thought that they would be, let me not put it that way, the people who I thought, I guess at first, that people would just be kind of like leaders and work together, they ended up retreating and forming other groups and therefore dividing people. So personally, I know Karanja has been working on trying to push systems for a long time, and he came up with a group on Telegram, which I believe you directed me to on Telegram. But then again, I find myself in many other groups. So if you can maybe write down the names of the groups, the working groups that are there, then some of us can know and we can actually follow whichever group that we need to chime in as volunteers. But I know one person who has been very resourceful is Karanja. Karanja and I have been on these streets even before all this chaos started. And we can help you guys behind the scenes and also on the ground whenever we come home, because we are frequent there as business owners. That's all I can say. But there's a lot of confusion all over. But you guys shouldn't give up. The fight is on. From a local and global perspective, even us, we are fighting this new world order that is going on, where the government's needs are not in line with what the public thinks. So you're not alone in all this. Just remember, it's worldwide. You have to keep fighting and don't give up. That's all I have.
Linda, before you go.
Yes.
Yeah, there are no, all these groups are, what are all these groups for? There's only one group, and that's our group. You join our group, yes, let's build this, because the problem has been all these groups. So you cannot split yourself between allegiances. You pick your poison, jump in here, and let's build. The day you feel like because we're building together, it's at the beginning now. So there's an opportunity for people to build. So come in, Linda, bring in your friends, let's build this vehicle together. So all those ideas that you have, all the resources that you have, let's come in and work on this together, because this splitting up is too much. It's too much, and we are stretching ourselves thin and we're not achieving anything. You have noticed that, right?
It's chaotic and it will not take people anywhere, in all honesty. For me, I believe in putting everything on paper. When something is on paper, then you hold somebody accountable to it. But if there's nothing on paper, it didn't happen. And somebody talked about the branches of the trees. All the money is in the counties. As much as people are holding the president accountable. All these governors have the money that was allocated to them for the last 2 years. What have they been doing with that money? And if people start getting involved on the ground while all these riots are going on, then something will start shaking. But for as long as you're not holding the branches accountable, then we're just making noise that will not be fruitful. So people on the
And you see,
ground, you've got to tell.
and you see,
Diaspora, we've
Linda,
tried. Yes, yeah.
Linda, you see, we were the first place to get an organized structure. You know, we have our leader, we have vices, we have an accounting, we have an IT space. But that getting to that structure made us look very slow. Okay. But good things take time. So, like Kibe said, we would love to have you on our side. Bring your friends in, bring your expertise in. I see James is head of, right now he's head of IT. So I'm seeing his hand up. So I'll let him talk so that you hear what he has to say. Then I think Kibe and I will see whether we can have someone from diaspora so that when the diaspora team comes in, you are able to give us a very good way of how we can structure systems and everything. Is that okay with you, Linda?
That is fine because there are some things we can see that you guys do not see. You understand? So that perspective is needed in order to bring change. And yeah, I'm like, you guys need to involve diaspora. Like, yeah, that's all I can say.
Can I,
Wonderful, Linda.
can I say something very quick?
Let James
Afro?
come
Can I say
in.
something before Linda leaves?
Hold on, Flo. Hold on, Flo. Linda is here. James, say something, then Flo. Okay, James is not there. Flo, go on.
I wanted to add on what she has said. Having many those programs, they can lead to we don't know the legitimacy of those programs. So this is why I was emphasizing on one unity, one structure, and it's also going to be easy if we are focusing on maybe it is one group. It's going to even be easy for the legitimacy of the fundraising. You see, when the people who are giving their money to forward this movement, they are wondering, sasa hii pesa tunatoa ni ya hii group, ni ya ile, ni ya hii. So what exactly do you guys know? There are those questions of legitimacy. So it's going to be, even from the diaspora side of view, it's going to be a bit hard when we are doing the fundraising and we have many groups involved. So it's very important to have one, your group kama ni, as all stick in one group. It's going to be more successful when we are together. Because when we are so many, it will take us a long time. It's going to be a struggle. We will be fighting amongst each other, and it will take us a very long time to get where we want to go. And maybe on the way we might lose focus. So yeah, that's having one group is very important. Thank you, Linda, for bringing that up. Like, that's all.
And it only makes sense to just join a group that is already created, because for us diaspora, like I was just talking with Karanja the other day, and I said, if I was a selfish leader, I would have started my own group, based on the way I've been on the streets out there. But we just chose to just join groups that are already existing, because why recreate something while there's something already going on? Like now in the diaspora, we saw there's a GoFundMe that somebody created to start collecting money that, of course, in the end will help towards whatever is going on at home. So no one else decided that they're going to start recreating the wheel and, starting another group. People just decided we're going to use this one GoFundMe group to collect the money. Once the money is collected, then we'll decide, okay, where is this money going to go, or who is it, going to be going to? Is it LSK or, that kind of stuff, in order to release all those people who've been arrested and things like that. There's a lot of initiatives that diaspora has been trying to come together to help, including the flood victim issue that had started before all this chaos. It's just that where we are is not where our people are, and we sympathize. So there's got to be a way where leaders just have to humble themselves, where we all call ourselves working groups. There's no boss around. We are all talented. And if we can come together and come up with something on paper, then the politicians will also take you seriously, because at the end of the day, they are stubborn. They are stubborn in their, or set in their own ways. Let me not say the word stubborn. Even here, politicians are stubborn. But when you put things on paper, it's on paper, and you'll remind somebody 10 years later that you sent them an email and they never responded to that email, and you can remove that email. So whoever said that it is hard to get to the president, it is not hard to get to the president. As long as you have something on paper, it will reach his office. And if he chooses not to read it, you still sent it. So let's not think that the president is hard to reach. Me, I don't like middlemen. I go straight to the person if I have issues with government people. So I think that's the narrative we need to change, and know that these people are accessible and we can get hold of them. He's on Twitter, I'm sure. Whatever it is. X space. I'm still old school. I call this Twitter. That's all I have. I'm on board, by the way. Whatever you guys, know.
So thank you, Linda. Linda and Flo, do get in touch with Anthony. Anthony will lead you in the right direction. Will take you to where we congregate. And yes, the diaspora. The diaspora is super important, because the diaspora is the one which knows what good governance looks like. So whatever it is that we want is what the diaspora, the diaspora has seen it. So the diaspora is, it's a big, big voice. And even your resources, the diaspora is where the resources are. These guys, if they believe in something, they can be able to push it. So it's up to us to work together. So Linda, jump in there. Flo, karibu sana. Welcome to the movement. It's good to see so many. And I've been repeating this over and over again. I'm asking, why does it look like the women are the ones who have the up and go? And the men, we just want to complain about how the ministers are not doing this and that. But the women have that, do it now, do it now, do it now. What's going on with us? Kwame, 1972, what do you think is going on with us as men? We're looking a bit weak.
Good morning, bro. Kwame, before you come in, Linda, I've sent you a DM. It has how we can get in touch. Then we go forward.
Okay. Yeah. But
yeah, good morning.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's something about women.
No, just finish the
There's something about women, and we have to understand the role of women in the community, in the society. I keep telling people in this season, women will lead, because we've always let men lead, and women have always sat behind the tent, or is it behind the scenes? But people don't realize that there's a lot of responsibilities that women do in the society that is unnoticed. It just goes unnoticed. So, I think guys, as much as guys have been leading, guys need to encourage more women to lead. It's the same way when a mother dies in the family goes apart. So we need to encourage more women, because women have this instinct that they use to lead. And we can save our country with that compassionate nature that women have.
No, Linda, I wasn't going that deep. You're going too deep now.
I know,
now you're selling now you're selling the women agenda, and we don't want to go down that route, because we don't want to sell the men agenda as well. So stay away from agendas, Linda. Okay? Yeah, stay away from agendas. If you're going to join us, you must know one thing.
I back out of that.
Yes.
But,
stay away from any agendas. Don't push any agenda. There's no men here. That has not been a conversation since you came, has it?
I understand. I got it. Okay,
all I said, it was a simple challenge to the men. I was telling them, hey, man, wake the fuck up. The women are taking everything, which is a good thing for women and a bad thing for men. Now, it's a challenge to the men. So the women are already doing what they need to do, right?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I'll take back the top. I'll take back my words. You know, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to offend you.
No, take back the agenda. So
Yes.
I say thank you, Linda. Okay, I was asking Kwame a question, and I wanted you to hear this answer from Kwame, because Kwame is a guy who I think he's almost illuminated. Kwame, go ahead. 1972.
Yes, Kibe, good afternoon. Kibe, you know very well, if you want to infiltrate a society, you first go for the strongest, you see? And this is something that we all need to understand, that this happened, it was done, and that is why you can see our society is divided. And that's why you see majority of men are nowadays complaining instead of looking at the wider perspective of things and how to handle them. So we have weak men, and if you've noticed, we keep around the world, it is only now that women are coming out on TikTok. If you look at the pattern, every country, they used to bash their men, they're now protecting their men. Why is that happening? Because they know what's coming. We all know what's coming. Yeah? These people are preparing us for the wider war, of which I don't think it will happen the way they think. But this is something that was pre-planned, and it's happening. So men just need to wake up, man. You know, if we lose our minds, then even women will not survive in this one. You know, so it is just simple. It is as simple as such. You know, I don't know, wanaume wameogopa wanawake because is it because of money? Men, why do men think that I need to have money so I can go after this woman? Who came up with that perspective? Then you see men start getting demoralized, and then now we lose the whole entire thing because we are busy here and there, you know, bashing each other instead of focusing on the main issue, you know. So that is the problem with the society today, and I think that is what we are fixing now. And I can see Linda is someone, if you have a conversation with, you guys will argue until I don't know when. Am I right, Linda?
Not really. I mean, it's just to encourage the men that there are some things that women might see. We can always complement each other where we have strengths and use those strengths in one voice.
For me, I think the main point that we missed it was that we don't listen to one another. That is the big problem between men and women. This one wants to talk, this one wants to talk, this one wants to have the idea. I want to take care. You see now, like you guys were, you know, having a conversation here about these other groups where people want to dominate. You see, when you come here, Kibe wants to listen to you, because as I listen, I also learn. As I also teach what I have, I also learn. But people want to overtake everything. That is the problem. We don't want to listen. Anyway, so Kibe, about the 99 thing, for me, I think that was still a success for the GenZs, because the moment the police started doing all that nonsense, economically, I don't think there was any revenue that came in. And remember what I told you, that thing I told you about those platforms, the idea I pitched, and you said it was very interesting and you will think about it. And I said, I think after 99, maybe we can see, this is something you can plan for like 1 year or so, you see. So it appears that a revolution is something that doesn't begin today and ends tomorrow. It is something that takes long. Even the South Africa one took 10 years, but I would love to look back after, you know, that achievement. Then I'm like, hey, there's something we started with Kibe and the other group. You see, that is an achievement for me. It's never about money or anything, but what effort did you put, you know, for you to feel like you are entitled to call this was your baby and the other people. So this is the problem that we Kenyans have. We want to dominate. We want to be like the mindset of everything. Instead of allowing others also to pitch in. That's why you see the other groups, everyone is fumbling. So now, remember the thing I proposed to you about these platforms, and then you introduce, because people respond to pictures and images. Kuna hii, what do you call it? Projector. There's this projector naona imeanza kutoka toka. I think it's in Nairobi. Don't you think we can also use one of these things when that time comes? And now we are doing this because that will be the point where you're now bringing the entire community together, because this is a movement, as I told you, this thing had already started. The ship had already left.
But Kwame. Now you are.
Yeah.
These are strategies that you should be putting in the other group now. Now we have a way of talking. We don't talk all our stories here.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Because if it's a good idea, why put it out here for the world to hear about it? No, let's keep our good ideas. We keep our good ideas to ourselves, and then we go refine them, whatever good ideas we have, and then now we decide on launch date and things like those. We are organized now. We're not we're not disorganized because we know what we want.
Sure. I'll keep that for the.
And that's why every time somebody comes here and they want to give us instructions, I'm like, oh no, don't give us instructions. Come, let us work together. We can work as many people as possible. Just come, let us work together. Because if you're willing to work, that's better than a person who has to be convinced to work, or somebody who has to be paid money to go to the streets. So one person willing to work is better than 10 who have to work. So if you're willing to work, come, let us work together. We shall see. Now, as you can see, even the spaces that began at the time, all those spaces are going to die, because what else are you telling people? There's no structure. There's nothing else you're building. You are not a builder. You are just here for the short time. You're a short time guy. So beyond that, what else can you build? You're not a builder. So you didn't understand your place in the whole equation. Your work is I don't know whether you guys get what I'm saying. So the people who want to build,
you're right.
The people who want to build, this is where they will come. So Linda, I've had you, Flo, and anybody else, even you, Kwame, if you do want to build, come in and let's build this thing together. Whatever it is that we say we are seeing a new Kenya, let's build that Kenya. It's not going to be built by anybody else. Stop looking outside. Stop looking behind. And I know it feels good, but the people who want to work with us will work with us when they want to work with us. We cannot go fishing for them. The only people now we are going to engage are people we shall pay, the professionals. Like, come here, we are paying you for this service. But the rest, you are working with a coalition of the willing, the people who just want to see these, and they don't even care about getting paid or even positions. Because the work is a lot. That's why I was even saying, I do hope that these guys one day wake up, and I'm talking about the guys who held this movement ransom. I'm saying, I do hope they wake up one day, because the opportunity exists, but not with this nonsense that they're taking us through. Because now look at them, they've gone back to being assassins. If you go to all these people who are pushing this movement, look at them now, they've gone back to being assassins. Their work is now to character assassinate everybody. So what kind of life is that we're going to live, where the people who you are supposed to be giving direction are the ones who are busy looking for people to kill? No, our country is tired of that bullshit. Those are government moves. We must be more intelligent and more innovative to get out of this nonsense that we are in. Hizo zilikuwa moves za gava. Bro, ukienda kwa streets, wewe na gava mko one to one. The gava treats you the way you are in the streets. But out here, they don't know how to do it. Here, they don't know. It will take them a long time. And here is where everybody is innovative. People can create programs in a day. Somebody can build a website in seconds. This This is where the resources are needed. This is where the world is powerful right now. Everything you know about this world is because it is on the internet. Let us make the most out of that. So if you're a builder, you come in, let's build. Whatever ideas you have, especially even the people in diaspora, kujeni tujenge country yetu pamoja. Yeah, I mean, you guys want to come back home. You need to have a country you can come to. A country that celebrates you after all those years you spent out in the, what do you call it, in exile, economic exile. Because
In
nobody
the
leaves because
wilderness.
they want to leave. Yes. We have to celebrate you the way we celebrate Akina Omanyala when they come back. Because that's what the country should be like. We should want everybody who's in the diaspora to come back. Tuanza kuambia wase kujeni, leteni hizo ideas na hizo skills huku. So we stop being emotional about what it is that we are doing. This is a complete structure, bro. Even though it takes another 10 years, what's a big deal? Even though it outlives us, the plan should be so big that we don't have to see the whole plan come together. It needs to be so big that it will outlive us. By the time we're dying, there'll still be a part of the plan that is not yet done because that's how big the plan was. So this is not a small job. And it's for the long haul and it will be tough. So it needs tough people. You can't have assassins. Assassins live by themselves. In Madare North. Who else is here? So let me remove that needy person who has a needy name.
Please follow me. He's here.
I
And
removed
K
him.
Santino, I see you. Oh, K Santino. That guy has some tips.
Everybody follow me, follow me, follow me. What's gonna happen, huh? Anyway, just kidding. What's it called? I was listening to the conversation and about the unity and everything, and I was really thinking about what you said about Kibe earlier about how come the women are the ones standing up in this movement really hard, and why the men kind of. But I think maybe a lot of men are I don't know, wired to look and respect leadership in front of. I mean, at least like in the main light, and then talk shit about it behind the scenes. But a lot of women, I think, this they got that feminism thing where I think they oppose the husband, oppose the boyfriend, the baby daddy, and now the big they just channel all that energy into one man who's the president. I think that could be part of it. I was just thinking about it. I don't want to sound like I'm pushing the women agenda, but yeah, that's what I just kind of analyzed. That's what I was thinking about.
Is there someone talking?
Actually, K Santino. We can hear you, Linda. Can you hear me?
I think she couldn't hear me. Yeah, that's what she asked. If
I'm
anybody
on mute. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That was Flo.
Oh, Flo, yeah.
K Santino.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, what women want from men is leadership. That's why you hear most women are saying, show us where do we go? They're asking us to lead them. They're asking us so loudly that they're telling us, structure yourself this way. We want to follow you. Oh, you get it? And I think people are beginning to appreciate. I don't want to give a lecture, but people are beginning to appreciate that building a country is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So far, we thought it was a sprint. It isn't. But let's hear what Dagush has to say. Dagush has to say. Dagush. Kuria, kama unanisikia, you can take the mic.
Can't hear anything. Are they talking, Anthony?
No, they are not talking, but Kwame, you can be saying something as I add speakers here.
I want to also add something, Anthony,
Yeah, okay.
While they're getting. Oh, Kwame's there. Go ahead, Kwame. Let me fill the void just real quick. Anthony, what?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What I want to say was one thing I kind of noticed about the movement. It's everyone keeps talking about the facelessness and everything. I think it's kind of for a lot of our countries, the tribalism is our biggest challenge, and that's the government, the actual people's greatest secret weapon. But now, when the place really became united, everything became the way it should be, and everyone was united for the better, for the bigger picture. Even I can give an example. I'm going to go what's called about the what happened in South Sudan real quick. When the people just had a homecoming yesterday, when they came, the lady, the first lady, or actually, yeah, John Gooding's the widow, she gave a speech which was very kind of really got to us, because she said that uh the you guys shocked the president. He never thought that he'd see his name, the country's name, shouted on Olympic stage. And then I was also was surprised. Everybody heard what Paul Pierce and all these NBA talks people said. So the government officials felt ashamed. They said that we heard what they said. We are starting to build an indoor court. And I was just sitting there for a second, like, did it take people from the diaspora, from these Black Americans, to come and say, you guys, you don't have shoes, you don't have an indoor court for you to build a basketball court? That's what it took. So I think sometimes a lot of stuff that happens in the diaspora can actually help people in the African continent. I was kind of shocked about that. We're gonna start. We already started. We got the money ready. We're gonna build it today, and it really made me think, especially about my father's generation, in the sense that I would go. I could go and tell my father something, and then nothing would happen. Then another old man in my father's age would go and say the same thing. I said, "Yes, that's a good idea." I think for a lot of us, we're kind of stuck in a little bit of a void. We have the young generation have all the greatest of ideas, but I think we need to try and I don't want to say brainwash. Let's say educate someone in that age group to say the same words from an older face. That might be what it would take to actually create change, because a lot of this stuff we talked about, a lot of people have said it more than a decade ago. But I think all we actually have to do, we need to get a different microphone, a different mouthpiece to say the same thing, because I've been really looking at it. And when you guys talk about Gen Zs, you talk about all these other things, the fact that they're Gen Zs shows that they have a different way of thinking. But the problem, there is a barrier. The people who can make the largest change I mean, will never may never want to listen to what the Gen Zs have to say, because they'll think, oh, we saw the sun decades before you. What can you tell us? I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges a lot of people are having, in my opinion. All right, back to you, Anthony.
Thank you, K Santino. Tribeless, if you can hear me, unaweza unmute. K Santino, I think it's only me and you who can hear each other.
No, actually, it's only us who don't have shithole internet. I don't know. I think that's what basically happening.
Yeah.
And of course, Kibe, because if Kibe wasn't here, the whole place crashes.
So can Kibe hear us?
No, he can definitely hear us. If he, because if he, we saw the 100.
Yeah. So, okay, Michael, can you hear me? Okay, K Santino, tell Tribeless to unmute. Maybe she
hello.
can.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh. So
Yeah,
let's
sorry.
have Tribeless, then Michael.
It's okay. I just want to say thank you for passing the mic. I know my background might be a little bit noisy, but not I just want to say, first of all, we didn't fail. It's a big congratulations because we were able to bring this fool we call leaders that have been punishing us for the longest time to their toes, that they know that we see and we can stand up to fight things that we feel are not settling well with us, things that we feel that are not heading to the same direction where we're heading as a country. So just to chip in small on that, I would probably come back later on when I'm in a little bit less noisy place to just probably weigh in further. Thank you so much, and big up to Kibe and the rest of the team. Viva.
Thank you, Tribless. Michael? Michael, okay, Kuria, I see your hand is up. So, go on.
Yes, thank you for the mic. And mine is just that this conversation has been really engaging the demand for accountability from the political class. For me, I think what lacked at the part of the Gen Z is accountability itself and individual level. Most of the Gen Zs, to say the truth, I mean, we lack the competence that is required to run such a system. And demanding accountability from someone, it's something that you should just don't wake up and demand for it. It's something that you should look at yourself, have a self-introspection, and ask yourself whether you are accountable yourself at personal level before demanding accountability from someone else. So I think that was a little bit of, and that's what, as someone just said, that it was a split. People were just coming in from their bed, from wherever they came from, and they're just coming in some kind of, it's like a peer pressure, people just diving in, carrying on with the wave without a purpose and without a ground for it. And I think that was the biggest failure for the movement. But we have not failed as a movement. There's been achievements from a level of a very substantial level. And again, another thing I would like to say is the issue of sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on. I think I lost Korea. Israel, I saw your hand up, so say something.
Hey, what's up, guys? So mine was it's pretty simple, huh? Kenya is only 30% urbanized. What's the plan for guys in shags? Hello?
Yeah.
You see, Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Korea, you see Israel. Yeah, I can hear you, Israel.
Okay.
You see, how do we move? We must realize that this entire thing started on a space called X, and Instagram and Telegram and everything.
True.
So our strength is on space.
Yeah.
Now, right now we have like 400 plus people on this space.
Mm-hmm.
How do we move now? Once we agree and we educate each other on space, now each one of you, the 400 of you, has a social circle around them.
Mm-hmm.
True or not true? 10-5 people. So you talk to those 10-5 people, but now next time bring them to this space so that we continue growing organically. So if we hit 1,000 people, 10,000 people, then our voice is loud enough.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it sounds easier said than done, eh? But if you look at the infrastructure in shags, these guys largely don't have. Personally, I'm only in Kenya. I'm a diaspora guy, so we probably need some guys on the ground. If you're gonna put like a group where we fundraise maybe every week, you give some guys some stipend. They go whatever your village is, just go talk to guys. Because if you look at how when things cook in Nairobi, Ruto kimbias to shags to, it's like he's going to say more on us.
No, because that is his strength.
Yes.
You see, Ruto doesn't he doesn't concentrate on urban areas. Why?
Yeah, because the numbers.
Because urban areas is his weakness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
People in urban areas, Nairobi has 2 to 4.2 million people a day.
Yeah.
So now what we want to do, we cannot beat Ruto on the rooftop of a car. He's better at that game than us. He has played it for the longest time.
Yeah.
The only place we can win is on space. This is a ground he does not understand. He cannot navigate it.
Well,
now, how do we?
So
how? Now, we want to use the strength on space. We crowd fund on space. Now, then from space, as we talk, each one of us has a social circle. So by the time people are sitting at home having dinner geshagi, one of their child in college had this conversation.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
Spoke to the sister.
Yeah.
Told the sister, by this space, Yakibe has some sense. We go there.
Yeah.
So they came here, get the information, then they disseminate the information.
So, and also I think what
makes sense.
Yeah. Also, one more thing I'd like to add. Yeah. There's a video on YouTube. It's about 7 years old. I think you guys will like it, man. It's animated. It's an explainer of why do people who sit on the throne act the way they do. Why do they always seem so blind? It's called Rules for Rulers. I mean, I really recommend you guys go watch that thing. You'll understand why presidents always seem like they're so blind, and politicians generally globally. I think with that, I'll pass on the mic to whoever's next.
I see Michael. Michael, your hand is up. And as guys, as you listen, there's a Telegram page. I've posted it up there. You can join. But Michael, the mic is yours.
Nanipata?
Nakupata Michael, na I hope utapata customer sahi.
Hata nilikuwa ni customer pale, umenipatia space na niko na mteja pale Railways. Sasa mimi jana nilikasirika sana, by the way. Hata kama mtaona kwa TikTok au kwa Instagram, niliongea kama nimekasirika yesterday. Nimetrend sana yesterday. Kwa sababu gani? Yesterday bro, kusema kweli, hii kitu tulianza kuongea kuanzia kitambo. Eti ya kwamba hii maandamano, kama watu wamepanga maandamano, wakuje mapema tao. Jana watu, by the way, ile kitu ilifanyika tao kwa poa. Jana hata sisi vijana kukuwa wanaandamana. Jana watu waliandamana ni mapolisi. Mapolisi ndio walikuwa wanaandamana jana. Kwa sababu walikuwa wanaona tu mtu kama watu wako wawili hivi wanapigwa tear gas kila mahali. Okay, kitu ya pili, kuna jamaa alipigwa na polisi pale opposite Sports House. Nairobi Sports House hapo karibu na Moyaven. Jamaa alipigwa na polisi, jamaa anainua mikono lakini bado wanampiga na rungu. Na tena mali wanapiga ni kichwa mazee. Sasa watu wote wametoroka. Mimi ndio nilichukua huyo jamaa na jamaa mmoja, tukamweka kwa pikipiki tukampeleka pale Bliss Hospital. Hiyo first aid hapo ndio alitibiwa. Sasa sijajua kulienda namna gani. Lakini bro, tafadhali turudi chini, tukae tuone hii maandamano itakuwaje. Wacha kutumia zile akili za masomo ile ya enzi za Moi. Hii space iko na wasomi bwana. Tukae chini, tu draft vizuri, tujua kwamba kuko namna gani. Wewe just imagine kwamba mnaambia wasee, mimi nilikuwa town saa 11 morning. Watu wanakuja town saa 6. Mtu amesha kula ugali iko kwa tumbo, hata kikimbizwa na polisi hawezi akakimbia. Unaona? Saa 6 unakuja kufanya tao. Kusema kweli tunakuja maandamano, una shout sasa tumekuja. Na ukipigiwa tu tear gas moja, wewe ni mbio. Tear gas tu moja, mbio. Hao watu walituweza jana kwa sababu hatukuwa na hesabu poa, hakuna. Acha niwaulize, ile hesabu tulitumia wakati kwenda kwa parliament, kwani hiyo hesabu ilikuwa namna gani? Watu walikaaje ndio wakadraft hiyo kitu ikaingiana? How come sina ina let down hivi? Bro,
sababu Michael, hiyo time ya parliament voice ilikuwa moja, plan ilikuwa moja. Una get? Na sisi wote hatukuwa tunatukanana. Una get? But when utashika kuku leo ndio ukule, sivyo utashika kuku kesho. So imefika place lazima tujite mkutano sisi wenyewe. Tuseme turudi pamoja, tu plan better na tuanze kumove forward pamoja. Unajua sasa bado kuna hii watu sijui wanaitana sijui big wigs, small wigs. Hiyo big man syndrome isikuje kwa space. Sisi wote space tuseme, sisi wote tunafaitia Kenya, kila msee ni equal. Basi hata kwa space tukue equal. Na ndio hii space hata ukiingia mimi unitukane. By the way, mimi ati nianza kurushiana naye maneno ya stories siko. Wewe na big wigs wako na hizo utatembea tu kubwa. But I get you Mike and I appreciate. Ukianza kuleta wasee within your social circle kwa hii space, to grow kwanza kwa strength yetu ni space. To grow hapa, tulitwase wengi so that we continue pushing this message. Na cheki Kuria mkono iko juu.
Unaona kidogo?
Yeah, sema Mike.
Unaona kama nchi kama Bangladesh. Unajua Bangladesh wajaanza kitu eti juzi ndio waka succeed. Hapana. Bangladesh wameanza kitu 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Kama wako chini wanakaa polepole wanapanga. Ndio wale wazee wakasema sisi ni wazee. Wacha tuite mayouth. Unaona? Sisi wazee hatuna hesabu. Mayouth ndio tuko na hesabu, wako na hesabu. Na ika succeed, bro. Pia sisi tukae chini hivyo hata kama ita take muda. Na kitu ingine bro, tupatie serikali pressure, mambo ya ID, good contract, birth certificate, itoke kwa wakati ule nafaa. Hapana kutuweka hivyo, ndio tutajaribu tusukume hii serikali na njia zote bro. Unaona? Bora tufanye nini tu succeed. Mimi nimeelewa.
100% Mike. Hizo ndizo vitu tunafaa kwa tuna agitate for, hizo vitu important, IDs, jobs na kila kitu. But anyway, acha tusikie Kuria. Kuria unataka kusema vipi bro?
Okay, I think I was talking and I got cut off a little bit. There's something else I want to talk about the corruption. I know many people assume that is the political class that is corrupt. Yes, it is, because they are maybe this group of people that they keep on coming in and out because of the elections. But actually, the real corrupt people are the public service. Those people employed by the government. Those people that are permanent and pensionable. They're the most corrupt. And people are not talking about it. Because if today you go to that hospital, you look around, the chemists and the pharmacists around that hospital, and maybe the dispensary, who wants them? You find that a good number of them are not by the doctors who work inside the hospital. And some instances, you go there and they tell you, go and get the medicine outside, and they send you to a specific pharmacy. I had this some place in some high school, and what I understand is if you get a contract in a certain high school and the principal gets to leave, you get worried because the next principal might send you away, So things change, the system changes once a new principal is in place. Even to the smallest high schools, the smallest secondary schools, huko mashinani. So the public service is, and the list is wrong, very long, because the public service is corrupt. Everywhere it's corrupt. It's not only the politicians. The public service is, I think, is the elephant in the room, and you can. Is of goodwill. I think a good number of us here, maybe our parents, our teachers, our parents are doctors, or some years they are working in the public service, and we all know that if an opportunity comes up in the public service, they go ahead and they find every loophole to get us through the system. That's what happens. Even the people themselves are corrupt. You cannot say we are comparing ourselves to Bangladesh, but these people are different. The level of corruption is up there, but our corruption is, it's very petty, very, very petty, and we're not willing to have that conversation. Another thing is this thing of waking up each and every week and going to Madamano. It doesn't work anymore. I think what we failed is knowing when to leave the stage. Like the first week of Madamano, where people were demanding the withdrawal of the finance bill, that really happened. That was an agenda. It had a focus and it had a purpose. But the Madamano of today, it doesn't have a focus, it doesn't have an agenda. There's no need to go for Madamano anymore. Let's pull back. Let's people organize themselves, and let's always go to Madamano with a purpose. If maybe you want ideas, let's say this Tuesday we are going to Kwadamana because we don't have ideas. You have not been provided for ID. I've been waiting for my ID for maybe 7 months or maybe 1 year. I haven't had my ID. Let's go for Madama because I want an ID, but not to wake up and say Ruto must go. We cannot send Ruto today away. We must wait until 2027 because if he goes away today, then what happens? People are saying that if it's an easy thing to do, I mean, Ruto must go, and then what? So we have to wait for until 2027 and keep on injecting with a purpose and with an agenda. Let's do structural adjustments ourselves. Let's come up with something substantial. Let us be normal people. Let us be normal. Let not be people who are disorganized. People who just wake up and incited with just a little thing, and then we are on the streets demanding nothing but just it has become kind of a pep talk where everyone is commentating on it, even without considering the purpose of it or the end game, and especially the end game. Another thing is the demographics of this country. If you look at the people who are commentating, mostly on the Madamano and everything to do with this movement, there are people from the cities, there are people mostly from Nairobi. That's where you get, even if you look at the yesterday's movement, Madamano, only happening in Nairobi. Everyone else has come down. Even here in Mombasa, people are not anymore demanding no longer on the streets for the Madamano. It's only happening in Nairobi. And if you look at the demographic of our country today, 70%, more than 70% of the population lives in the rural areas. These are people, when you tell them about the word accountability, you have to explain a lot, even maybe at some point in your local dialect, so that they understand what accountability means. If you are talking about something like finance bill, these are people who don't understand. I don't want to call them dimwits or something, but we have to acknowledge that most people living in rural areas, they are either illiterate or semi-illiterate, and those who are literate, they are a few. Even with the incoming maybe technology, people are saying, people have smartphones, but how are these people using smartphones? Because I don't understand how people are using technology in Kenya, because we find even with unapata graduates huko nje, maybe mtu amefanya accounting and it's in 2024, but they don't know even what QuickBooks is. You find someone anafanya architect, but you don't know even how to use ArchiCAD or something. Na amekuwa kwa simu, akona laptop for all the duration campus. So people are not using
Kuria, let me ask something,
There's
Kuria.
that incompetence, okay?
Kuria.
Yes, ask me something.
You're in Mombasa, Sindio?
Yes.
You've noticed that gap.
Yes, I've noticed that gap.
So what are you doing with the few people that made you see there's a gap? What are you doing to change the mindset of those people? Because we have to change. Let me give you an example. I spoke on a space and Flo reached out to me.
Okay.
So you have to get to a point where unajua tuna convince one person at a time. Like in public speaking, you are told you're not convincing the entire room.
Yeah.
You're convincing one person.
Okay.
So what I'm going to challenge you is start convincing one person, 2 people, 5 people.
Yeah.
Let them come and we have this common discussion. Your friends are all on space, right? They're all on X. Bring them here. We have this conversation so that you and your 10 friends in Mombasa become our agents, the agents of this movement of change, of positive change.
Yeah.
Tusikue tuna complain sana venye vitu haziwork, yet sisi hatufanyi zile vitu tunaweza fanya kukua hiyo change. Okay?
Yeah. But another thing.
So that's what I'm going to challenge you. Huyu architect tunaona hajui kutumia architecturism yake.
Yeah.
Wewe change. Anza kwamba mse by the way kuna space tunataka tuende. Hear what these people have to say. And if we can change 5 people, 10 people in a day, and we grow ourselves, we bring all these minds together, James, that's how we are going to change this country. We are not going to change this country by complaining.
That's true.
Tutachange Kenya na kuact. You get?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, so, okay. You have distracted me a little bit. I've lost it. So
no, I've removed the complaining from you. Now you unashindwa kureact because your line of thought was to complain. I want your line of thought to be solution.
Yeah. So I think the solution for it, the first thing and the first approach is to give each and everything time. People, we are looking at this thing as if the changes, they're just gonna happen quick, fast. I mean, we have to give it time. We have to let each and everyone to digest what has happened and what people are advocating for. Let's bring people on
Kure, I
board.
have a question for you before you finish.
Okay.
But bro, I mean, why are you so worried about doing something? I mean, to me, it sounds like you want a consent from the community. I mean, us, you see? Instead of, like, you're afraid if you start doing it, people will talk about it. Why don't you forget about people talking about what you're doing? You just start, if I had to convince you, ni tu venye bro, unaona venye wanga tuna associate in the society, busy biashara nini, sisi my boys, yeah? If I treat you with kindness each and every day, yani ile respect mi ukupatia hata kama tunapiga biashara.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell you something that is going to change both our lives. I am very sure you would believe me in a second. You would not even doubt. You see?
Yeah.
Because sijai kuja kwako na some skirmish ideas, but I'm always real with you as a man. That is how you do it. Just be yourself. Now convince how I say the reason why you're doing this. You just do it. Na umeogopa kuongea na watu. Maybe that's the thing, the communication part of it.
Yeah, I think that's the maybe the part, but like, I think once you have to consider about the negativity. I think there's been too much negativity in the whole, even in this movement. You can see people.
Now you see that's why I'm telling you. If you were convincing me about something and if I was not this consciously aware, trust me, hata mimi nitaanza kukuwa na hiyo woga yenye uko nayo. But just man up. Angalia tu watu society. Just look at people as normal people, you see? But at the point ukianza ku communicate, you'll see how people are just kind out here. I think that's what you're struggling with. Just start doing it. Unaona, that's something you're curious about, inakusumbua. That's a problem there. Start fixing it.
I think it's a big problem because myself, I'm an analysis of I think human behaviors, personality disorders, they're richly integrated in me. So I look at people as characters and not as you're trying to put it. So I think that you're very much right. And maybe I'm going to maybe worried about how people partake this and how people perceive on things. But rather than maybe sticking on that, I think we need also to be to create kind of a positive vibe, maybe not try to advocate as you are trying to, to tell me that I should not care about what people are going to do or how people are going to say. Just focus on the positive side of it. Yeah, so that's very true. I agree with you. As I finalize, I'd like to say, maybe to tell people, like, let's give these things time. I mean, we have seen the cabinet has been reshuffled. We cannot try on keep on saying that they are incompetent or anything else. Let's just give them time. Even 3 months, 4 months, and see what they are going to do. That's enough. I mean, we have had a 6 year
Chege, again.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry for cutting you, bro. These people, what these people are planning is how to make your life miserable and the life of your generations coming miserable for a lifetime. You see? So that's why we started a conversation on how to bring our society together, because it is through people in the society that are always infiltrated to break it into pieces. You see? If I don't know you and you're in my society and I am worried that, there's some behaviors unakuanga nayo and I don't like it, I would rather come and talk to you, bro. There's something, is there a problem, you see? And if I know how to fix it, I would help you fix it. So these people are planning something bigger. Look at it from a wider context. Hawa watu wanapanga kukucolonize. What would you do about? These are people who don't stop. For them, they're always planning, putting things in place. You see?
In fact, Kwame, let me say something. Kwame, at one point, Chege and everyone, Ruto Joho, everyone in this current government was an outsider. But all these outsiders came together and said, we want to be inside. We want to be the narrative. So they came together with a common purpose and became the narrative. Now, what we are doing is now we are saying we want to come together. Chege, me, Kwame, Kibe, Linda, everyone. Now we want to be the new Kenya. Okay? Hiyo ndo itakutoa kwa block. Hiyo ndo tutatoa JMO kwa block. Hiyo ndo tutatoa Festus kwa block. Sio nyo ndo tutajitoa. Sio we shall, that Kenya we want will be made by us. Right now we are living in their Kenya by their terms. Now we want to build a new Kenya which favors our terms. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
bring 10 people to the
time,
space tomorrow and we continue building this Kenya, man.
Yeah. I think one of the things I really hate about our country, I really don't like, let me not say hate, is the fact that we are more focused on the government, on the political side. Nobody talks about the private sector. Nobody talks about the innovation and how we can do better. So why don't you at least maybe one time and pause and look at the private sector and see the opportunities that are there, and see that if the government creates a conducive environment to do business, they will never have a problem with the president or who is the minister or who is what. I will never care about it, to be honest. Because politicians
So
will
now,
always be
Kuria,
politicians.
it's a good thing you mentioned the private sector, you know. Now, do you know these people, they are subsidizing secretly these big corporates to kill the private sector. That private sector you're fighting for. So now you see, I am telling you, this thing is bigger.
Can you give me one, at least one, and how they are going about it?
I mean, this is just simple, Kwame. You know very well this ambassador, the businesses. For me, I look at the profile of the person who came here and the profile of other people she was associated with. You see, so these people are coming here to kill the industries that are aligned with the likes of the China and you see, this is not a Kenyan problem. Other people are fighting for your country, but what are you doing about it?
Okay.
Stop whining, bro.
And that conversation you want to have about the private sector, which is a very positive conversation to have as a country. Now, you are the person to introduce that conversation to this country. Okay?
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you, you must view yourself as the leader of that Kenya you want. I want you to stop viewing yourself as a mere participant in this country. You are this country. You have a right for your conversations to be heard, because your problem is the problem of 1 million people. Right now, I'm trying to win you over. I'm taking time to convince you that you are that leader you want to be. So I want you to convince 5 people so that tomorrow you come with 5 people on this space and we continue convincing another 5 people until we convince an enough critical mass that by the time we are saying we are here, the Gen Z movement has been heard. That's the reason when you say tunatoka nane, the town shuts down, Nairobi shuts down. So they know we are here. All we need to do is organize ourselves so that we package our voice and our grievances and our vision for this country in a better way. Because most people agree with our vision that is tribeless, tribeless and all those bad things, okay?
Yeah.
Nepotism free and all that. So we want a Kenya that works for all of us, and that Kenya will be delivered by me and you. But I see first is hand.
Vile tunaenda na nataka kuambia, this is the best moment actually to popularize this movement. Why am I watu wako opposition? Because they tend to correct the government and check the government well. Sasa hii tuko na opportunity since now Raila atakuwa kwa government. Watu wengi wale walikuwa wanapiga kelele wamepewa kazi. So now this is our time to popularize and be ready to take the next step. How do we do that? Tuko na miaka 2 to the next elections. We need to position ourselves. One, tujue who is running for what. We need also to take note that that finance bill that we said failed, it's going to come back in a different way. Do we have people who are going to monitor this and tell Kenyans what is happening? Do we still need demonstrations? Because sahi ni kama zimepitwa na wakati. Unaenda town sahi hakuna watu wanakusupport. Unajua whether we like it or not, ama tutakubali ama tukatae, hii kitu ilikuwa infiltrated na wale watu unaona sahi wamepewa kazi. In Mombasa, Joe had an aunt in the demonstrations, in Kakamega, Oparanya, na ndio maana wakati Ruto alikaa chini aliangalia kaona hii maandamano kweli imekuwa sponsored somehow na politicians. And that is why you are seeing some towns hakukwa na demonstrations jana because their people have been rewarded. Hapa kwa space, Ruto admitted clearly kwamba communications to the public, he was failed somehow. Kwa nini? Because information haifiki kwa watu. Na who are our guys who are supposed to get us informations? You guys who are on top there. Do we have those people? Anthony, you are there. Mr. Kipe is there. Are you given that attention that Raila is given? No, because we don't support you the way we are supposed to support you. Until that time that tutakuwa na watu bila wivu tuwa support, wakuwa wameonekana ni viongozi, wacha hii maneno ya kusema leaderless, tribeless. There will be tribes in every organization. Lazima kila mtu ametoka mahali. Lazima utakuwa attacked on your tribe or whatever. But are you ready for that? Prepared for that? Because tunataka watu wasonge mbele sahi from mambo ya maandamano, tukue tunajua tunaandamana tukiwa na nani mwenye tunapush apewe position atutetee sisi. For example, we need to check the government in several things ambazo expressway ilitengenezwa na hii pesa na hii pesa na hii pesa, we will pay for 27 years. No one tells you how much is collected a day. Hii wataanza kupocket pesa bila wananchi kujua. So corruption wakati I had someone I think it's Kuria saying watu hawajuange corruption inaanza wapi. And I want to tell you, if you want to change this country, you cannot change the presidency na huo umebadilisha nchi. Because huyu president ametoka mahali. And you cannot be the president unless unaweza control the place you come from. For example, you guys come from the space, this space that we are in now. If you cannot control the space, you will not control Kenya. You will not get the support of Kenyans if you cannot get the support from here. So we want to support one of our own. Waende, we know very well sahi kuna nafasi zimebakia. IBC inataka kutengenezwa. Do we want to propose someone who can go there and represent us? As in tukiwa pale tunamtrust na ile information anatupea. Not necessarily ati aende hapo atuibie kura, ni kutuambia ile kitu huwa inatendeka. Because right now tuko na the best constitution. Watu wamekuwa wakicomplain inaleta wage bill kubwa, but imepeana nafasi kwa watu wengi kuenda kwa zile nafasi tukue kwa hiyo table. And I want to give you an example. They thought women were not getting enough representation. That is why they created the women reps. How many GenZs are ready to go for those positions? Because sahi ni wamama wazee ndio wanaendanga kuwa women rep. Unapata Pasaris amekuwa mwanasiasa bado tunampea Nairobi. There is no single young person in that position. Aya, tukianza kutoka kwa MP, MCA, unapata bado ni wazee wako. Tuko na vijana ambao wanajua what happens on the ground. What happens on the ground. Lakini bado lazima ukue mzee ndio uweze kucampaign. I know we need money for this and we might not have money. But we can sponsor ourselves to campaign. Right now what we need to do is popularize this movement in a way that unaona vile mlikuwa mnatengeneza posters za kusema leo kuna mkutano mahali fulani, kuna mkutano mahali fulani. Tuanze kutengeneza tukisema we will be going for these positions and these positions we want to be accommodated in this government. Ama the next coming government will be going for these positions. Ndio watu watuchukue serious. Otherwise utaenda demonstration ukisema you have no leader and then what? Watu wengine watatoka tu kwa wachukulie hii kitu na tutakuwa hapa tu tunapiga kelele. So we want to move forward knowing we are targeting what and we are checking what. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Festi. Festi, you've said something very important. Tribeless, I see your hand, and MK. Just 1 minute. Kwa hii space kuna wase wanaweza tengeneza graphics poa sana. We
Yeah.
are 300, 400 plus in this space right now. Kindly, if you're good in making graphics that can say, that we can message to people out there. If 300, 400 of us share the same graphic, your Twitter trend. So what's our
Sure.
graphics? James is trying to reach out to you on our Telegram page, and then Yapo, reach out to him. You can DM me if you feel you have something. We can talk about graphics and what kind of posters we can do, so that we start actively participating in bringing this movement back up. Okay. Tribeless, the mic is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to come again. I was somewhere a little bit noisier. So, just to echo what you have said, we need to come together as a team, because every single person has a role to play. This is not targeted to only Kibe or any other person who is having a speaker right now. Wherever you are, you have a goal. You have a thing that you can do to make this thing a success. Personally, have been restreaming the same spaces on TikTok, because that is where at least I have a good number of people that can actually tune in, listen to what is being said, and making this putting this on to be the agenda of the day, so that we get to know when the spaces are being held by Kibe, so that at least whenever we go on TikTok as well, we get to preach that we need to converge here, rather than having to again having them on TikTok instead of bringing them here. Because what I've understood, the minute you have numbers, you have a platform. If you don't have numbers, people will never take you serious. So if we come all together and stop having this different, vibanda where we go and talk about that stuff that can't, build a nation, can't, contribute towards a revolution, we come here. That is what I've been doing. I've been doing my part as well, and still, I believe still we have a fair chance if we come together and push this thing as a team. We put our differences aside. We listen to one another. Nobody's right. As in, we learn from one another. We make mistakes. That is how we learn. I've never considered myself like 100% correct. So if you correct me, I will take that into account and get to work on to sort whatever you have raised. So thank you so much. I will drop, but again, I'll join the Telegram and then I will DM you.
Tribeless, before you drop, what do you do? What do you do? I see you gonna.
Okay.
You have a very interesting.
Well, I'm a freelance journalist. I run a small a brand. It's called Urban TV. Initially, I had a radio station called Magic FM. I think we started the same time with Kibe. When Kibe started Rock Radio, I started mine as well. But I had to close down after some, frustrating processes of having to acquire a license, renewing every year. I gave up. Yeah. So I decided to do something different using this social media and the platform that I feel is comfortable for me.
Good. Kibe is here every day from around, I would say 8:30, but let me say 9. But Kibe will tell us akifunga all the way to around 3 or 2.
It's okay. So once I have that information, whenever I go live on TikTok as well, I'll push. I'll tell people that we're meeting here, rather than me having to restream the same on TikTok.
Cheers, man.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
a lot. Riek, Kwame wants to say something. Then
Yeah,
Riek.
that was massive. That was massive. You're right. I mean, you said something very interesting, and people would still look at Kibe as that puny ass guy who was, just talking nonsense back then. So yeah, it's true. I mean, if you told someone, "Hey, I was at this group and these people were real with the topic," somehow people now start thinking, twice. So yeah, that's a good idea.
Did you just say Kibe was talking nonsense some time ago?
I said, but we were shifting, Anthony. We were shifting from the 3D to 5D. So Kibe shifted, you shifted, I shifted, many of us shifted. Our politicians did not shift. That's why they're thinking that puny also.
So I think the word puny is a consistent. Say something, man.
My apologies, Kibe. My apologies, though.
Riek, say something.
Okay, thank you for the mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, tunakusikia na karibia customer.
Okay, let me just songe kidogo kwa kelele kidogo. Sasa Mungu anaweza endelea, nitoke tu kidogo.
Mondo Mogo, the mic is yours. James, you can be saying something. Mondo Mogo yako hapa for the second time, he doesn't talk. James.
Yo, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
So
We can hear you, James. Go on.
Tribeless, you have mentioned that you had started a station and then you had to shut it down. There's someone who had talked about us having our independent media a while back. I think you should hop on and we should actually follow up on that. I don't know how far your story tunafuatilia hadi wapi. It can be an interesting, it should be one of our projects actually.
So I'll follow up on the same, James. Don't worry. I think I'll get in touch with him. Not I think, I will.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Okay. Yes, you can.
Yes, me kuna shida. As some people are talking, kuna wenye unasema ati sijui maandamano ya jana sijui haikuenda through ama nini, but what I can tell you, what I know, I'm from Nyanza, niko Ugunja, mali huyo jamaa CS wa nini, CS wa energy anatoka. But what I can tell you kwa ground, tuseme like sahi, mi niko kwa soko nafanya biashara. I deal with hii biashara ya nini, phones and accessories. But sahi kazi niko nayo ni kuconvince watu. Sahi nikipata mteja anataka smartphone, what I'll do first is ni kumconvince ni muingize box. And what I'm telling you, watu wanaingia box, inalingana vile unaongea naye. Lazima nimconvince vizuri. Sahi nimeweka kitu ingine tu, political class na wananchi. So first thing nawaambia, nawaconvince, nawaambia wache hao watu wako na pesa, like somebody like Wandai. Uliona net worth yake is like, alisema kitu 530 million. That's not real. Huyu jamaa ako na pesa. Kwa ground tunamuonanga huyu jamani, watu wanataka tu, ukiona Prado mbili my V8 kama 3 zikifuatana, anajua tu lazima nikienda nyumbani, anaweza enda hata center ingine ndogo tu, anasimama hapo, watu wanakuja mbio, anaweza toa ka 5k hapo, anaacha watu wakipigana. Sasa hiyo ndio furaha yao. Hao majamaa hakuna kitu wanatutakia. Like for example, for me kitu nafanya naenda maandamano, useme Wandai alichukuliwa ndio, but najua kuna kitu atanisaidia. Hiyo kazi itamsaidia na familia yake. Juu at from 20 Mkopa, hii kampuni ya Mkopa niliingia kama sales executive, nikafanya kazi for 1 year, nikatolewa huko. Do you know why nilitolewa huko? Cause niliingia huko, wanataka ufanye kazi, hakuna biashara yako unaweza fanya, yani you are just there working for the company. Your salary is 30,000. So this 30,000 ukijaribu tuseme let me just try ama nichukue tu hata nini hizi some products like memory card so I can sell, nipate hata pesa ya fuel ya pikipiki. Hiyo wakigundua you are not working, hiyo unaenda nyumbani. Mwezi kiisha, kitu ya kwanza inaingia ni statement ingine kubwa, yani slip. Ukiangalia, ukianza kusoma slip, kio mara housing levy, mara sijui nini, yani unapata unabaki from 30,000 unabaki na 21,000. This 21,000, can you survive? To survive 1 month, a whole month, the 21,000. Nilisikia jana, I think hii kitu sasa imekuwa, but kitu naweza sema huyu mzee anaitwa Raila, sisi Wajaluo tutabaki tu, yani siku watakufa. That's where some people yani ndio tutakuwa na kitu ingine ya kufanya juu. Saa hii unapata mzee, wazee wamekaa mahali, unaelewa jaribu yako. Kuna juzi nilienda mahali nikapata watu wamekaa wengi, nikawagotea. Ya nikaanza tu kidogo kidogo story na siasa, yani nisikie wananini aje. Then nikaanza civic education. Kuna mzee mmoja, I think hapo naye nitaongea, sijui kama nitaongea vibaya. Yani ukimwangalia ni mtu tu ako tu. Slippers, hata slippers amevaa, ukiangalia unasema huyu ni yani hakuna kitu. Mzee aliniambia hebu tulia kidogo, nyamaza kwanza kijana, unatoka wapi? Nikamwambia mi ni Mkenya, mi natoka Siaya County, Ugunja constituency, hapa ndio natoka. Akaniuliza unajua ni unaongelea nini? Nikamwambia hey, I know what I'm talking about. Nataka at least sisi pia tuangalie maisha ya mbele. Najua we mzee, we sahii unaona ni kama we miaka yako umefika, but for the generation like GenZs, the alphas, so inabidi tuangalie. Mzee aliniambia we ujui kitu unasema, cause hata hiyo freedom unaenjoy sahii, hata hiyo maandamano mnaenda na nini, hata hiyo freedom of speech, unaweza kuja hapa uanze kuongea mbaya about Raila ama Wandai ama nini, ni Raila ndio alileta. Nikamwambia yeah, hiyo ni ukweli, nimekubali. Raila ndio alileta hada constitution, hizi county government nini, but inafaa tuangalie. Hakuna kitu Raila anapea mtu. There is a time nilikuwa Bondo huko kwao. Ikifika weekend, watu wakiona ndege, watu wa boda wanatoka mbio wanaenda huko. Kuna siku walirudi wanasema huyu jamaa ni kama hajakuja. Na jamaa wako tu ameshuka kwa ndege, ameingia kwa nyumba. Akiingia kwa nyumba ni hivyo tu, hawezi toka nje tena aongee hata na watu. So mtu kama huyo unamfuata tu blindly. Yani there are some people anafuata tu mtu blindly. Ukiangalia sasa village mali tuko huko, unapata village yako hiyo, ukiangalia mtu unaweza kuwa nayo hapo, unaweza sema ati huyu naye ni msomi, unapata ni mwalimu. Mtu alienda college akagraduate, akashindwa kupata hata kazi. Yes,
let me ask you a question. Kisumu, how many people, demographic ya age, how many people are receptive that we can have a Kenya that is post Raila? Toa wazee kwa hesabu yako, au hata uruke juu, waliona Jaramogi, wameona Raila, hao ni wake. How many people your age are wako receptive kwa hii conversation ya that Kisumu inaweza endelea na Wajaluo wanaweza endelea post Raila Odinga?
Okay, hapo kuna watu wengi, but unapata mtu anatoka kwao, baba yake mzee bado anataka control, ni mtu mkubwa, unaongea na yeye leo unamwambia hivi, akifika huko then kuna shida kubwa. Hii county government, hii sasa ndio kitu inatoua kabisa. Unapata walichukua MCA, alichukua mtu mmoja kwa vile japo anafanya kwa county government, akona kapesa yake kidogo. Utachukua jamaa uongee na yeye, umkalishe chini, umweducate vizuri, akwambie amesikia. Kesho weekend huyo jamaa atakuja na magari nyumbani, akuja na gari, wabebe kwa gari hapo. Oh, conversation ni gani tena? Imechange, amerudi ODM. Hiyo kitu inaitwa ODM. So mimi pia najaribu tu kwa uwezo wangu, hii kitu inaitwa ODM ndio najaribu, but kuna wengine hata sasa hii niko na mavijana wenye niliongea nao sasa wako sawa. Hata kuna wengine niliregister Twitter Spaces nini, wako sawa. So that's the job now. Kitu tunafaa kufanya is to create a narrative. This one is of political class versus wananchi. By the way, mimi nawaambianga mtu kama Ruto akitaka kura inafaa aende Karen. Aende Karen huko aongee na mabilionaires kama yeye huko. Wampigie kura tuone kama atapita. Juu unajua saa hii tuseme Ruto akikuja ground, anajua tu atakuja, pesa itatembea kwanza. Huku anakujanga, pesa itatembea kwanza, unapata asubuhi watu wamepanga line, wanapewa kofia na t-shirt ya chama na 500. Kofia na t-shirt na 500. Sasa akikuja hapo unapata watu wako wengi sana branded. And that's the thing, au watu wanatumianga kuiba kura. Juu anajua akikuja Ugunja mtaona watu ni wengi. Sasa hata akiiba kura aseme Ugunja si ni stronghold yake, but amepata 30%. Mtakubali ndio alikuanga anakuja huku, tulikuwa tunaona hakuna watu. Hiyo ni pesa, hakunanga kura wanapata. So the best thing we can do is to create that narrative of mwananchi versus political class. Hiyo ndio kitu nawaambianga tu. Mtu kama huyo akitaka kura aende mahali kuna mabilionaires wenzake waombe kura huko. Kwa sisi wanatuchezea.
So umesema kitu hapo, umesema umeconvince waseka watano kawafungulia Twitter space, ndio?
Yes.
So hours umefungulia Twitter space, ni wangapi wako kwa hii space tuko sahi?
Kwa hii space tuko sahi. Kwa hii space tuko sahi awako, hata mimi nimeingia tu sahi sijakaa sana.
Hivi. Kila siku siwa kwa hii space from around 8:30 all the way to 2. Kesho nataka kukamna wase watano. There's something people need to understand in this country. A movement is like a religion. You know, it must be in your soul. So we have to educate each other so much. Juu ukiongea, by the way, I can almost feel your anguish in your voice, eh? So you bring those 5 people, leta wase watano, wasikie kenye tunaongea, nao pia wende uongeze watu wengine watano. Unaget?
Hiyo ni kazi nafanya hata saa hii,
Good. Hivyo ndivyo tutajenga hii kitu. Sasa tuko mashinani. Si umesema uko Ugunja?
Niko Ugunja.
Mimi niko Kirinyaga. Kibe yako kule yako. Hata kuna madam hapa anaitwa Linda ako US. Kuna msengine hapa anaitwa Mori wako Dubai. So nataka tujenge hii kitu from the ground. Na it's a high time wase wa realize you don't have to go there. Hii space itatufikisha mpaka kwa nyumba ya msee. Okay? Nataka please, I want us to get to a point tukue kama radio station. Unaona venye mtu alikuwa anaamka kuweka KBC idhaa ya saa 8. That's where we want. And hivyo ndivyo tutawin. Hii hatuhitaji permit ya kupewa frequency. Hii hatuhitaji sijui kulipa license ya pesa ngapi. Hii unanunua tu bundles yako ya 50 bob, uko na radio station. Na utapata information. So ongea na wase watano, mimi ongea na wase watano, Kibe ongea na wase 100. Kibe anaweza fikia wase 100. Kibe ongea na wase 100. Wacha tusikie Githiki anataka kusema nini. Riek maliza alafu ni game same mwingine bro.
Okay, sawa. So kwa hii kitu nataka tu kuambia wenye wanasema hii kitu ilifail, hii kitu haikufail. Au watu wameungana pamoja, sahii wako pamoja. Raila every day kila akienda kwa press hatukuenda kwa. Sasa unataka kuniambia John is expert wa nini? Alipeleka experts. Hakuna story kama hiyo. Au watu hata juzi niliona wameanza kureport vile nini serikali ya Uhuru walikuwa wana report Capitol Hill. Hata niliona Kipto juzi PS wa Treasury alikuwa huko, na huko najua ni mwosho mmoja, ukiwa na scandal yoyote unaenda huko unamsalimia unampea yake, hiyo ni kitu imeisha. So hao watu wako kwa serikali, sasa hiyo position imebaki ni sisi tuweke tu hivyo, tuko peke yetu huku wakue huko. That's the narrative I'm selling now to watu wangu. Hao wako pamoja, sisi tuko pamoja. Asante.
Thank you Riek. Na uletea wase watano ndio to grow. Githigi, mic ni yako bro.
Shukran Anthony. Mimi ni Githigi hapa. Nimekuwa kwa spaces kadhaa mpaka nimekuwa mtu wa kupiga kibe hapa. But sasa nimeamua badala watu wapigane, siri tulete, kila mtu alete idea yake, tujue nini endelea, ama tujue venye tunaweza shikana watu wasaidiane. So Anthony, kuna mtu amebonga hapa kuna speaker amebonga hapa akasema tunafaa tujipange, tujiorganize, youths wapate positions kwa government. So this my idea on this, or my take on this. The system is rigged. Say of late tumecheki the political class wameungana. So sahi wako hapo, washaungana, washatengeneza system. Na venye jana kulienda. Okay, jana maandamano ilikuwa success. But ile tukubaliane, kama ni media iko rigged, washaingia. Kila kitu iko rigged. Kama ni polisi wetu wako rigged, wako into government. Misunderstandings hapa ndani, tutaelewana tu. Movement ni moja, agenda ni moja. My big question is agenda yetu kwa hii story yote ama kwa hii movement yetu, agenda yetu ni gani? Moja sahi nataka tukupatia hapo ule chairman atachaguliwa wa IBC, ukuwe mdogo wake as a youth, tena ukuwe na hawa wengine wenye watakuwa hapo ma political class. Nataka uniambie tu sahi, na waambie watu wa space, kama utavumilia kusema Faruku Kibet ameiba kura, utasimama useme hivyo? You'll never, you
Nataka
cannot.
nikujibu sahi. Nataka nikujibu kwa gava, part of this government. Tulianza hii kitu juu tunataka kuformio Kenya mpya.
Yeah.
Una get?
I get.
We want hatutaki kuingia kwa gava ya msee. Tunataka kukua hiyo gava. So that wewe Githigi utakuwa unauliza Anto ataansa Faruku Kibet, Anto ataansa Ruto. Juu wewe na Anto na Kibe nyinyi ndio gava, you are answering to each other.
Thank you.
Are you getting?
Thank you. So
ndio nimejaribu kuambia kina Kimuzi juu wanakanga wakitutukana na Kibe. We are not interested in those things you are thinking about. We are interested in getting this Kenya to where all Kenyans want to. But anyway, endelea Githigi.
Anto simu yangu imeenda, nitarudi. Naona power imeenda. Acha niingie kwa ofisi, nitarudi. Pole.
Kevin, nakucheki. Sema bro. Kwame, unasikia Kevin akiongea?
No, see, actually I can't hear him.
Kabla rudi. Eric, unaweza ongea? Kwame, who in the speaker panel can hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I think
Dagush unanisikia? Haya, ongea. I see Dagush is lifting his hand. Let him say something.
Hoya.
Fiti.
Wase wanakuja hapa wanasema ati tuungane sisi wote tulete wase kwa space moja. Ile tunaona let's be realistic. Saizi ile kitu tuko nayo sisi wote wenye tunaingia kwa hizi spaces is that we are just fed up with this government, all of us, in a similar manner, but how we are vile sisi wote tunapanga kuinavigate, that's where we tuko different. That is why Kimuzi akiingia kwa hii space anonymously ama ameingia kivyake, anakuja hapa ile deal ataleta. Ulisikia jana vile wase wanakuja hapa kutu criticize. So saizi tuachani kufikiria kufantasize vile ati tutaleta wase wote wenye wana hosting space kwa hii yetu. Let's first of all work with what we have. Tuanze kugawana hizi ma roles, tuseme kama ni Anto wewe utafanya hivi na hivi, Kwame unaweza fanya hivi na hivi, depending on our capabilities zenye tutajuana as we interact more. Then hatutaenda hapa hivi kuwa puny, ile Kibe anasemanga ati tunaenda ku bend so low so that we can just get the attention of some other people who are just like us. Anto ulisema the other day that if we are organized, we don't need to go and look for people, including funding ama including everything. Watu watakuja watu for let me not use that language. We are not going to bend solo ati tunaenda kwa wase kutafuta following ama kutafuta nini numbers. We just believe in ourselves the way we are. We start from this point. What we just do, reach the people who know you in person. Wenye unaweza ambia wase tunapanga hivi na hivi, wase wa kuamini juu wanakujua in person. Otherwise utaenda hapa kushinda ukitafuta kina Kimuzi huku waseme pia hata wanaenda wanalipwa na huko. Hizi fundraising wamefanya huku zinawapea kiburi. So let's focus on ourselves na tufikiria vile tutamove. Let's work with what we have. Secondly, unaona mimi from where I stand, I would term maandamano as no longer instrumental. Saizi maandamano imeanza kuwa crippled. So let's not fantasize at Ruto must go, sijui Ruto will go. Do you think that mtu anaenda kuapisha cabinet secretaries on 8 early in the morning, wakati na nyinyi huku mmeandamana streets huku mnakulatia gas? Do you think that atawai chukua kalamu resign? That's a fantasy. So and tuondoe hiyo kwanza kwa akili. The only way we can make Ruto go is 2027. We occupy from inside. Parliament tuko huko. Wapi ma MCAs wengine ni ma GenZ, tumeja huko kwa hizo county assemblies. And we can just do that if we first of all do this civic education tunasema hapa, and we also mobilize our peers. In fact, our parents will believe in us kwa sababu tayari wameona tumefanya vitu wameshindwa. Wao tuliona beyond, wao walianza kwa bill. Wazazi sijui kama wazazi wa age akina madhe yangu wamechukua hii kitabu kusoma, wamechukua hiyo kitu hata kuipitia. So wao hata ingepita wangekuwa tu wanashangaa watu wanateta kwa nini. But sasa sisi tumeiona. So wazazi ndio sisi majenzi ati highly educated. Hiyo ndio kitu moja wazazi wanajivunia yetu, and that's how we can win parents. Tuende tuambie wao watu wa hiyo age, these are our agendas. Kutoka kwa hizi tuko around 400 people. Kila mtu akienda mobilize wawili. Kesho tukiweza ingia hii space tuambie mtu Monday tu wote na join space inaanzanga hivi saa 3. Tutapata hapa tuko around 1200 kupanda. And that's how tutaendelea pole tukipata wase wanakuja kusikiza nini zetu. Sio wase wanakuja hapa kuplay possum na wanakuja wamekuja kusikiza agenda zetu wakatupige huko. Sasa tumeendea wase huko kwa spaces zao tumewaleta, but wanakuja kusikiza watupige. That way tutakuwa saturated. So acheni tu tu focus na sisi na tuanze kugawana nini. Tuanze kuobserviana mtu anaweza fanya nini. Kama mtu anaweza hiyo capability, unaweza mobilize watu kwa county assembly yenu wa kuchagua MCA. Tunaweza anza mapema hii juu next year, by the way, yuko mwisho 2025 tutasema 2026 campaigns zitaanza. Tukipatwa hapa bado tukitakira hapa kama nini, kama hatuna direction tutaumia huko mbele. 2028 tutakuwa bado hapa na space ingine ya kupangia 2032. So acheni tujipange wasee, tuanzeni kukamapu. Msee anasimama, unasema sasa mimi naweza fanya hivi, kama kuna anything we can do, na huyu ndiye tunaweza mpea
Dagush.
Oe,
kuna dema naitwa Flo Nyaga hapa saa hii tu asubuhi, tu ulikuwa wapi? Amesema hata pia atatusaidia na kuleta wase wa diaspora kwa space. So hiyo kitu unasema ina happen. Una get?
Yeah.
Ni venye haifanyiki kwa hii space juu tuko na place ingine kando, hiyo kitu ina happen.
Mechanical engineer. So mimi line zangu ni energy and such.
Uko space ya demo ya Telegram?
Nimejoin Telegram lakini sijafuata sana, nimekuanga hivi tu partial huko, but labda naweza maybe focus ni.
Fanya hivi, once na wewe hata usiku ingia unapopina unaona nini wasawa na bonga. You get? Naona kwame ameinua mkono hapa.
Ngoja, kuna msee hapa hivi amesema Anto. Kuna msee hapa hivi amesema ati hii movement yetu is it more of inclusivity ama revolution? I guess zote mbili they are all in one basket. Tunaanza na inclusivity ya kila mtu mmoja so si ati tunaanza kusema ati is it ati kama ni inclusivity we have them all. Saizi unajua Ruto saizi anakuanga ameweka nini, gava yake imejaa watu from all over. In fact saizi wase wa Nyanza wanasema tuko kwa gava ndio maana hatutaandamana. So hata hii movement yetu kuna time tutabidi hata tukijiita tribeless.
Dagush kindly next time when you like ukitaka categorize watu hivyo, generalize watu hivyo, remember I am part of those people who come from Nyanza, and I kid you not, there's something ujama Ogunja amesema, and you know how that thing it touches my heart, because I'm also trying to liberate my people from this family ya Odinga.
You know Kwame, sisi huko kwetu mlima na kwingine wase wanasema the same.
I know the guy you saw on TV, forget about that person you saw on TV. That guy is an old guy. He doesn't understand what's happening. You could tell.
But kindly know that these are the same people we will need to have us in the parliament. See, those are the same people wako na vote yao kila mtu individual. Wenye wako na hiyo mentality wamejaa huko kwetu, wamejaa kwenu. So sometimes tutahitaji pia.
Dagush, allow me to ask you one question, then I'll mute. I know very well where I come from. We are 75% of my population, and if I tell you that we are going to do whatever we can to even get 70%, do you want to tell me if all those other regions decide so, because this is a movement, this is a revolution, huh? If everybody who is young like you and I said so, do you think these people will win? Yeah, I mean, as you are talking in the context of 2027, because for us, we are still planning a society that they cannot infringe. Do you think they would win?
To answer these people still have influence on these young people pia. Ile kitu nilikuwa nasema about inclusivity, wakati tutakuwa tunaform like in this movement yetu, we shall also need to, there will come a time when tutakuwa sasa tumefika huko juu, tunataka sasa tusimamishe, let's say nitumie tu nani hapa Linda ama Lord Sun, tunataka sasa kulingana vile tumemuona ndiye tunataka tumsimamishe akue prezo wetu ama kutoka kwa party yetu yenye tunaweza form. So ile kitu itafanya support tutatoa wapi kwa Kenya mzima? That's why I was sana, Wakikuyu wako
Okay,
represented here Ishongwa.
Dagush,
Wacha pia
Dagush,
sisi
Dagush, I'm sorry. I mean, why would you care about what other people think? Why don't you just focus on yourself, bro? Wachana na watu wengine. There are also people wako karibu na huyo jamaa. I'm very sure, you know, these people you are saying they are sellouts. There are people who are closer to them who don't agree with them too. So why don't you worry about building yourself? Because the moment you build yourself, you are also helping us build and move together, because it's like you are trying to hold me back. You see?
Dangush, Kwame kidogo. Let me tell you guys something. When Julius Malema started EFF, he did not try to win the entire of South Africa. He went to a specific part of South Africa, Soweto, you know, those ghetto places. Why? Because the message he had was for them. Okay? But he knew it's these people who will take me to the National Assembly of this country. These people will make me president one day. Now, we are not targeting a Kenya who is still thinking on a tribal line. That is not our target. Just lines that does not vote on all the wrong things we have experienced from 1963. That is what we are. So, we want to tribal. It is our work to convince him, yes, but it. So let us form a movement that is so big that that person atajiuliza, I think I want to be part of that narrative. So whoever is we are many. That's the new Kenya. Hiyo ndio sababu tunapiga sababu ya the new Kenya. I hope I've brought both of you into the frame. Or not both of you, Dagush into the frame. I think Kwame is in the frame.
I guess that now will work.
You are a believer.
Anthony, actually I have something. Maybe these are some of the things I'm good at. As we need to discuss these things also. There was a magazine, I think it was 2 days ago. And for me, you know, these things, when I see them, I'm always like, what information these people are not giving us. There was a headline saying, this is on Nation, a headline saying cancer-causing chemicals found in pesticides used in Kenya. Now, every one of you who is here, and I say that is the thing I was talking about, that these people are always planning. That's why you see if you look at even the SHIF thing, these people have been pushing this cancer thing, and now you see 2 days ago this article comes out. So you see, this is why I'm worried that people who are holding us back, hawabaki tu, but tukae tukijua we are dealing with a monster who is willing to kutumaliza by whatever means, you know. So the fact that even the person who's going to be the Minister of Agriculture, I don't know whether that chain goes down like Kebs, nini. But these are the people who are supposed to be protecting us from such things.
Complex. So they need more time. Am I making some sense to you, Kwame?
I get you.
Good. Now let me bring in Lord San and Rest PLE will follow then. Yeah, in that order. As I get this. Kuludeng.
Hello majamaa.
So Lord Rest then Kuludeng.
Hello majamaa, mnasikia? Anto, shukrani sana kunipatia mic. Naitwa Frank kwa side za Kitale. Sasa mimi
Lord San sikusikii bro. Kwani unamsikia?
Yeah, naweza msikia.
Mimi nakusikia.
Okay, go on.
Moja, mi nasema hivi, wanajipanga. Unajua wale wako na Arsenal wako na kila kitu yenye to win. So tujipambana na wao. So tuanzishe ile narrative iko soft. Hii ina favor kila mtu lakini it doesn't hurt anybody. Hasa tukisema like tuanzishe tu narrative vile tuseme tuna occupy Twitter, nini X kila Thursday. Tuanzishe ile narrative kama tuseme next Thursday tuna occupy Twitter. Every Tuesday, every Thursday. Iko ile siku ya space. So hivyo tutakuwa tuna mobilize watu, hasa watajoin Twitter wengi, alafu tunajua what next. So hapo hivyo unajua once watu wamejoin X kumekuwa wengi, kutatokea na watu wako na ideas mingi, watu wako na ideas mzuri, then tuona mimi tunaenda. Mimi sina mambo mingi, ni hiyo tu.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go on.
Thank you so much. It's like I'm impressed with the head. Everything has been won, especially if you check about the armory that came out from the security agents. It was just an indication politically that the work was done. But however, this is the moment for people to reflect for the future. And I also believe that the GenZs are coming up to their senses, because there was a point when they were behaving like childish, like mentality or like children. But I'm not attacking them. They did not understand the meaning of this movement. This movement should... Hello? Hello? This movement...
Go on, we can hear
Okay.
you.
This movement is not intended to last they want to take it as permanent. You see, it should be used when it is hot, or it should actually achieve its objective within some hours. So when you delay to achieve the and at the moment, in terms of demonstrations, as we are going, you will find out that it has been weakened. The very person who have been attacked, that is Raila Odinga, of course they are calling him sellout, whatever, is the one who has also assisted to weaken this. He has been fighting for. So Ruto knew it and he went and grabbed him. But the Gen Z was trying to isolate others. They say, no, we don't want other politicians, we don't want this. But that is what affected them. So when you are fighting your enemy, look for some of your enemies to come and help you. It can work out. So that is what I think, that as time goes, Gen Z should appreciate. And I also heard people here trying to speak as if that Gen Z is Kenya. Kenya is not Gen Z. Kenya is for everybody, whether old or young. So try to make sure that those people you are attacking, that we want to bring in new people, it is very difficult to isolate those people whom you want to move out.
because the constitution is open to everyone. So today or tomorrow, you cannot compete with those particular people. So those are the issues. So you have to understand that people like Raila Odinga, you cannot take away his CV. I heard people saying that, whatever he has betrayed. Betrayed what? And is there any crime that he has done? No, what he's doing is politics. But anyone who is against Gen Z, it seems as if he's an enemy of everybody. So these are the issues that Gen Z should understand, that, democracy is bitter and it does not favor anyone. So the Gen Z also, finally, I want to wanted to negotiate with them. They don't want to form a leadership. They don't want to send representative. Ruto said, I want to give you some 2 people or 4 in the cabinet. They refused. Come and let's talk. He even came to these particular platforms. So what do they want? So they should correct that tomorrow, because otherwise they should have consolidated what they have won. Right now we should have talking about 2 people in the cabinet from Gen Z, and apart from that we should be talking about the so consolidated from this particular group of people. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, but the constitution or by violence. So that is the disaster. So we did not see even a group of people who can be the capable leaders if you push out Ruto. Because when you push out Ruto, Kenya will become riotous and it will become a problem. So you did not give us a strong team, maybe Miguna or Kibana or whatever, Msioga and whatever. You could have said that if we remove this, we are giving the pure team or the purest. So people were ahead.
Thank you, Resk. I'm seeing Kuluden. Kwame, I see your hand up. What's up? Kwame, I see your hand up. Say something.
Yeah, thank you. Quickly, to Lord San, kindly, brother, remember, Gen Z are not a problem here. Gen Z already were united. So they are only trying to tell you this is a different century, that you should engage with them. Thank you.
Yeah, a question to you, Kwame. About everyone in elder
Okay, sorry. Gen Z understand the problem.
Whenever they are fighting or champion for democracy in Kenya, it's not for them. Not for them to say this one should not be involved. The elder are saying that part of the problem that we are facing now, you attacked some people who could have helped you. Imagine if Odinga was with you, because you were almost closer in terms of the
Okay,
philosophy.
Lawson, hold on, bro. I mean, the question I'm asking you, why are you worried about what other people like? Why don't you worry about you yourself? What can you do yourself? I am a millennial, I am 35 years old. Why are you worried about the younger ones? What can you do at your own capacity or in your own capacity? Forget about other person. Wewe kama lot
will move as one. So I think that is the platform that I want. So what I want as an individual, or what I can do as an individual, is to make sure that whenever you are fighting for the movement, there are things that you have to understand that you move as a team for you to win. Whether the elderly, the disabled, the what, but when you come to the people who are a bit segregative, that's where the problem comes.
So wait.
Let me ask.
Hold up, everybody. Because I want us to get out of our imagination. We are spending too much time. Get out of your imagination. If you cannot put some action behind it, then all you're doing is just making noise. If you cannot put any action behind it, hold up, just mute your mic. Four or 5 weeks. There was no action behind it. That's all we had. So it is a big waste of time. Many passengers going to do very many different things. Then everything else we can deal with. And I'm trying to close this up. That's why I even jumped in here. Unless Anthony wants to keep it running. But no, let's close it up with the next, maybe, let's say what? let me give everybody like a minute or two to close it down. Then I'll come to Anthony. If you really have anything very important to say, you can jump in. You can just put up your hand. I'll give you a chance to speak, so that we don't water down what we said. If you do want to get involved, talk to Anthony. Anthony will put you in touch with the group. If you do want to get involved, yes, you must. Why are you here? How can you be here and you're not involved? You should have something better you're doing. We need loyalty, so that when you say you're going to do something, you do it. The movement needs people like that, not like those fake motherfuckers who lied to people yesterday and never went to town. I never said I was going to town, and I never pushed for the nane. I didn't say people go to town. He said, hey, if you have planned to go to town, then make sure you do. Don't lie to people, because the movement needs that movement for yesterday. It needed people to go to town. So if you lied to people that you are going to town and you never did, well, so that's the level that people are starting from. We must learn how to deal with each other before we even talk about what is wrong with our country. We must learn to trust one another and how to deal with each other, so that we stop living in our imagination, because we run to our imagination thinking that's where the leaders are. The leaders are you and I, my guy. It's you and me. Hakuna mtu mwingine anakuja. So either unitrust ama usinitrust na uendelee kuishi kwa imagination. It's that simple. The leaders are you and I. It's me to trust you, you to trust me. Now, if you cannot trust one another, then we are wasting each other's time. The people who go to war because they trust each other. I trust you to have my back, the same way you trust me to have your back. And I'll do whatever it takes to my death to have your back. That's what it means. But now if you're doubting each other every fucking second, then there's nothing you're building. Because how sure am I, unless I do not build vizuri, I have to trust you. So let's stop living in our imagination and assuming that there are some people out there who are just waiting to be tapped in like WWE. And they come in now it's time for you to be a leader. They don't exist, bro. Everything that you need is right here. With 325 people, you can take over the world. Everything that you need is right here. Stop looking outside. Stop living in your imagination. Stop talking about Raila. Whoever wants to be here will be here when they are here. For now, this is what you got. Deal with it. Stanley.
Oh, thank you very much, Andrew Kibe. Actually, I've heard what you've said. Yeah, it's actually very, very nice. I don't want to repeat myself. But first, guys, let me just tell you something. Whatever we are doing, it's democracy. The whole narrative is about sovereignty of the people and supremacy of the Constitution. I think that's chapter 1 of our Constitution. And that's where everything has been built upon. It's about our sovereignty, like taking back our state. That is what we are fighting for currently. But one thing that you have to know, Kibe, I have loved the analogy that you've used about a vehicle and passengers going somewhere. But what we need to know, what we currently have, actually speaking, I think we have the passengers, but we don't have the vehicle to take us there. Like we have people who are already on board, we want to go there, but the thing is, we don't have the vehicle. So whatever everybody should be fighting for right now is how do we get this vehicle? Maybe we have the driver among us. We have those who can drive us, but where is the vehicle? And back to the vehicle analogy, there are things that actually it's not rainbow. It's not rainbow and sunshine. It's not as easy as we think. It's not the way we imagine it to be. The ground things are very, very different. Let me just tell you. The other day I was in Nairobi 2 weeks ago when I left from school. When this thing all started, it was a matter of me and my friends, my classmates, my schoolmates. When we came together, we were people who we had the same idea. We wanted the same thing. But when I came home, like venye nilikuja huku mashambani, things were different. The first thing unasikia mtu anasema ni GenZ mmeanza kutusumbua sasa. Mbona, why are they even doing that? Just because Raila came up and gave people from his party, now they think that whatever has been done is now enough. and everybody huku ushago wako hivyo, so we still have a long way to go. We are 325 people right now. What we can do is to educate each other. Let's just bring people on the same. Let's just bring more people.
Stanley. The problem, the
Yeah.
biggest problem in this world is just mute your mic for a second. I want you guys to take like a minute or two, just make your point and leave. So the biggest problem in this world is comparing yourself with other people. When you compare yourself with other people, you try to grow abnormally. So you don't grow in the normal way. Because now you see, you're taking us back to Shags, to a very disappointing story about how people in Shags don't believe in what we are doing here. Bro, we are here now. Why are you taking us to Shags? Why are you giving us this sad story? This sad story about how we have such a big monster to fight. No, we are here now, bro. Stay with us. Stay in the moment.
Yeah. You know, there are things that Kibe.
No. Don't say yeah. Don't say yeah and then say but. Okay? So either you agree or you don't agree.
Okay,
I have
but,
told you,
but.
hold up. I've told you, stay in the moment. We are here now. We were celebrating the big number that we had, which was 325. Now you have wanted to shit on our 325 by taking us to your shags to tell us how people of your shags still believe in Raila.
You know, Kibe, that's where even your problem is actually. The moment somebody is not on the same boat as you, I'm not against you. That doesn't mean I'm against you. Just because whatever I'm saying is a true story.
It does not build to what we are saying. We're already here. Everybody knows that.
Kenya is a democratic state.
Hold up.
We elect our leaders by voting, and voting is a matter of now.
Let me mute you for a second because now it's just being mannerless. Bro, we are here now. Why are you taking us out of this moment? This is our moment. Let's enjoy our moment. Stop taking us to things that we cannot control. This we can control. Out of this, we cannot control. We cannot control what Raila does or anybody else for that matter. So it doesn't matter what the science is behind politics. Oh, it's a game of numbers, it's a game of this. All those things don't mean shit unless we learn how to work together. Now, if you can't do that, then all this is for nothing. You guys, Ruto and Raila know how to work together. We have to learn how to work together. This is the first time that we are meeting. So you must come down. Stop this high stance of coming to tell us this is where we are. No, that's not where we are. We are here now. Fuck your shags. Fuck whatever is happening on the ground. That is not where we are. Our ground is here. This is our ground. This is what we are building. So if you cannot stay here on the ground, you want to go to another ground, then maybe you're in the wrong place. It's very simple. Are we together? Because everybody is going to try and take you away from your game. Bro, tuko hapa kwa game, unataka tupeleka kwa ground kwa nini? Wewe uende kwa ground, unaona game ya ground inachezwa na kina nani? So, who was I talking to first? Stanley. Oh yeah, Stanley, you can come back now. Now at least you've learned your lesson for being out in the cold. Unmute yourself. Stanley is crying. Okay, Lord Son, jump in.
Yeah. No. I'm not crying, kid. I
thought you were crying. I was like, oh man, what have I done to Stanley?
Okay, basically it's okay, but if you want to go far, we must go together. We must bring people with us. If you want to go fast, we just select a few amongst ourselves and start the race. Actually, we'll run so fast. That's one thing that I'll know for sure. But will we go far? The goal is to go far, not to go fast, Kibe. In order for us to go fast, those people who are not with us, we must bring them on board.
Who decided what the goal is?
We must do that.
Stanley, who decided what the goal is? Because you're coming with a goal
here. The goal
here.
Is accountability.
No.
It's accountability.
So why fast and far analogy? It doesn't make sense. If the goal is accountability, fast or far, those mean nothing. It's just be accountable.
Yeah, be accountable.
So you're coming here to sound like you know what you're saying, but you're just fighting in the dark. Why are you being like this, brother? Why are you wasting my
No,
time?
Kibe, don't.
Why are you wasting my time,
Don't
my
do
guy?
that. Nobody's wasting your
There
time.
is no goal. As
Every
long as you have a goal, that's why you're disappointed. As long as you have a goal.
so how can
Yeah.
then like why fight if you don't have a goal?
No,
Then why
you see, there's a standard of
it's like
living. It's not a goal. It's a standard of living that you're looking for, isn't it? There's no goal to that. It's a standard of living. We are saying,
that's the goal.
yeah? You see, the goal has an end.
Standard of living is the goal. Actually, that's the goal. Everything you do is that.
Everyone
if you are to start to run today,
everybody must have access to the same standard of living. Do you agree with that?
yeah, and then that's for the goal. Now that becomes a goal.
Okay, let's agree with you. Then it becomes our goal. So our goal is
Then it
that
becomes our goal.
everyone must have the same access to a good standard of living. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's our goal. Yeah, that's our goal.
That's the standard of living that we want to create.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's not an agenda. It's just putting it out there that everyone, whether you are Luo or you are black or you're yellow, everybody has
just
the same.
playing with words. But
No, it's the same thing we're saying.
They mean the same thing.
Yes, it's the same thing we're
they
saying.
mean the same thing.
I agreed with you a long time
How can
ago.
we say that we have a goal and we don't have an agenda? You know, it's confusing. It's confusing.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. So let's just call it what it is. We have a goal. We have an agenda. We have things we need to achieve.
No,
as
we
a
don't have an
country.
agenda. We don't have an agenda. You see, an agenda is like it's like when you say women need to be given to 20% of the jobs. You see, that's an agenda.
Yeah, that's an agenda. It can still be a
and
goal.
I wouldn't support
Just
that because
depending on how you.
I wouldn't support something like that because that doesn't make any sense.
All right, Skibe, you know, but me, for those who are listening, you just go there and bring more people on board. Go and educate those people in the villages. Go spread the gospel. That is how Christianity reached us. If the disciples decided just to stay with it amongst themselves.
But why are you taking us away? Why are you taking us away from here? Why are you taking us to the village, bro? Us guys are here now.
Because here we
give us a message. Tupatie at least kasamonet ka hapa. Utuambie all 325. Ngoja. Let me give you the introduction. You say, hey, all 325 of you, this is my sermonette to you, the people who are here. Okay? This is what you should do because the people who are organizing are here. Hold up, I'm not done. The people who are organizing are here. So to come with an agenda like go to the village, we're not there yet. So civic education is good, but we're not there yet. We are going to the people who are willing. So the people who are willing are the ones those are your target. They just need to be shown, oh, listen, this is where we are meeting. That's it. Now, this other preaching we shall do later. But for now, you target only the people who are willing. Hawata kusumbua, and it will be easy for them. It will be easy to retain them. Now, go ahead. Start the sermon.
Okay. All the 325 who are here, I believe you've already gotten the gospel. Just go and spread it. I think I'm done.
Hallelujah. Jesus is Lord. Nothing KE, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Kibe. How are you?
Oh, it's a long time since we had a voice of a woman. I've been roughing it out with men here.
Apologies for that. Maybe you're being hard on them.
No. It's all fun and games. When you see men doing this thing, it's all fun and games.
Yeah, that's so I tried to stay out of it as long as I could. Now, a couple of things. I think people should not look at what happened as yesterday as a failure. There was deliberate effort by the police to make sure people don't get into CBD. It should not be confused with the fact that people didn't turn up. About when I came in, I think there was an engineer talking about, and I think yesterday I heard you talk about unemployment. And I think we need to now hone in on that because that is one of the biggest problem we have. But I'm also not a believer in brain drain where we take people outside the country. This country requires a lot of work to be done. And if people can accept that the way you actually build anything, it takes a lot of effort, dedication, resilience, and you have to put in the work from the ground up. So maybe in future we can have a space where we can look into what needs fixing and move in that direction. Maybe in a week, my website will be up. I'm trying to I already know what I want to do, but I want to bring in people. And instead of them having to contact me, I need them to get in touch with the website and we see how we can build. For example, when you look at the Smithmen on, what is that road called? I forget the road, but I know what I'm talking about. They've been building sufurias the same way for many years, yet we have engineers who are unemployed, who can redesign the products that are used in homes every single day. Number one, you add value and you create new customers instead of reusing the same product. When we do not advance technology, even on home used products, we create a market for people from outside to bring those things in. Yet these are products we can actually modify and rebuild, because when you're following money or when you're looking to create wealth, you don't go for the notes, the money, and that's why a lot of people don't understand wealth creation. You look at a product that is used by majority of people, and then you look at a product that people don't view it as luxury. So it's a product that can be used by anyone, regardless of their walk of life. Everyone uses the pods. Maybe the difference is the model and the cost. So we need to look into, if it's our agriculture, we keep complaining and we are using ancient models to till land. Why is anybody using a djembe in the shamba today? And we expect to increase our production. So I would urge the engineers and everybody else, and that's why I don't like when people hammer the guys who maybe got D minuses, simply because they're different kinds of intelligence. There's someone who can be very good at building stuff, and or maybe what they need is someone else to package it different. And there are people who actually, a lot of unemployment is created by this ownership of, I'm a graduate. I understand education as a means to help you think outside the box. To be able to come into a space like this where there are different minds and people are looking at life differently and engage even when you don't agree. And instead of having a fixed mindset of why is Kibe talking to me like this, try and look at it from different angles. They say, I hear a lot of times people say a coin has two sides. It actually has three. So I think we should look at the way I'm actually, my mind is blown away when I hear Akibe say, we want a good life for everybody. And that's my desire and that's my dream. This is something I've stayed up for a long time, trying to build around. And again, I want to thank you, Kibe. I know I've been gone for a long time, but you left an impression on me. I'd never heard you speak before, because I think I'd heard a different version of you that I probably stayed away from. But to me, I'm deeply indebted to you for some of the things, because sometimes maybe people hear when say you choose to come out with that banter that can sometimes can be domineering. People listen to just the voice, but if you take time and remove the emotion in a conversation and listen to the base conversation, what is this person saying really, then you begin to understand the person. But most of the time people miss opportunity because you come into a situation with a lot of emotion. And that's why you can see there's this gentleman who keeps saying, oh, I don't know Raila, his reign is over. Okay, so we need to rebuild. We need to build people like Inakibe and others who can take us in a totally different direction. And Kenya can be beautiful, because we're building after other countries have built. So already we have ideas of what we want, and we will not duplicate the same models. So let's agree to disagree. And when you come on a space, if someone comes and says, I don't like this, I'm not telling you to agree with everyone, because then that makes you a follower. But the way to lead is to be able to listen to a descending conversation, embrace it, and then work with that. and then challenge how you think, and then harness. And always, instead of blaming people, because that scares me. I don't like people who point fingers, because when you're building something, you fail so many times, but because people look at a finished product, they have no respect for that. And that said, Kibe, there's something I'm working on. I will keep my word to the letter. And okay, I don't want you to be distracted, because I listened to you and the impact I walked away with. I don't want you to be distracted by the issue of the party. I want you to just focus on how can we build a better Kenya. So whatever it is that I'm working on, when I'm ready, I will reach out. It's just a way of saying, it's also an eye opener. That there's actually a lot of money in this country. Why do you think this wazungus lie to us that they want to retire here? We have good weather, we have good food, we have 1,001 opportunity. There's also something I'm working on. I don't know whether I'm trying to bridge between the banks, and it's something I've tried before. But when I got the funding, I will not say which organization, because I didn't want the money channeled to me. I'm 100% sure that I'll become a very big shot. So I wanted the money channeled through a different organization, but nothing prepared me that these people could turn out to be greedy. But there are opportunities. There are a lot of opportunity. I'm just praying this goes through. I'll probably drop you an email on what the process is. If we can harness that, we'll be able to pull out a lot of people from poverty, even in a period of 2 months. And I know when I say 2 months, everybody is thinking, oh, but then there are structures. I'm still consulting a few things with a lawyer, but conversation has already started. So Kenyans, just believe in yourself. This is even what looks like failure. It's actually a blessing in disguise. Whoever needed to leave has left. Whoever will stay, then later, the same people who are blaming others today about what has happened will come back and say, oh, you this, you that. They will always, if you choose a path of complaining, you will always walk with that. But if you choose a path of building, you will build even where people are thinking this is trash. You will find a reason to build on that. I thank you for your time, and I hope to whatever to collaborate with you guys more. So Kibe, if there's an email I can reach you on, but let me first get my ducks in a row.
Yeah, get your ducks in a row, then contact us. And like now, what you are talking about is entrepreneurship. We need entrepreneurs who, because our country needs that. We need more entrepreneurs. We need more people who don't see the need even to go to university. Like now, they go straight to like a technical college or straight into the real course that they want without worrying about the degree, so that they can do this. Or people who, like now, people who leave the village. Why are you leaving the village? Where are you going? I mean, your father is a farmer. Why not bring the 2024 way of farming into this? So these are the kind of conversations we need to have. And then now encourage the people everywhere. Add value to your products. If you're making nuts, maybe think of making some oil, whatever it is that you're doing, or package them in a certain way. Because this is what gets people out of poverty. That's what got China out of poverty, Japan, and everywhere else, including America. Industrialization. That's a big word right there. Good stuff, Nothing K. And I can't wait to see what you come up with. I don't know whether you've... Okay, anyway, yeah, we'll discuss that at a later date. Thank you for coming through. Anybody else wants to say anything else before I close it up? Lord San?
Yeah, thank you, Kibe. Me was saying, this thing of accountability is doing hiyo vitu zishapita. I think sahii Ruto amepanga serikali yake and they are moving on. Tumebaki sisi is to strategize. And the first thing we can do to strategize is to mobilize. We mobilize our own youth, because majority of the GenZs, they are youth and millennials. So the thing we can do is to mobilize. Ndio nilisema mwanzo, the only thing we can do, we start a narrative. Ama tukuwe na ile siku kama ni Thursday or Wednesday or any day, ama Sunday. We can do it on Sunday evening, so that get everybody on board. Tukuwe na
Hey,
space.
hapana bro, hapana. Wait, Lordson. You're wasting our time. And you're wasting my time. You don't seem to understand what's going on here. You're telling us to mobilize what? Mobilize who? We are already here, bro. If you cannot bring those people here, then now we create something else and then go there. This we have created. This already exists, bro. If you cannot work with this, you're looking for something bigger, then utatusumbua. Because full time, you're pointing us. No. You're pointing us somewhere else that we should not be looking at. We have this. Use this. If this cannot work for you, then a bigger one will work with people who have different ideas from us. How? This is the best it is right now. This is the best it can get. Now, let's build this. Now, if this is looking like it's too small for you, then you're in the wrong place, my guy. So stop wasting my time because I'm here every day, bro. I'm building this every day. So if you're coming, come through here. Don't tell me where to go. Are you understanding? Now, the day when we have campaigns, now we can come up with ideas. And now you join the team that gives ideas. Hey, bana. So don't wait, son. I start feeding the monster of ideas. You don't want to get involved, but you want to throw ideas our way. Shit. Cheres. Ronald.
Yes, thank you, Kibe, for the opportunity. Yes.
Go ahead, man.
First, asante kwa hii opportunity Kibe. Kwanza nataka niseme as a movement, I believe you Kibe umekuwa ukipea ideas, lazima tukue tukue focused hivyo. Alafu sasa venye Kibe unaongea sasa vizuri saa hii, tutumie hii opportunity yetu tuko nayo. Yule mtu ako na idea alete mbele tuone kama ina work. Sisi tutadecide kama ina work. So everybody first, mimi nauza electronics wholesale hapa Nairobi. In case kuna mtu mwenye ana Kibe kianza hivyo ni mbaya kweli.
I don't feel guilty, so you know what you're doing is wrong.
Sorry,
you felt the guilt. The guilt is eating you. That's why you stopped in the middle.
Biashara sasa zingine ni nini?
Hapana, lakini wewe usiingie hata before umalize point yako usaanza kupush biashara. You see wewe. Hey, thank you, Jeres.
Sasa bana.
Hey, Jeres anataka he wants to mwagia us. All right, anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Kibe, I'm also thinking that the group should give a statement directing to the head of state to stop the abductions. And what you should know is that there are some of our members who are also vulnerable because of the participation in media and whatever. So it's a time that you find out that some of our colleagues may be in hot soup, and we can just give as a statement that the security agents should desist from attacking the members of the movement or the GenZs, because this is what is typically going to happen. And finally, I like this idea we are talking about of coming up with a group, because I've seen that the Gen Z is currently deflated, but I am afraid that it may come up as a sort of a hidden movement that can cause commotion or problem to the government, because it seems as if their voices are in them and they may erupt in any way that may cause disturbance in the country. So the president also should also take note of that, to reach out to them while we are also going on with our movement. But generally, in a nutshell, we should send a message to the president to stop these abductions.
I think that concept is still not it's still not landing. It will land in your heads properly at some point. The concept behind what this must be or how it must look like. Bro, there's a time Jesus was asked, hey, should the dogs do eat? Shouldn't a dog be fed first? He said, why feed the... No, I don't know. What is the analogy? Hey, let me get it for you. Hold up. Is it an analogy or what is the verse itself? Hold up. Oh, yeah. I got it. So Jesus himself replied, he said, it is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. It is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. Dingoingo, are you there? Kwame, umeshika hiyo story? Kweli.
Kibe, I understand you 100%. And you see, this is why, Kibe, if you look at our education system, we were taught what to think. That's why these people are very clever. Nowadays, lately they were throwing this word. That's why unapata everybody anakujanga platform. So what do you think? What's next? You know? But for me, my mind is programmed on how to think outside that box, how to break these things into pieces and solve them. And that is why we also must fight this CBC thing. It's only programming other slaves. So Kenyans need to know, think for yourself. Don't let someone else think for you. You know, Kenyans wanataka watu wawafanyie. Mimi siwezi kufanyia, bro. I cannot build it for you. But I can build it with you. Hiyo ndo mimi nasikia.
That's it. And you see, when Raila and Orengo and the rest, the whole group that was fighting in the 90s, in the early 90s, all the way to 2002, when they got the presidency. Remember, they started in 1992, okay? They got the presidency in 2002. The people who stayed the cause, who continued fighting that fight, are the ones who are enjoying the fruits of that victory till today. They are dying on those seats. So the next move is this one. The one where now people can enjoy the fruits of their labor for the next, 40 years, or until the next Gen Z movement comes about. Na mwanze kusoma history. I don't have to teach you these things all the time. Bogua, Victor, do you have anything to say very quickly? Si lazima mfunzwe kila siku hii maneno. Anzeni kusoma the signs of the times. Be a bit selfish even with your ambition. Stop connecting your ambition to your family or to your children. No, that ambition, you guys, just be selfish with it. Let it be for you so that you're always satisfied wherever you are. Bro, the only person who stays is you. Everybody comes and goes. So do not connect your ambition to another human being. Connect your ambition to you, your own existence. You should be at the top of the list of all the people that you love. So that now when you're fighting for yourself. Don't say you're fighting for somebody else. Say, I'm fighting for me. This means a lot to me. I'm not fighting for you. No, that's a lie. Now I'll become your God. That's why the Gen Z movement at the beginning didn't want to give the movement to anybody because they were fighting for us. And you're fighting for us, then at some point you're going to fight us. Fight for yourself. Fight for yourself. Fight for what you want. You should be at the center of your universe. So that when I see you, I know that you need to be here and you want to be here. There's a benefit you're getting. It's not that one person is benefiting and the other one is, no, we're both benefiting because we're in the same bus. But you're going to do something else. I'm going to do something else. But we're in the same bus. We're going there. So now this bus, once we get there, let me tell you guys, the professionals are hired. The people we need now are warriors. People who know how to battle. These are the people we need now. Once we get there, we'll hire professionals. And those ones are hired on contract. They are performance contracts. They are Nini. It's not a political office. We'll hire professionals for everything so that they report now to the right people. And they do the job the way it's supposed to be done. But the people who are needed right now are not sissies, are not these weak-minded people who are complaining about what this other side is doing. Let them do what they're doing. That's on them. If you want to be a builder, if you're a builder, then you understand exactly what I'm saying. You will look and see that many of these people who are talking are not builders. These are just assassins. Now they're going to turn back their accounts back to the usual assassination of character. You'll see that. They're not builders. They will not build anything. Even from hearing what I'm saying right now, they might try to counter this, but it will go nowhere because they have to eat each other. There is no animal I know that operates that way. They will fight and fight and fight and fight and accuse each other of everything. But no, us guys are here to build. So even for us, we need to change now our focus completely from that. So even these spaces will just be spaces for just to come, good vibes, and then we go back to building. We come here, good vibes, updates, what's happening, how is Kirinyaga, how is Migori, how is this place, good. Whatever it is happening, wherever we need to throw our energy, we throw it there. Then go back to building. Simple. Everything else is a waste of time. And I've had it with wasting time. Let's learn to be better. Today is a Friday. We should finish with good vibes. I don't want us to finish with this heaviness that I can sense a heaviness. We were too serious today. Today we should have not even talked about this shit. But since we did, we are here now. Kwame, are you still here?
Yes, Kibe. You're right. I watched a documentary and this guy was saying very clearly that they identify the dumbest African leaders in the society. And these people, I told you, these people, they operate all these institutions, these government institutions, everywhere. These leaders, they know how to, go for the dumbest ones. And, this group, I hear people are so bright that they still want to confirm it with Kibe and other person. Is what I'm saying making sense? Why don't you believe in what you're saying if it's making sense? So just know our politicians, all of them, all the entire political class, they might have gone to school and all that, but they don't reason like you. You reason different. For them, it's all about negotiations. In a society that we want to build, we cannot negotiate on something that we all understand. If we all understand it, then yeah, it's a go. Let's do it. Negotiations is for politicians, not us.
That's what's up. Thank you, Kwame. Resk, are you still here? You want to say anything before we leave?
I'm still there, and I just want to thank you for being liberal in discussions, because otherwise we have visited quite a number of groups, and I think this group seems to be a bit liberal, and I want to thank you for that, and I believe that will support your cause, and we are also there, and possibly if there is also a chance, we can also try to mobilize for some funds. I know some of us within the group may be taken to the courts or whatever, so that we can assist, because this is the struggle. The struggle should have some of these things in nature. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for joining me this Friday. It's been a good Friday. Open mic Fridays, as always. Deflated, not defeated. Deflated, not defeated. They say, there's this guy was trying to invent a bulb. So he knew what he wanted. He just didn't know how he was supposed to get it. His name is Thomas Edison. He knew, I want a bulb, but I have to find out what a bulb is. And it took him, I think, 1,000. He got it wrong 1,000 times. He got it wrong. And it does not even matter what the number was, but you have to get it wrong so many times for you to become an expert. So for me, what I see is that if you want to do anything, we have to do it ourselves. It doesn't matter how it looks from the beginning. Don't despise these small beginnings. No, don't. The people who are doing big things, let them do whatever they're doing. That's on them. If you want to be with them, then go there. But if you're here, then you must pledge allegiance so that we know we are working with you. So that tomorrow you don't come and tell us, oh, now, which army works like that? Which company works like that you can go work for the competition and come here and work for us? How does that work? So this place, this whole arena here is for us to find our champions. That's it. Anything else is a lie from the evil one. Yeah. Yeah, this whole space is for us to find our champions. If you're a champion, join us. Come here, let us work together. Come and show us your prowess, bro. We may never even have to ever meet. But the work we can do, is crazy. This is our ground. When we say tuko ground, tuko hapa saa hii. I see Osama has jumped in quick fast. Osama, what's up?
Kibe, niaje?
Fiti man, talk to me.
Maze, kuna issue fulani nataka kuraise, sijui kama niko off topic but nimenotice kuna lesson fulani tumelearn hii mwaka bana. I think kitu ilikuwa mkiongea for the longest time kwa ile channel yako ya YouTube na nimenotice come to pass hiyo story. Na hii kitu imefuck up wase wengi. Nakumbuka ile quote ya Orengo. Unakumbuka ile quote ya Orengo akisema this government will eat its own people. Unakumbuka hiyo quote, something like that. You remember something along that? Sijui kana unanisikia net yangu inanisumbua.
No, nakusikia. I remember it. Yeah, I remember it.
Okay. Mi sijui kana niko off topic but me as in kwa jaribu kwa decision najua la time tangu jana after history ya maandamano nimenotice kuna mixed feelings nini blame games but kuna kitu moja nimenotice history ya cancel culture it will eat you the more it will eat you the more it will eat you the more it will eat the person you are trying to cancel na nimenotice hii kitu imehappen kwa hii timeline wasa na regret kwanza kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Kibe kuna time ilikuwa kwa US ulikuwa unasemanga utai commit these Kenyans kwa vile Kenyans kuna vile tupenda nangi kama in a competition na nimenotice ni kitu imehappen sasa hizi mbona wasa wanaanza kulialia wasa walikuwa wanasema let's cancel this guy nini ndio ndizi maandamano kidogo naona hakuna kitu na happen usitufunze kazi the same people usitufunze kazi yani kuna wase wanajaribu the gatekeeping community eat their own children na hii ni kitu naangalia tu saizi kwa time mimi siku hizi nasoma Twitter yangu mission zangu kama gazeti naangalia tu vile msana react analia you notice you never use emotions in times of war let's use logic in time unapatanga that's why people like Napoleon people like Hitler hawakutumia emotions walikuwa wanatumia logic unapata say kama kina Stalin they used to use logic in terms of war. Saizi nimenotice cancel culture image their own people say wanalia wanasema msee wanafai any person with divergent opinion anashambulia wewe mwenyewe na George tuko na washambulia but reality nimenotice kuna morning tuko na concede na sasa inatufuck up sasa inajua Mseka Ruto sasa anatukojolea, anasema niwaambie ajitafutini hata leader mahali or represent. Msikizi huko alafu yeye anasema hiyo asi wanatakaje. So we don't want a leader, we are leaderless, tribeless, nini. Sasa hii mazee kitu inaanza kuwa mbaya man. Jana ilikuwa total failure. Personally I was very sad. Mimi nilikuwa nasema sasa hii ni aibu gani? Kitu tunadhania energy yote tumespend do boba hapa na hapa. Sasa hii ni aibu. Some say ako like I don't give a shit about you guys. Nitaka mlete msee mmoja hapa ongea na nyinyi. Hamkuleta sema traitor umeweka msee ongea na sisi mbona? Madara umeua beshtako, we ni madara. Yani unapata wasa ko driven by emotions, unapata even the messenger anakuwa worse kuliko the madara. Sa nikanotice kitu ilifaka wapi story yote ya maandamano, vile umesema deflated not defeated. Sasa hapo tumepunguzwa hewa, ni kweli. That's why unaona kila mse hapa tuko wote hatujui tunaweza kusema. Hata mimi nashindwa tuanzia wapi, kwa vile kesho Monday kesho kutwa ama whatever tuseme tuanzie tutasema nini, occupy wapi sasa, hatuwezi sema. Unaelewa? Sasa hatuwezi sema hata occupy KICC kule, hatuna kitu tunaweza kusema sasa hizi. But yenyewe Kibe, kusema kweli sorry, I really wish ile agenda yako kusema tungekuwa tuna msee mmoja ama board fulani ya serikali wanataka kujirepresent huko mbele, waseme kila kitu msana anataka na nini, hapo ingekuwa ni better. Sasa hapa kila mtu anachapa hashtag yake kila mahali. Mimi maybe nikiwa tao nasema occupy KICC, occupy Menti. Huko useme occupy State House, occupy JKI. Yenyewe hapo kusema kweli hapo ndo tulichapa blanda. Deflated but defeated. But it take a time. It take a while to return at the same energy ile time ya the bill. Hiyo ni real kwa ground size. Kwa jana ilikuwa expected ilikuwa mother of maandamano. Alafu mobilization zote hawakutokea, including me, hata sikutokea. Sasa hebu ni hapo ile tusikue echo chambers hapa. Kama uagiri na opinion yangu unaniambia I don't agree with Osama Kibe, ukiongea hivi na hivi I don't agree with you Kibe, but hata ukiongea kitu inafurahisha sisema you should cancel this, I don't like his views. Hapana, hapo ni makosa ilianzia. Tunaanza kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Unapata kuna boy fulani jana amearestiwa na DCI, kitu ya kwanza anaingia anaanza kuoccupy busy ya mse fulani, bala aanze kufikiria story ya the main goal of the story, the common enemy. Sababu kusema kweli Kibe, personally I apologize, tulikuwa nakata story ya divergent opinion from any other division. Tulikuwa nafikiria story ya echo chambers, mtu ukiongea kitu anasema yes no, hapo makosa ilianzia. Yes men, yes women, hapo ndo makosa ilianzia. Nataka ikwetu kama tuko tu mahali nikatu tuko kwa chombo fulani, msaki tu maoni yake unamsikiza, unakubali ama unakataa, unamwambia mbona sitaki opinion yako. But the moment kwanza kuanzana one by one ili happen, hapo ndo makosa ili happen in my own opinion. Thank you.
I have a question for Sam kindly before he leaves.
Yes, please.
Osama, I've before I came to Kibe's page or space, I was one of, but me is calling back feelings. I was trying to understand two pieces better, which group is within a reason. Then you see, for me, Kibe, out of all everybody, I chose this group. So Osama, the thing for me now, Nashidako, you are trying to validate yourself to these people. Why don't you stop validating yourself to these people? And I know you guys had a squabble. We all get a second chance. But what you do with this second chance is what now proves that you really, really want to change the society as it is. You have a following. So the thing here now is, what can you do to help to ikitu ni kushikana? How unaweza shikana aje na Kibe, because you have a huge following, so we'll get this thing going, because this is a trend that is already moving. Then we stop lamenting, bro. I understand, I'm a man, najua wanaume venye tunakuanga, but at some point we need to, unajua wanaume hatutakangi kuongea, tunakuanga watu wa story dakika mbili and we are gone. So we need to understand that we have a bigger problem. So we pull our differences aside, because this is something that we will work on once we start talking. So for now, how can you link with this and so that we can push forward and just stop fighting out to people? You're giving them more attention to, to lament.
Osman, minda kushow hivi, that idea that Kibe had never died. That is the idea we've been crafting here every day. And you're welcome to be part of that team. Okay? You're welcome to be part of this team because tuna control numbers. Na kuna wase walieka hopes zao 100% that we shall deliver that Kenya we were fighting for. So all we need to do is you bring your expertise, Kibe expertise, Kwame, Wanjiru. I see Wanjiru is requesting for the mic na kugetu sahi. We bring all these ideas together, venye Kibe alisema, and we move forward together. We've been bruised, we've been knocked down, but we are not out. I want to keep it very brief. So Osman, welcome. We move forward together, bro. The past is in the past. We've all learned.
Anto, naweza jibu kwa kiasi?
Sure, go ahead.
Sa, okay, vile nimesema, najua sometimes ukiona reality imekick in, me personally naweza sema sometimes sikuwa na welcome opinion ya msee, sitaki opinion yake. Unacheki, unapata huko una react sana msee akiongea kitu utaki kusikia, unaelewa? Ni human feelings, unaelewa tu. Kuna kitu naweza sema useme mimi sitaki msuri, but hapana, kama sipendi opinion yako sifai ku subject my feelings kwa vile sipendi opinion yako to other people ni influence wasi aseme msee anaongea ufala. Hapana, mimi notice najua why, you know why Twitter is great. Twitter wa great kwa vile unapata msee anatoa maoni ikufurahishi, but tunaendelea kuongea wote. But hii time ya hii vita uko napata msee akichapa maoni tu fulani tunakataa. Mimi naweza prefer kwetu kila msee akitoa tu maoni yake, una welcome, una disagree na yeye hivyo, alafu unamwachanisha hapo kama hutaki maoni ya msee yote. Unajua kuna time Kibe alisema ni aje, we need leadership in this movement. Sasa akasema acha ufala wewe, siji umetoka YouTube na kuja Twitter kusumbua. I was among those guys kusema msee ako na ufala na nini, but najua we time unakuja una notice unasema maybe msee alikuwa anasema ukweli, sisi tulikuwa na react, ilikuwa ni hard mentality. So mimi kinaweza omba kwa space, ukiona msee ako na divergent opinion, wewe ongea tu naye, mwambie ni aje, mimi si feel unasema poa hapa hivi na hivi, but ni sawa, una move on. Najua hapo ni ile story ya subdivision. Unapata msee amechapa maoni fulani, unasema we don't want that guy. Sasa mnaanza kufocus on that particular guy, tunalenga the common enemy. Unacheki hata gani anasema mapigano yenyewe kwa maana kwa mafala. Unacheki ni kama sibling rivalry. Unapata sister yako na brother yako wanapigana, unajua unaona kama mzae sana sema mimi nika first wanapigana niko tu. Sasa hivyo ndo the president analia anasema waanza kupigana yenyewe kwa wenyewe anipigi, na hapo ndo notice blana ilianza. Naanza kupigana yenyewe kwa wenyewe na wote kuna common enemy. Sasa mimi naomba kill tu.
You're right, sorry bro. What you see, you are unaona venye the thing about leadership. You know, I don't even have to I don't even have to tell you why I need to be a leader, but if I would say something that's interesting towards a problem that you have and it could solve that problem, it is you who will identify that mzee yenyewe Kenya anasema ina make sense. You see, that is how you identify leaders. Forget about politics. Politics and leadership are two different things. Na sahi,
exactly.
Also you show that leadership to your followers now. You anza tu kufanya na venye sahi tunabonga hapa. I'm sure if 10 of them came here and just had this conversation that we are having, trust me, tomorrow they will start sticking with you where you are going, because wanajua sahi umechukua different course, a course that is good for the society.
Yes.
Yeah, so forget about those people. You tumeanza watu waanze kuongea bro.
Okay, hold up. Osama, hold up, and Kwame. Osama, you know what? You're a big brain. I can tell, and your heart is right place. So stop doubting yourself now. Enough of that apologizing about what happened. Anybody who's holding you to your past, you can tell them to fuck off, because you have moved on. Just move on from whatever happened. Whatever that was, it was. In times of war, all is fair in times of war, okay? And I'd also tell you a confession. I really wished it was me, okay? And I know all of us were like that. So when you did it, you did what was best for you at the time when you made a decision. Stand by your decision like a man, so that we can tune him when you stand by your decisions, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good, my guy. Don't what past. Move on. Let's build this country. Now imagine, look at you. I was about to close the show, and when you came in here, all people came running to hear what you have to say. So people actually still listen to you. A lot of them.
Sure, Kiba.
Yeah, they hear you whatever you have to say. So be confident and stop apologizing. Your followers don't want to hear you apologizing. Not show leadership.
Sawa, alafu nataka kuna moja. Mimi nataka tu nifanye favor. Nataka kuna sisi uelewane nao, haina shida. Hata mimi kuna sisi uelewane nao. Sawa? Nataka ufanye favor tu moja. As much as msee muelewane, nataka mimi notice tu moja tukiwa tu pamoja. Tukiwa tu pamoja tuko na one goal. Okay, mimi naweza kuna mahali haina shida. Tuko na haina shida. Tuko na one goal mahali. Tunajua hivyo mazee kwa njia saizi. Ndisipo divide kole. Hata sasa ni fast wanasema. Asi wanaongea tena waanza kuana cheki. Kibe nataka unifanye favor, bring two wote pamoja. Hata says tunaweza agree kama ni wasite na guys na space hata ka daily but tunakaa pamoja na space moja. Wana common goal tunaongea. Kwa nini noticing hapa online nasema kuna space kama 20 basi wako divided na sijui vitu gani. Sasa sijui kunaweza fanya hivyo basic control. Opinion watu but hatukwenda umoja. Alafu tuende tu pole tuanze tu na online. Alafu we know when to attack. So vile vile kwa nimesema tunajua vile tuna attack tu. Hiyo nataka tuende tu pole. Sasa hivi tufanye forward. Ni kweli. Sawa.
Okay. Osman, kwa kidogo. Osama. Ya changing kwenye ya realize. Osama kwa hii space. Kwa ndio because umekano kawa relate.
Ni kweli.
That's how everyone is going to come. KUT pakae aseme wacha niende nisikie Kibe anasema. Do you know why Osama? Because a river can be river Congo ikitoka kwa mlimi na kuanga rage. Hivyo ndivyo Genz ilikuwa. Rapid waterfalls and everything. When you get to the ocean, so hii zote unaona ilikuwa ndio Osama, kichwa yako ishepiwe, emotional intelligence yako ishepiwe, stamina yako ya kustahimili vitu ishepiwe. Sasa uko kwa hii space, you are fully formed. Are you getting?
Yes.
Now give them time, they will also fully form them.
Sawa, alafu maja wao mko kwa hii space ya Kibe. I really hope umeelewa sasa. Okay, nimeanza kwa green na story ya Kibe. Hii story ya leader man. Sema kweli hapo tukue realistic. Najua wengine mtaza disagree na mimi hapa. But kipara wase kawa 5 tu. Tuwapatie pressure. Naambia sasa nyinyi mmesema mnaweza ongea na huyu jamaa ama mnaweza fanya hivi na hivi. Tumpatie pressure na cheki. Na ukawa vile ukiwa mtana alisema atakuwa na shadow the same shit tunajaribu kufanya hapa. Hakuna mtasema must go. Sawa. Tunyamaza mahali hapa. Najua ni time for reality hapa. Mimi sizi danganya. Imefika tu time mimi na kweli black and white. Tuna feel moja tutafanya mse moja kama ni ministry lani iko na blanda mse expert. Tunachukua mse anasema huyu ameidhi kitu anajua everything about this. Kama ule boy alikuwa anaongea story ya JKIA. Huyu mse tunaanza represent na mwambie niaje. Ongea basi wewe yote hapa sina kupata baka hapa. Kama Genz. Na hivi kama interior unaongea hivi na hivi. Sijui kuna lepa but ni concerned to be corrected saizi.
Osama, and you see, the thing is, Osama, you see, now we don't even want to fight the government. No, we are building a society that includes everyone. You see, so that people can get a dignified life. Now we've stopped talking about politics because politics is what wazungu walitumia to busy focus on what we are supposed to do. That is why we have a broken society. That's why you see people are just bashing one another here and there. Unaona? So for now, forget about the government, not attack Nini. Now we are building new. Like you said, you want to identify. You will identify them here, but based on what conversation we are having.
Osama.
Yes.
Just kidogo tulete 1-0.
Sasa.
Then you jump back in. Sawa. Okay.
Sasa bro.
Hi, Messi. Hello, can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Andrew, Anthony, Osama. So I've just been quietly listening. So I'm just gonna start by just looking at yesterday. Yeah, just giving my observation about what happened yesterday. A few lessons learned, and to just give my own humble suggestion about the way forward. First of all, I just want to say that there was nothing wrong with yesterday because war is a series of battles. It's a cumulative of different actions that give you a certain result. And I look at a war like almost like a degree. When I went to law school, year 1, I was Dean's Merit List. Year 2, Dean's Merit List. Year 3, I failed 2 out of 4 subjects. It's like I was not in school. Nilidunda kudunda vibaya sana. I was even wondering who was this person. You know, deflation, yani nikaenda kwa kona. Year 4, recovered, did some extra classes, graduated, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, you get the degree. So why am I doing this? I saw quite a bit of activity on social media yesterday. People are deflated. Watu wakaanza kuongea vibaya. People are feeling so sad. But I want to just see that. I want to just give this in context. Reject Finance Bill was such an outstanding success. My goodness, the euphoria. And then it gave us this feeling of we are invincible, we are unbogable, and then my goodness, then Uhuru Park came and happened. My goodness, the euphoria, it even got bigger and better, and we're up there, and we're with this big camaraderie. And then, of course, we had a few other pinpricks here and there, and then this thing, and we were like, this is the mother of all, and we're gonna unseat the president, and we're gonna go to State House, and. Then guess what? Didn't quite go the way it went. But I want to say what I observed yesterday. First of all, and I think Kibe, I've heard you speak about this. What I observed is these guys were ahead of you guys. You could not even assemble. I remember I am the kind of person who was taken out of Kenya by Moi. And I think I've heard you, Kibe, talking about the fear that Moi ingrained in us. We could not associate. Our parents could not even sit in a bar, 5 people, because of the fear that people are talking about him. He was so paranoid that he used to scuttle everybody. We used to speak in, our parents used to speak in whispers, to the point that they learned how to drink at home. And you could not, everybody that was seen in groups of 3 or 4, and I could see that model. I was a young girl at that time in Kenya. I could see that model coming into the police force. Really, there was no chance to even associate for 1 minute. That's the first observation I saw. So the right of assembly completely, he completely violated the constitution. Number 2, you are being delegitimized. Now that word of being called anarchists, you're anarchists, you're anarchists. They're not understanding that you're exercising your section 1, your article 1 rights. You're being called anarchists. And how did they do this? They started even beating up the people who are doing business in Nairobi to turn the business community against the protesters. So that if you're seen, you become an enemy of business. You become an enemy of the people. That was smart. That is exactly Moi's tactic. So I'm telling you guys, Moi is back in State House. This guy is a son of Moi, and Moi was operating at a time when there was no constitution. It doesn't matter what you do. The third thing that I realized, and I was looking at social media, was beautiful divide and rule. Yani, this guy, he took a jar and looked at a bunch of ants inside the jar and shook that jar. And you guys, you all took the bait. So and so is fighting so and so. Sijui nani amelipwa, sijui nani nini, sijui nani huyu, sijui. And even the people who are fighting on the same side, forget akina nani anaitwaje huyu this guy who is a pimp. What's his name? Sam Mutai. Forget about him and all those government bloggers that we know. People, ourselves, who are fighting on the same side, we started fighting against each other. What was that? Mkoloni. Create competition and push rivalry. It worked like a plan. So even when we were trying to do this whole thing of let's work together, it was scuttled. Now, what am I saying? It was not a failure. What it was, this was a battle where we had an opportunity to learn, right? Now, the other thing was the messaging. The messaging for me, I think Reject Finance Bill was very clear what we were going out there in the streets to do. And I always believe in feedback. For me, it's a post-mortem. It's not a criticism, it's post-mortem, because everything is an opportunity to learn. Reject Finance Bill was very clear. We all knew what we were going to do, right? And I remember my mom is a boomer. And she's huko kanisa wale watu. I was very anti-Ruto from day one because I knew A leopard doesn't change its spots. I tried to tell them, do not vote for this guy. I told them why not. But this time, when I went to them with a message and I told them, Mom, do you know what? This is what they're going to do. If you allow these people to continue, here on that's Mbegu. You cannot exchange it. That land is no longer going to be ours. You're going to be paying rent and it will revert back to the government. I spoke to them in a language, very simple, a language that they understood. And when she understood that, she went and spoke to her church and said, how our Gen Z, we must support them. And she went and converted her whole church. She turned around, like the same way you sell Coca-Cola in America. It's one drink, but the way you sell it in America is not the way you sell it in Kenya, and it is not the same way you sell it in Uganda. Find the messaging must talk to the pain points of the recipient. The person, you must understand what they want, and you must just pick one message, and it must be very clear. So I think for me, that was the messaging. Now, when I talk about centers leadership, I look at, I live in South Africa, I've been here for 30 years. And I came when the constitution was being negotiated, and I've had the privilege of having a lot of conversations with the controversies with the liberation struggle leaders. And what was really good in the art of war, it's not necessarily having one leader, because yes, leaders are compromised. And guys, be clear, they're going to be sellouts, because that's how Africans, that's how the colony did it. They found us who, you know, somebody who can sell for 100 rand, somebody who can sell for 1 million, somebody who can sell for 500. People have a price on their head. So what am I saying about leadership? It was about centers of command. What we are lacking, and I'm just saying about this strategizing and regrouping, you can't put down the pressure, but you cannot fight somebody with a monopoly of force with a flag and a cell phone. They will kill you. This person has no respect for human life. This person has no respect for the sanctity of life, and they have got the monopoly of force, but they don't have brains, which means this is what you young people have. You've got brains. You need to outsmart them. These cops, I saw them behaving yesterday. They are brutes, but you've got brains. For me, what we are looking at is creating centers of command. Regroup. You cannot remove the pressure, but you can't go back to the streets the way you're doing it. Regroup in small groups of 50, 50, 50. Find your 50 people and decide that these are the people I trust, and work to create pressure organically and from grassroots level. How is the best way to uproot the tree? Is to make it root. Is to make it rot from its roots. You can't, if you cut it from halfway, it will break, but it will still continue to grow. So for me, my suggestion is we need to plan how to decentralize, create different groups of centers of command, and then you continue being a nuisance in your own way. And Kibe, I did send you an inbox. There are some things we discussed yesterday in another group, how we can do this, because I don't like having spaces where there is no strategy and a way forward and an action plan, because these spaces are great to come and make noise, but there is just no plan of action. So number one, decentralize, have centers of power. Number two, unity. Guys, I've heard you say this. Otero, I've heard you say this. Anthony, I think somebody said that. We've got a big group of people in this space. We've got to figure out how to bring each other together and bring our forces together and share this action plan. And I'll share it with you guys some other time. In these centers of command, continue deplatforming. Guys, the pressure must continue. Politics is they say it's local. So why are these politicians back in church? Why are they still in events? If you're in a group of 50 cells everywhere, you go to church every Sunday. Ukiona politician amechukua and you're 50 youths in a church, mnaenda mnapiga nduru, mnachukua hiyo microphone, mnasema hapana, kaa chini. And even if it is in Migori and you have got groups of 50 young people who are working together as cells, as people, not on spaces, you got to get off space, because you can't plan these things in public. Mnaenda mnasema leo tunaenda hapa na hapa na hapa na hapa. Just continue being a complete nuisance. Number three, this guy Ruto hates publicity. This morning I woke up to so many messages from my friends from Finland, Switzerland. That image of Larry Madowo being shot at has gone viral. People don't actually really know what's going on in Kenya, really. Ruto does not like that exposure. So we have to figure out how to expose him, to expose the nakedness of the king as much as possible to the entire world. How do we do this? Two ways. Number one, we got to figure out how to continue being a nuisance through embassies, both in Kenya and in the diaspora. And you know what? You do it in groups of 50, 50, 50 when they are not cops. They don't know that you're going to show up in the Russian embassy, that you're going to show up in the British Council with placards. Namchanga, you just wake up one day and you go with a placard with pictures of dead bodies and you do just organically. You're doing them in small, small groups that you continue becoming a group of revolving organizations that are continuously being annoying. And then somebody brought up a fantastic idea yesterday, or rather this morning. I think I slept at 7 in the morning. We do a super space where we call all the journalists around the world, at least it's a journalist, and say, do a space for 5 million people across the world and talk about what's going on in Kenya. That thing is going to be broadcast in State House. Chafua, chafua, chafua. Consistently being a nuisance without losing lives. So pressure has got to continue. Guys, this person does not negotiate. He will not negotiate. He has shown us that he has denigrated, he has violated every section of our constitution for the last 2 years of his existence. Right now, this person, you don't even know that he's going to even get off in 2027. He will not negotiate. Yes, I understand that you can go and bring leaders to go and talk, but he's not interested. You see what they did yesterday. Those cabinet ministers, none of them, they all have integrity issues. And according to chapter 6 of the constitution, none of those people should have been passed. Nobody asked, how did you make your money? What are your tax affairs? That was not done. It's a violation of the constitution. He still did it. Oh, nane, to show us in our faces. I don't care. I don't care. This person does not mean well for Kenya. So, yes, sorry.
Let me just cut you short, kidogo. Sorry. Let me ask you. You're in South Africa, right?
Yes.
How many people can you bring together so that we have? Because we have people in Dubai, we have people in the US. So how many people can you bring together from South Africa?
So
on a space.
So on a space, I can bring a lot. First of all, we mobilize about 300,000 rand for Hanifa's thing. We can mobilize. We can mobilize in a space. I can mobilize. So in South Africa, we've got an organization with about 30,000 Kenyans. But if we can bring everybody together, we can mobilize spaces.
So there's a platform where we discuss the things we're discussing, like strategy. I think we'll bring you in.
Right.
What I think we will bring you in, so that now we can have, if we're talking with people from South Africa, we get to take your views as you.
Okay. So Anthony,
Kibe will do that.
Anthony, allow me to land my point, because this cannot be a South African.
Sure.
This cannot be a South African thing. And I've inboxed Andrew. Andrew Kibe. I've inboxed him, and I'll also inbox you, because I want us to create a group of strategy, because I look at this like a business. You have to have a business plan and you have to have a way to get there. So please allow me to, I was just ranting today to say how we need to move forward. Then we create a strategy that we can implement, not just in South Africa, but also in Kenya and in the diaspora, that we arrange ourselves in centers of command. And then we continue pressure as you're talking bottom.
But Wanjiro, you didn't hear what Anthony told you. Yeah, you have this preconceived delivery that you need to make. He told you we already have that, so we already have a group, and we're willing to work with people who are willing to work for the cause.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So everything that you're saying is already in motion. We're already working. We are looking for people who are willing to jump into this, who are willing to give their time and their resources and their ideas. Yes.
Excellent. Can we please then bring other groups as well? Because this is what we're wondering. Can we bring in all the other groups in Kenya? Because Andrew, you've got a big platform here. can we bring in also the other groups of the other influencers in Kenya as well, so that we're not working with only an Andrew or an Osama, or that we can
So
bring in.
1010. What I want us to do here, and this is
Yes.
why we have to be a bit different.
Right.
So if you come here with an idea, then it is your idea, and you must be the one in charge of implementing it.
I have no
So if you
problem
have
with that.
yeah, so bring those people together.
Yes.
Bring these people together. We are here. We are willing. We are working. So come
Excellent.
here. Yes.
Excellent.
Appreciate that, 10.
Thank you.
We need people who have minds like this, minds that work very fast. Especially, and this world right now is run by ladies. So ladies are going to make things happen. The men are very, what do you call it, lethargic. We still want to discuss. Women are coming with, hey, let's go with the solutions. There's a solution here. Hey, very nice. Thank you, 10, for that wonderful submission. And maybe you need to say hi to Mariam as well. Tomboya, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Kindly confirm if you can hear me.
You're good.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to appreciate Andrew Kibe and Anthony. Pale nyuma nilisema kwamba we are in a ring and we are fighting. When someone punch you, that is a strategy. Our approach was largely to be on the streets, and evidently, in a way, we appear to have failed, but we are not defeated because the spirit is still alive. As that was happening, Andrew Kibe and Anthony were back in the house, cleaning the house, preparing the table, preparing the seats.
I'm losing you, Tom.
Well, I'm sorry. I hope you are hearing me.
Now we can hear you. You are on the seat.
Well, I got a call. So, yeah, Andrew Kibe and Anthony were in the house preparing the seats, preparing the meals, because at the end of the day, when we get out to look for our food, we will have a house to sit back and settle. So, this is something that was very obvious. What am I talking about? The essence of organizing ourselves and the essence of leadership. We had strategies. One appeared to might have failed, but still, because the spirit is alive, we are going to succeed. I can tell Osama Otero that you are at the right place. My advice as I continue, Andrew Kibe, I said earlier on that it is good that you consider getting someone like Miguna on board. Well, that is not the point. The point is, it is good that we get these great influencers on board so that in this room that is well cleaned, that has got seats, how are we going to make sure that the people of Kenya have a good standard of living through good governance? I advise Osama Otero, kindly stick with the Kibe, kindly stick in this room so that we continue organizing ourselves. We need to make sure that going forward, all these influencers, mostly those who are able to get a good number of people join the spaces, let us stick together. I advise Osama Otero, I advise Andrew Kibe, because you have good influence. Kindly try to get Emerick's. Have a one-on-one conversation. Talk. I can tell you that once your interest is one, which is good governance, good standard of living for Kenyans, once your interest is one, you must make sure that you work together regardless, because remember, we are handling a political issue, a rotten political system in Kenya. It is known that as long as their interest is always converging, they always come together. Why is it evident that Raila has ever worked with Moi, has ever worked with Kibaki, has ever worked with Uhuru, and is now with Ruto? because they differ on some things. They have followers who are enemies, but because there is a common interest, they come together. It is possible for Andrew Kibe to work with Miguna. It is possible for Andrew Kibe to work with Osama Otero, Amerix, Eric Omondi, Kasmuel Mkoure, and many other people. I'm saying this, and the reason as to why I'm always on the platform with Andrew Kibe, he may not know. Andrew Kibe has transformed my life. He taught me to relate with common sense. He taught me to be able to act rather than just be theoretical. He taught me to view the world in a different way. He is a man. I know that many people wanasemanga vitu mbaya kumhusu, but I can confirm that he is able to relate with anybody well. So by this, I'm saying it will be possible for Andrew Kibe to bring all these people on board. And going forward, Wanjiru submitted a perfect strategy. Because this conversation is recorded, I believe we will be able to revisit and implement almost everything that she said. The concept of decentralization. As we are organizing ourselves, we decentralize so that we have different groups that are able to take action towards achieving this common goal. At the end of the day, the kind of conversation we have here on X, let it not appear that it is Andrew Kibe that is bringing people on board. Today we have a space that Andrew Kibe is the host. Next time, after you shall have been able to talk to these people. Next time it is Osama Otero that is the host, and a lot of people, millions of Kenyans are listening. Next time it is Amerix. Next time it's another person. This thing is possible, and as we do this, let us focus on the grassroots. I sent Andrew Kibe a handbook of what I had written. It was talking about working groups. First things first, let us first bring these social media influencers on board. Secondly, we focus on the grassroots mobilizers on board. This is where, remember, Kasmuel Mkoure is multifaceted. He is obviously a social media influencer, and he is obviously a grassroots influencer. Let's bring such people on board so that when we hit the ground running, we are organic. We are organized to an extent that the government will not know how to deal with us. Bring your faces on board. I can tell you we are leaderful. Why was I able to call these people the likes of Osama Otero, Andrew Kibe, Eric Omondi, and any other? These are leaders, and every other person knows. They are leaders by nature. That's why they have huge following. I'm informing us that this thing is possible. Andrew Kibe, at the end of the day, the handbook that I shared with you in WhatsApp, it is just part of the ideas of what can be implemented. It cannot be implemented entirely. We can have that which exists in form of working group so that we hit the ground running with different professionals, with different leaders doing different things so that we make sure that we achieve this common goal. I'm happy I'm in the WhatsApp group with Andrew Kibe. I'm advising you, bring Osama Otero on board. Let Osama Otero look for other people, the likes of Hanifa, many other people. Let us not approach this with enmity. Let us focus on the common interest. At the end of the day, as we approach election in 2027, we will be able to identify those to vote because you'll come out courageously saying and preaching the hope that we have. The more we get organized, the more many people will just join seamlessly, voluntarily, and we will succeed. I'm very passionate, and I'm going to continue working with Andrew Kibe and Anthony, knowing that the streets is possibly failing. Let us utilize our knowledge, our skills, and technology to make sure that we bring down this government. Thank you.
Andrew, please just one sentence, please. JM, I can see JM is in the group. JM, we were with JM this morning in the space where we were discussing that strategy. So JM, I did share some of the ideas that we discussed this morning so that we don't just completely go back into the entire plan that we discussed. But so I did share with Kibe's team just to avoid the repetition. So that's what I was just going to say. But they bought into it, and I have sent.
We had a small comeback to you. We need one central source of power. Okay, and then that central source of power can now delegate that power to the other groupings that are going to come up, so that we can have one message, not two messages. The power is in the one message. So everything else you guys are doing is good, but the power is in the one message. If we push one message, just like we did on June 25th, just one message. We were clear about what we wanted.
Completely. Andrew, I agree with you. The messaging, remember, that was one of the weaknesses, or rather the learnings from this particular one. We do, I think it's I wouldn't call it a one power, I would say a center of command, because the word power comes in
you have better English than me. A center of command. That's a better command. Yes.
Yeah,
and you seem to know JM from before. You know, JM can go on and on for hours.
No, we actually met this morning in a space where we could not sleep. None of us could sleep. We met this morning at, I think, 3 a.m. I was going to court this morning and I could not even sleep. So we met this morning in that space, and I was very upset about, I was like, let's do something. Let's do a plan. Let's do a strategy. We need to do a business plan. So I agree, we do need a sense of command for messaging, but we do need to decentralize. I agree with you, Andrew.
And can you tell Andrew to stop hitting on no harm to anybody? I've no harm. I've no harm to anybody. So I agree.
Hold up, JM. Tribeless has been here for a minute. Tribeless.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Good.
Thank you so much. So you people, I see a lot of rumors going on that the movement has died. The movement has not died. We have just been slightly deflated, but the movement has not died. How did Bangladesh do it? Did Bangladesh people leave like space? They did not. Yesterday, sisi tulikuwa tunakunywa tear gas. I know some people did not come out for fear, but you people, how did Bangladesh do it? Bangladesh did it almost the same way we did it on 25th June. Everyone was united. Osama was not fighting Hanifa or Kimuzi or Gaido or Amerix. We were united for a common purpose. Let us stop superiority complex. We are almost people of the same age group. All these things here, either 60 years and above. Definitely, when we meet all together, we will always regroup. We expect that. So we have to also to regroup ourselves. When we fight, they gain power. Let us stop superiority complex. Number one, very, very key. We are not going to win something or anything when we continue fighting. When we fight, they celebrate and they feast. Number two, and very important, we did not go to the streets just because of finance bill 2024. No, it was a series of issues that had been growing. So what are the strategies? Because Andrew said we need to focus on the strategies more. Number one, which I haven't heard many of you speak about, and it's very important because I live in England, I live in Liverpool, but I'm in Kenya now, but I live in Liverpool. What can help us is this, and you people don't seem to ignore it. Number one, those of us who live in diaspora, in major cities, let us occupy, because the police in the first world countries do not behave like Kenyan police. Let us occupy our embassies abroad. Let those who are in the UK, like me and others, you don't even need many people. Kwanza kule, you don't need a whole group of 100 people to catch attention of the media. No, you just need 50. Mukutu pale kwa embassy, the police, and so long as you follow the correct procedure, my good friends, you will catch serious attention. We just organize one day, Kenyan police, these Kenyan police want to be there. We organize one day, one day. Kuna wale wana occupy Canada, Kenyan embassy in Canada, UK, US, Germany, France, simultaneously. Can tell you that will gonna put serious pressure on the government. Serious pressure. Serious pressure. Number two, and very, very important as well. Here I know, because I know people who are, I am a friend of people who are close to the people like Kitumbi. I know the government is in this group, in this space, through proxies. I know. And that is how they were able to subdue us yesterday. Why? All the spaces we have held, they are always there with fake accounts. What do? They listen and then they go take notes. And by the time we plan, they have already planned out to the opposition police officers in Githurai. Yesterday, they stopped us in Githurai. We had to alight from PSV. Go back. You assembled 3 of you. Tear gas. What can we do on that? This is what I think we need to do.
Tribeless. I'm getting lost, and I don't like getting lost.
Yes.
I mean, you've been following the conversation. I saw you here for a minute.
Yes.
So we've advanced very far into the conversation to a point where we're even assigning duties.
Yes.
Yeah. So all these ideas that now we used to have during the 4 weeks when we were busy mobilizing, all that conversation has now changed to what it is now we're building.
It has.
So I want you to get involved. Ngoja. I want you to get involved. So I want your conversation to be from I am getting involved into this thing conversation. You get?
Good. So, okay. Thank you, Andrew. So for me, because I live permanently in the UK, I am in groups of Kenyan. We have groups of almost 1,000, another one of 400 people. For me, I think the best idea which I can work in best and will serve us better is when we occupy embassies of Kenya abroad simultaneously, because we know these big countries where we have embassies are big contributors. So for me, I think
Tribeless. That doesn't help us here.
So
that doesn't help us here. So we're beyond now those ideas for the Mandaman and everything. So we're building. We're on a whole new trajectory.
So okay. So
it's a good thing, but it's only good for the battle. It's only good when we're going when it's time for the battle. Now we are building to get stronger so that we can come up with all these ideas. So your ideas need to be put to a sieve somewhere into the bucket of ideas, and then we all decide which is the best idea, and we pursue it. But from here, it doesn't have to be here on this forum.
Okay. So another idea which is very important, which I think we also need to reconsider holding our meetings outside the space in secrecy, where we know who is where.
Tribeless. You're not listening to me. And this is a problem of when you come here with a preconceived idea of what you want to say. So listen to what I'm saying. We have already crossed those bridges so many times that we have come up with exactly what you're saying. So we're already having conversations away from this space. So this space is just for us to identify people who want to work with us. And then now we move the conversation to another platform. Do you understand that?
Yes. Hello. Have I lost you?
No. We hear you, Tribeless. Go on.
I think it was Andrew. So I was thinking maybe I had lost Andrew. So I was saying, Andrew, if we have reached that level, so me, I think having I am not of the idea of a central leader, Andrew, to be honest, but I'm an idea of a group of leaders. I think that would be much better, because as a central leader can be easily subdued. But if you have a group of maybe 5 or 4 or 10, I think that will help us much more.
Tribeless. Can I ask you a question? Why weren't we able to subdue the central leader called William Ruto?
Because he has got other organs as well, and the organs supported him so well.
So that's what we are doing here. We are setting up organs that will have lawyers, we'll have people in economics, we'll have people in agriculture, we'll have people in strategy. But all these people will report to one person.
Okay.
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 Then that person will communicate on our behalf. Even if today we are to talk to media, 70 people can't talk. The mic can only be given to one
Definitely.
person. So that's what we are doing. We are setting up an organization that will represent the ideas, aspirations, and the beliefs of Kenyans who believe that we can have a better Kenya than the Kenya we have today.
Okay. So then,
and we will give that power, that mandate, that support to the leader this organization will choose. Because once that leader has 7 million, 8 million people behind him, he has what it takes
Definitely.
to take this Kenya
Next level. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
you. I think in that particular case, the best way I think we can do it, and we should go forward with, is let's have, because not all the maybe 8 million youths can assemble to elect one. Let us have maybe a group of very influential people, or whom we know have also fought this fight, and then they can pick one person, and then we can all agree with that. I think because not all of us can come to in a democratic process and have one. But if we have influential people like around maybe 10 or 50 or 20, we know them, those who have fought this war. Maybe, and then they give us one person.
Okay, Tribeless. I hear you have some solid points. Let's hear what JM has to say, Pastor. Then we go to Kyra. Then Linda, then
I will save you a lot of minutes because I know my sister Wanjiro probably already submitted this. I think, Anthony, we are on the right path.
Yes, JM.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so
no, go on.
I'm not okay. I took up my headphones so that I don't have disturbed. So mine. I will save you a lot of minutes because I think everybody shared what we really need. Let's move to the action, assigning roles the way you had started, and before Kibe hated on me again on a light note. And I think let's move this thing forward. There's no failure at all. We're not even deflated. In fact, the whole thing of deflated, not defeated, deflate. We're not deflated. We actually made a huge impact in the way we did Nane Nane. But obviously, there are the people who thought we were going to occupy State House, meaning we're going to go in and now smoke the Ruto out. Okay, if there was a survey being done, none of the people who were in talking spaces believed that's going to happen. Please. So the whole point is that the movement is achieving things, and then now we need to systematically move the way that we're going to make a huge difference in terms of like what are those groups that we are trying to achieve, to put together. And by the way, big deal, Anthony and Andrew, do this. Bring 1 million people in a space. I'm looking for that, not 1 million, 5 people in a space. And then we bring this thing home, and then the other people, when Giros and the rest of the people can do the backend work and draft things. So it doesn't have to look like this one strategy. It has to be like, we need to do a shocking space meeting. And you guys are capable of doing that. Some of us, you are, is there like big weeks and small weeks? We're small weeks. Our small weeks with ideas. The big weeks, you have to play them. And that's how we are going to make a difference in the way we're going. So for me, not even deflate the topic by itself, deflated, not defeated. We're not deflated. I don't know. Some people feel that we are deflated because they thought, oh, we're going to have a 1 million or 5 million people in that. No, we shut down the city, we shut down the city of Nairobi, which is the biggest city in whatever, I don't know, Eastern Central, whatever, Africa. We shut it down. So what the heck are you talking about that we're deflated? So we shut down the city. Moving forward, it's action, not talk. Right now, it's like, who is going to help us to achieve this thing? Guys, bring people on board. Okay. I don't want to say, because I don't want to repeat what everybody has shared, because I know my friends have already shared the same story. And we've been in the space together, and you articulate everything that we want. We want a change, realistic change, not just imaginary, beyond these fantasies and things of imagining that, oh, this can be achieved this way. Yeah, in space, let me use the word space because that's what everybody understands. So we're in this space where now, how do we drive this change in a realistic manner? And as rods, let's move forward. Let's get funding. Who is in charge of this? If we are behind one leader, and it doesn't have to be like it's the leader, but it's more of like, oh, we are running behind this movement, and Kibe can move. I don't know if he's bold enough to do that. Kibe is not like, it's not like a fighter like myself. So I wish he can come out and say that now we are going to fight for the real deal. We rally behind it. We get this thing done. We're not hate about one person. Okay,
JM.
I'm done. Sorry. Did I go like on a tangent?
No. I want just no. Just say I want you to do this. Give me the message for that poster that we design, so that we have a poster like the one that used to be designed for the 19th and the 25th. We agree on the day and time you want that mega space. Then we do the poster and I share it with Kibe and we make it go viral. That's it.
I don't wanna go wrong on the space. But I will inbox you, I promise. And if I don't out on it, I will inbox you on like this is what I'm thinking. And again, that's the right way. That's the right way. Let's do it. Do the mega space. 5 people care to every universe. And then we move forward drafting things by international spaces. We get this thing done. Thanks, Anthony, and I do appreciate Andrew. One time him and his friend called me a pastor from hell. God forbid, I'm not a pastor from hell. I've never. Anyway, good. Thank you so much, guys. God bless.
Thank you.
35 years indoctrination.
I didn't know you were listening. I didn't know you were listening, by the way.
Pastor who curses. All right. You need to go to Linda, Antonia.
Andrew,
I think you got the energy you want. Hold on.
You got it. Okay.
Hold on.
Perfect.
You know. There we go. Okay. I'm acting up. We've been a shithole country. Yeah, so like things. Yeah. So we got some new energy. Osa and Wanjiro came through, and now Jam was forced to come and also say, "Oh, I've been here before." Yeah, it's good. Let's come together as many people as possible. I want to also put it out there. Got in touch with Amerix, and Amerix is willing to work. Let's see if that also works out. So good. We do work together. What can be?
Oh, Andrew, because I want to give a call to Eric. It's one of my duties from this morning.
Child. You know, that one of you've not experienced too much to not believe. I want to believe like that, like a child. I want to believe that any. So yes, put behind the scenes, a lot behind the scenes, more than in public like this. So even all these ideas, take them behind the scenes. Yeah, we've created a platform where we can all discuss, come with us, and the people who are serious, we shall know each other. It doesn't take long because it's very easy for people to come here, where when the numbers are good. When you see 500 people, you can come and say, "Oh yes, I want to be part of it," and behind the scenes appear. So you don't help us. You are that kind of person. I don't want you here. So even everybody who's spoken today, if you guys are not getting involved, then there's no need to discuss anything with you. Otherwise, what are we doing? You come here, you better get involved. You Tribeless, one Geo Tomboy, somebody actually got involved. JM, he's been speaking here, doesn't want to get involved. Linda, I do hope that you jump into the
group. And Andrew, listen to me.
Once we share ideologies, then let's move it. There's a lot of work to be done. A lot with so many ideas to make. Have a lot of marketing to market what it is that we believe in. Ask marketing to country people to world. All right, Linda, did you want to say anything?
Linda,
yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
No, I
can hear you.
I did.
You did. I think I mean some group even with Omboy, I think. Is it the Wishi Award to Mishi Kwawode, meaning we are servers. We are very strong leaders, if I'm not wrong. I don't know if but I think for me, what I can say as you guys close, how people also will matter depending on the different age groups. And also if we can use allies to kind of communicate where maybe Andrew Kibe does not communicate with a person, somebody else can speak on behalf of Andrew Kibe. For me, what my observation is, everyone is going through their different transformation. I know here in the diaspora, some people who are in support of the president are still in shock. The good news is for me, I've worked with both sides of parties, and now people are all for, I guess, good governance. It's just for us to allow also to transform in their individual journeys. But what I'm going to do is I will reach out to other people also and encourage them to join, because I'm in different, we have different diaspora groups, including the County 48, which is kind of known out here, where we wanted the government is whatever, doing what they're supposed to do. So everyone seems to have this. Some people be disappointed, but at the end of the day, how we approach the people who are disappointed is what will matter if they'll also rally along with us. And people who are UDA people, they are not happy with what's been going on with the government. I know in the diaspora, people are not happy. So I will reach out. And of course, I know how to talk to different kind of people and, just kind of see how we can bring as many people on board to move things forward. I apologize. I fell asleep in the middle of the conversation. And if I repeated myself,
Anthony, can
we
you
are
hear me?
all on the same page. Yeah, we are all on the same page and we got something going. We just need a call behind the tent. You need a call, in private.
Good, Linda. Now,
A quick
JM.
one, 30 seconds. Just get me on that a private conversation call, and are we part of the resource mobilization? I'm not like my friend Wanjiro's, want to bring in legal mind and draft things for us. For me, it's about let's have resources to move this thing forward, okay? So the only reason why my hateful friend Andrew is saying this is because I'm like, there is no movement that's come out in these spaces for the record. And if anyone comes and denies, that has asked for resource mobilization, and my team has not contributed between the minimum we have contributed is 5,000 to probably one of the least groups to 100,000. We have done with that. And my team does that every single minute. This movement is beyond individual glorification. We will bring this anybody who has put a space up and said that we need resources mobilized. The Golden Thread has contributed. And anybody who says that, and they can come up and say only that we have not done minimum is 5K, but we've done up to 100K to other groups. The point I'm making is this: this is beyond individuals. This is now a movement, and we have a backing behind us. We will mobilize resources. I would join the group, Anthony, for the sake of God, and we will do what God did for us to our country. We're in a big mess. We're in a big mess because Andrew is going to tell me that I'm the only pastor who curses, but I don't use the curse today. But the point I'm making is, let's have these groups. We will join, mobilize resources, mobilize intellectual resources, the Wanjiros and everybody, and then drive this thing. And that's it. So I don't know why this is looking complicated. I am done, Anthony. I know we'll meet another place. I appreciate Kibe. God bless you. Well, he doesn't think God does anything, but for heaven's sake, God bless you. And friends, we are in this battle together. Do not leave any soldier behind. We don't battlefield. You cannot leave any of our soldiers behind. especially the wounded ones. So kama kuna yule mtu unasikia ako wounded, we get together, we carry them on, and then we get into space to fight peace together. And so back to you.
Thank you, JM. I think I'll give it back to Kibe so that it's way past what we're talking about.
Thank you, Anthony, and to everybody else who was here. I don't know whether Nyabul is here. Nyabul, are you still here? Okay. Nan Vicky, are you here? All right. I guess you're not here. So yeah, let's go about the right way. We have been here for many hours, and we've done a lot of good work. Thank you to everybody who came through. It has been a real good. Not allow yourself to feel sorry for yourself. Okay. Yes. Sounds something like that. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Whatever happened, happened. It's done. Move on. Re-strategize. We have good plans. And if you're a planner and a builder, come through. We want you to be part of whatever it is we're doing next. Now, at least the excitement is we can actually do the work that needs to be done. Because that was just an opportunity, and that one is on now our own opportunity. Simple. So there's no need to sulk. There's no need to be crying. There's no need to be disappointed. Get back on your feet quickly and go out there and do what you need to do. This we are. All right? So you, Osama, we are together. 10, Tress, Tom Boyer, JM, Kwame, to Linda from the US. And everybody else who came through, maybe I don't remember, or I don't. Yeah, I can see Nick Big Fish is here also. My name is one who plays, but she does a good job. I think K-Gap is a very good DJ. MC Oga has been part of this. Good to see you, MC Oga. Who else is here? Gail, South Africa. Good to see you, Gail from South Africa. Rick Machar Riek. So I've been part of this building. We've built for a long, long time. So jump in here. Let us work together. Let's see what can come out of this. I'm very excited. Yeah. So be excited. Be excited. Now it's time for the work. All right. So do have yourself a good weekend. Take it. If I don't know whether we're opening a space tomorrow. I do not think so. If we do need to, I guess there's nothing that stops us from opening one, is there? I don't see anything unless internet.